Can you parsec
Ladies,
me, by the way?
ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stream. We are back today with the finals of Black Manta Cup, the final games between Gucci and Beast Esports. I'm God of Hacks, and I have with me Dessa on the cast, and we are looking forward to this game. And it will be a best of five for those of you who don't know, and it should hopefully end before midnight-ish. Do you have anything to say about this, Dessa? Are you excited for the upcoming games?
Yeah, I'm so excited to finally be wrapping up the great weekend I think we've had behind us. Finally have been let into the parsec. I can see our beautiful, beautiful photos. I can see the Gucci logo, the Beast logo. It's a good time. But yeah, it's been a lot of League of Legends played over the weekend, and I'm really excited to wrap it up, see what both of these teams sort of have to offer. And it is gonna be, like you said, Gucci versus Beast Team Esports. And I mean, what's a story between these two teams? We've seen so much out of Beast. We've seen myriad of times where Danny 8x8 has just on the Oriana got so many big shockwaves, and as well as just been such a tool for his team to be able to win these games. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he can offer today as well. Maybe not on the Oriana, maybe on the Oriana, depending if it's banned away or not. But nonetheless, it's going to be a good time.
I mean, going into the specific matchup of Danny 8-8 versus Rebrief, I feel like they at times play very similar styles where they are willing to sacrifice waves and XP in order to roam. Very different from the Sushi Killer matchup. So I assume there's going to be a lot of action from the mid lane because let's say Rebrief picks one of his signature champions like Lissandra, and Danny 8-8 maybe plays Orianna or Akali and roams to support his bot lane. There will probably be a lot of 4v4s in the bot lane.
Yeah, and I am expecting, like you said, as well, for there to be a lot of team play here. Of course, Gucci is a squad that has a lot of sort of talent behind their roster, right? You're talking about people like Algor, you're talking about people like Josiah, say 3 Angry Inches in the jungle. Like you said, Rebreathe in the mid lane, Elos Morderito in the top lane. This is a roster that I think many people expected to at least make quarterfinals, if not finals in themselves, and they have. And I think they've shown us what they can be, how competitive they really can be. I don't think it is going to be an easy time for either of these teams to really take the crown of the Manta Cup. And I don't think it's going to be really either of these teams going to let it go. I think it's going to be really scrappy. It's going to be sort of tooth and nail. And I think the first game, the way they draft, the way the first game goes, is going to tell us so much about what this best of three has to offer for us.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think a given that will be in the first game is that if Gucci has looked at the games of Beasts, I think their absolute main win condition will be Vadamori from the bot lane. So I wouldn't be against going for a draft where you just ban out a lot of the hypercarries existing right now. So, for example, banning out Jinx Saya and seeing what else he can offer as a hypercarry. He did even look shakier on Saya than he did on Jinx. I feel like Jinx has been his absolute most consistent champion to carry on. So I wouldn't be full against even banning free ADCs, going as far as just banning everything out and seeing is there anything else he can really carry on? It's like the sole large carry of the team, or is someone else on the team able to pick up the slack and actually carry? For example, Danny 8-8 or Mom Go Sky with the split push.
Yeah, and last time around we did see Mongoska on the Fiora. For example, speaking of the split push, his Fiora as well built for Breaker just sat in a side lane, and Cybertop's Snark just couldn't hold on. It was great rotations coming out of their team. I know you said that he didn't really do much in that game for his team, but they still ended up winning. We are on our way into draft. Tomken, Zera, Syndra taken away from the side of Beast Team Esports. Snackpack are going to take away the Oriana, Belveth, and Jinx. Already one of those hyper carries taken away that you mentioned on the form of the Jinx, but a lot of other hyper carries are still open and left for picking, as we have Nico Syndra as the first two picks. Nico Ivern, sorry.
Yeah, Nico, new change or new form from the Beasts picking Nico. It has been banned against him quite consistently in the Snack matchup, I think. So I think it is something they have been looking at picking up. I'm assuming it could be a flex towards support or mid, so they can flex it somewhere. And now we also fixed the logo. It will be Beasts against Gucci for those curious about the logos. But yeah, other side picking up Iron very quickly has been a staple generally for these team-oriented environments. It's just good shielding overall. It's very sustainable in team fights, and it's kind of hard to crack, and it puts more of an onus on the enemy to really engage you and do good plays. And also taking Sivir,
Yeah, it
all
is
the
gonna
scaling.
be the Sivir. Nocturne so far hovered on the other side. Sivir is a champion that you can pair a myriad of supports with. You can go with something engage. If you want to potentially roam around the map, make plays, you can go for something enchanter if you want to play for your Sivir. It is gonna be the Lulu being stolen away by the side of Beast. No AD carry locked in yet for them. What are you expecting to be paired up alongside the Sivir?
Paired up with the Sivir, I mean, you could take a Renata, although I don't think I would like the Renata too much right now. You just Lulu. Sivir. I'm not actually sure what support I would like here. I do think you could take Renata as just a fine counter engage support, but they do opt for the Renekton before top laners get banned out. They just want the safe pick, and they're probably saving the mid counter pick for Rebrief then, I'm assuming.
Yeah, probably, and should be. I'm expecting some top lane bans from the side of Gucci, considering it is the early Renekton. So I think you want to take away some of the sort of not so good matchups for the Renekton. I know Poppy is quite a bad one for him as well, so it'll be interesting to see whether that does get taken away or not. And depending on how Gucci tends to draft the last two champions on their team, Poppy could be something that they might want to ban away. It is going to be the Zeri. The Lightning Crash is
Ooh.
not going to be on the Rift as well. Another hyper carry taken away from the hand of the beast, and still things like, for example, the Zaya still open, which we have seen before.
I think the Seri ban could actually be just due to the fact that they have gotten Lulu, and Lulu Seri is quite a good combo. You get the speed up from W, as well as the shield and wild growth, giving you a lot of freedom and movement speed on Seri. So could be, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Vatamori being able to play a solid Seri. Although I'm pretty sure they're just gonna pick up Saya at the end here, and there's not much that Good She can do about it. But what about the last ban will be? They're probably gonna ban another support, but I'm not sure what they are scared of here.
I think you
Hmm.
can take away some of the enchanter options, like you said, Renata, but
Yeah.
Renata wouldn't be that
Victor
good.
is a good ban.
Victor, very staple mid laner.
Well, it's also two. Seraph Victor, I would say, are two of Rebrief's best champions, and they've already banned out both of them. So they've kind of weakened mid lane in a sense and limited his picks. They might even be going into it knowing or expecting him to pick Lissandra, because that is one of his other champions that I would say he's had good performances on.
Yeah, and things like the Syndra and Oriana both have been taken already off the table, so there's not gonna be any balls in the mid lane. Swain though
Could be
is
support.
can yeah, that can go mid lane or support. I'm expecting to go down to the bot lane, but it's still a flex pick, and I think this is a really smart move coming out of Gucci, which means they still have the counter pick left last, and they can still flex that Swain to either side.
Also quite good into Nico Nocturne. They want to kind of go in as a unit and just really group up. And Swain, if he can live through that with the Sonias, are going to be really annoying without him to handle. Oh, I would love a Nephilios. If he can, oh, let's go, we get Nephilios. I was just
Aphelios,
about to
baby.
say in the early like banning out hypers that Aphelios is a carry that not a lot of people know how to play because he has 200 years of knowledge in him. So, but if you can play Aphelios, excellent hyper carry to really carry games on your own. We do get the Jax as well, picking it into the Renekton. Should be a bit of a rough matchup, but we have seen Mongo Sky come out on top on a lot of these top matchups, and they're hovering Renata, so it's actually a Swain mid. It's a new showing. I don't think I've seen Rebrief play Swain before.
It is a Swain mid, and I believe there's another unique champion for us in the Swain and the Aphelios. I don't think we've seen either of these champions yet, and it is interesting to see the way that Gucci have drafted. We talked about the Renata a little bit and the potential of her, and I think it is a good pick into the Aphelios. It's a good pick into the Jax. I'm expecting for the most part this Jax to be side laning, and last time we saw the Jax, it went up against Cybertop as well, and it was a very good look for them. So I'm expecting for some solid sort of play around the bot lane. Like you said, Gucci, I don't think mind taking this game slow. They've got a Sivir, they've got an Ivern, the Renata, as well as the Swain sort of into that late game. So I don't think they mind a slow game at all.
But Beasts also don't really mind a slow game if the Jax can scale out of his matchup. They don't really have a lot of people that can match him in the side lane properly after he gets around 2 to 3 items. They also have the Aphelios, which is an insane hyperscaler. The only difference is that there's a bit more shielding and peeling on the side of Gucci compared to the side of Beast. So I don't know. It will come down to who can execute their comp better. If they get like a solid Nocturne Nico engage, I think most of these fights will go the way of Beast, even through Renata and Ivern. I don't think there will be enough shields to save from the Nico ult.
Yeah, I'm expecting a pretty slow game. up until we hit level 6. I think once the Paranoia and the Population both come in for the side of the Beast, I think that's where they're gonna start looking for plays, potentially in the mid lane, potentially in the bot lane to try to get this Aphelios ahead. Although Sivir and Nata, it is not the easiest lane in the world to gank, just because of the revive on Renata and the spell shield on Sivir, which makes it a little bit hard. But I think if you can bring potentially the Nico even down there, there is great playmaking tools on sort of both sides, less so on Gucci, I think, but more so on Beast, just due to the Nico Nocturne combo, which can be so difficult to play against.
Definitely. I do think bot will be relatively uncontested. As you say, there's not a lot of setup in the lane. There's two enchanters. It's not really a high gang potential, and you have Ivern and Nocturne also like Ivern does have some CC, but Nocturne really low gang potential until level 6, and even then there's not really hard CC to lock someone down. So I don't think bot will be receiving too much attention this game. I would like to see Beast try and get their jacks ahead, because if they can accelerate that matchup, the split push will get really hard, really fast for Good Sheet to handle. And generally, they like playing together as five. And if you have a split pusher active early, that will be gaining them a lot of advantage in this game.
Yeah, and as well as, like you said, the side lane threat coming out of Jax. Overall, I think once this game hits those sort of 2 to 3 item power spikes, it's gonna be really interesting to see. Because I think Gucci as a roster just are really good at moving their team around the map and playing together. Where on the side of the Beast, I would argue Beasts are better in an environment where the game is a little bit more chaotic, where the game is a little bit sort of not played in a conventional way. And that's sort of what we're seeing with their draft as well, right? You're seeing the Nico Nocturne. Both champions are great at sort of Nocturne, just creating the darkness. Nico creating an absolute hassle in team fights. And when they clump together, it is going to be huge pulp blossoms. And Aphelios just free firing from the backline. So I think it'll be interesting to see which team can sort of hold their own better once the map does end up going dark for the side of Gucci.
I mean, I think overall we'll have a lot of fighting over objectives, because I feel like both of these teams are quite on point with their macro and in sense of being on objectives on time. So like I wouldn't be surprised to see a dragon fight in like 5 to 6 minutes, just because both of these teams are very oriented around starting that type of objective taking early. I think Beast should be the team that has priority for the first dragon if they can get there before level 6, because Nocturne is generally better pre-6 than Ivern at taking the first dragon. And I think it would be also very good for them, because then they can go for like a very long game, which they wouldn't really mind.
Yeah, I'm expecting for this game to go quite a while. I think this top lane is gonna be really interesting because Jax Renekton as a matchup is a matchup that I think is gonna be very sort of brawl heavy. I think Renekton should win out on it early on just due to there being not a lot of champions that can contest the Renekton in the early game. Once we get later on, it is gonna swing the way of the Jax. But I think once that level 6 comes, once the Dominus comes online, this top lane should be pretty heavily contested by the side of Gucci, especially if you can get Divern up there. There's great gank setup on the side of Gucci in that top lane. So I'm expecting for potentially some ganks up there because, like you said it yourself, Hax, if you can get this Jack side, if you can get this Renekton ahead, if either side gets a swing early on, the matchup could be very over very quickly, at least for the first 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't be surprised to see both junglers pathing top, trying to either. I don't think the side of Beast should win the 2v2s. They might be happy just trying to stop the gang from happening and maybe giving the Jax like a good base for the first item. If you can get like a early Sheen, I think you're kind of okay in this matchup. Like you're not gonna die to the Renekton, although it will be tough. You can't really pressure him unless the Renekton goes in and does a mistake. But yeah, I think it's like you say, it's gonna be a slow game. We have Aphelios, Sivir, both very scale heavy. We have Lulu, Renata, also like very slower type, not really hard engaged support. So all the action needs to come out of jungle and mid mostly, or just fighting in top lane,
Yeah, it's either
or
jungle.
objectives.
True, it is either jungle or mid or in the top lane. I'm expecting for there to be very minimal fighting outside of objectives, just because I think both of these teams are very sort of disciplined in their play. I know I was watching the Gucci game and the way they got to the finals, and I think it just looked very disciplined. It looked like they were really on their game, at least in the semifinals. So this is of course a different team they're going to be up against now. Beast, I think, have a not sort of a unique playstyle, but I think the playstyle they have, they tend to execute very well. Where they sort of, like you said it yourself, they play for the team. We've seen countless times Danny 8x8 leave his lane to help out others and just to sort of get his team ahead. So many roams into the bot lane was made in their last series as well. And that's sort of what I'm expecting today. I'm expecting for Danny 8x8 not to hang on in the mid lane for too long. Granted, Nico is not as easy to roam around with, but I think if you can sneak away out of that mid lane, Gucci are very good at communicating when people are missing. So it's not gonna be an easy task, but I think Danny 8x8 is not gonna be stopped by that, and I think he might still try to go for a couple of cheeky little roams.
I mean, I think Nico definitely is a good champion to roam on. I mean, you will have the, as you mentioned, the sneaky minion shape shifting, which definitely couldn't come into play in bot lane, where you can do like a four-man crash down on bot lane trying to accelerate your Philios. Because when you say Danny 8-8 or Beasts that they play for their team, the reality is that they play for Vadimori because they want Vadimori to win and to have a lot of CS. So I think they'll be playing quite heavily for him. We're about to go into game. I think I can hear the
We
sounds. Here we
are,
are.
ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for our game number one. Vadamori on the Aphelios, Danny 8-Bite on the Nico Nocturne, on Night Fury Rebreathe in the mid lane. Seeing no funny business so far in the level one, but I didn't actually ask you, Hax, before we got into the game. What is your prediction for the series?
Mm, hmm. For the series or for the game? Wait, the series?
Yeah, who do you think is gonna win?
I'll give a 3-2 to Beasts. I think they have shown that they are very solid at most types of different game plans, which I think they're gonna be able to, in a long series, be able to use that they have a little bit more diverse maybe playstyle, I think. I think that will give them, like, overall the win.
I think that's very fair. I think both teams have a very good chance to win. You can see Danny 8-Bite already using those shape-shifting abilities that you mentioned. Gonna be turning into Vadimori and do some sneaky business in the mid lane. But this is sort of what I'm expecting. I'm sort of expecting both teams to sort of chill and play calm for the early game. Of course, Ivern and 3 Angry Inches on Ivern has a very unique clear where you can't really kill your champs because you're the friend of the forest. So it'll be interesting to see the way he paths and where he chooses to go. But like you said, Hax, Night Fury in the bot lane is going to be pathing towards the top lane, which is exactly what we expected.
Yeah, as always, I don't really know how Ivan works. I'm not sure if this means he's gonna end up on bot side or top side, but assuming he ends up on top side, he is pathing up there. But I think Ivan's, if I remember, Ivan's clear is like inverted. So if he starts on blue, I think he's actually gonna end up on blue at the end as well. So it could be that he's actually pathing to bot side, choosing to leave his Renekton to win the matchup on his own, which I think is quite fair.
Yeah, definitely. So especially since Renekton does win the matchup early on. Early push coming out from Algren and Josiah here, which is very fair. I think Sivir, not a lot of
A little
champions
bit.
that can contest her push very early on. So I think it is good to see that they are using that.
Yeah, I mean, both lanes don't really need to do a lot here in the bot lane. There's not really a lot of windows to do too much. They can decide to try and trade and try to get an advantage, but overall this lane should be relatively uneventful. Unlike top lane, where we should expect a bit more action to go down.
Yeah, we are already seeing that. We are seeing Mongols kind of Lost Murderito trade a little bit. That's a great counter-strike coming out as soon as Lost Murderito does end up dashing on in, but this
It does
gonna
juke
deny
it
some of
though.
the damage.
It does miss the damage. Now we can see a nice W trade. Renekton also has the nice advantage of being like one of the few champions in the game that has strong innate sustain in the early game. So even if you lose a trade or two in Renekton, you just heal it back. So over time, you win most matchups, kind of naturally. But still, nice trading, and they're doing this fine. And Ivan did end up on top side, so he did some alternate clear, I assume. But both junglers will be on top side, like we predicted, trying to help out their respective top matchup.
Yeah, and there is no gank angle for 3 Angry Inches, at least so far. You can see Mongo's Sky a little bit stuck under his tower Night Fury, and 3 Angry Inches are gonna meet though.
Yeah, they do have a lot of prior right now. So as you can see, Gucci already roaming, trying to secure this crab. He's gonna run for the bot crab Night Fury, realizing that this crab is kind of doomed.
Yeah, it is gonna be at least the one crab for 3 Angry Inches. You can see he is pinging on his way. So could potentially look on the side of Gucci to stop this second crab as well, than hit by it. Under a little bit of threat in the mid lane, but he should know this is happening.
Yeah, I don't think, unless Danny 88 walks up and gets ganked, there should be no way for them to contest this crab due to the way the bot wave crashed at the tower. So unless bot really wants to give up a lot of CS, I think that crab is just gonna go over to the side of Night Fury.
Yeah,
Counter-Strike missing
definitely.
again. So Los Merit having a window, yeah.
Ooh.
Flash EW.
He did have a window since the counter strike was down, and he decided to go for it. But he does W a minion, unfortunately. But Flash goes out of both top laners, so it's not too bad.
I don't think
Even
it's
trade.
yeah, I don't think that's bad of a trade considering both top laners did end up flashing. You can see the young Greens with some pressure in onto the mid lane, rebreathe. These are gonna be chilling for now. The base comes on through. It is gonna be the rush of the Lucidity Boots, which I did kind of expect. Something we see very standard on Ivern just to get around the map a little bit faster.
Yeah, you can also opt for the mobility boots, but they're a bit more suspect. Maybe, I don't know, like a bit more sus. They're usually more for if you really want to get super active on the map early, but I feel like there's no need to do it right now, especially with your bot being chill. As long as you hover the top side of the map and mid, I think it should be just fine. So cooldown boots make a lot of sense. We'll have to see who's going to go for the first dragon though. Just spawned now, and I'm not sure how Ivan works, but I feel like Ivan mostly takes dragon when he's hitting level 6, so he can have Daisy tank. But they do have Prio in bot lane right now, so they could try and rotate over for it.
Yeah, Ivern is not one of those champions that can solo Dragon. Pre-6, he is gonna need his team to help. So there is gonna be some team help. Bot lane of Gucci is gonna be moving towards the first Dragon of the game. Cloud Drake as well as that is gonna be secured. So far, no contesting that Fury all the way on the other side of the map, which means this should be free pickings for the Gucci squad.
Indeed. Solid rotation just using the fact that they have Prio. The waves, the wave bounced. Solid play coming out of Gucci. And yeah, they pick up first dragon, and probably there's not gonna be too much more action for a while. A WAP is gonna walk into Jesai actually, but shouldn't be much happening. I think they're just having a little support battle. Yeah, they're just brawling each other a bit, but with no kill potential, slapping each other.
Just they're making sure they know they exist. You know,
Yeah.
making sure to give it's a little love tap, you know, a little bit of a hug. Support
Wants to
trade.
disengage, doesn't get the W. So, pretty good trade from the side of Mongo Sky. Renekton doesn't get the W off, but yeah, Axe really wants to play safe and make sure he catches this big wave that's about to crash into him. We'll have to see. Both junglers are top again, and they're hovering around, so mid kind of even Prio right now, and Ivan I would say is a bit stronger than like Nocturne is good in a straight up fight, but Ivan has a lot of tools to help fight. So and they're gonna fight a bit for the cream. Nocturne still being very strong, but he's going to have a alligator, which is annoying for Night Fury. So he decides to drop this crab as well.
Yeah, Night Fury, unfortunately, not Steve Irwin, doesn't have bonus damage against the Croc in the top lane, so gonna be having to drop the Crab at least for the meanwhile. Bot lane Crab is not gonna be up quite yet, which means so far, I think there is a slight XP lead for 3 Angry Inches.
Big ult coming out, and Mongo Sky might be getting a solo kill, but if he gets Q back, Lost Murder does win, but he gets W beforehand. And Mongo Sky is gonna win the top lane. Quite crucial, but Ivan is coming in here, so he has to be aware. Here he is. Does he have... Oh, he just gets the minions and the root, and he is dead to 741. The wave is kind of pushing away, so that's really good wave state actually for the Renekton. There is TP on Jax, so he won't lose too much on this, but he will probably be forced to commit this TP.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Mongo Sky does not need a real weapon, ladies and gentlemen, to take that lot murder. It's a solo kills in the top lane. Kind of what we expected to see. We said top lane is gonna be a brawl, and that's kind of what we are seeing exactly here as well. The Sheen plus Warhammer picked up for Mongo Sky, which I think should make this matchup a little bit easier for him, and I think this is where we are gonna see it sort of start to swing the way of Mongo Sky with the early kill he did get. Iron Spike Whip on the other side, a lot of components and a lot of gold coming through for both of these players. You can see the Pendle Glass Mirror on 741, as well as the Lucidity Boots, just standard Iron things. Bot lane, quite pushed up at the moment, but are just gonna go for this.
Definitely. And yeah, like you said, he does have good items on Mongo Sky, and when he gets the Divine Sunder, if he can get it before Los Murdereto acquires Gordon, he'll have like a little bit of a window where he can probably try to go for another solo kill. But yeah, he's doing very good in the top lane, which is nice to see for the side of Beasts. They might get their split push going, because they will want to have a strong top. They might even want to TP him down for the next dragon if they want to contest it. Just to give they did give up the first one, so it could be very nice for them to pick up the second one. They're going to get Herald.
And this time, if they do end up contesting it, Night Fury is gonna be level 6 as well, which should give them an easier time. Solo Danny 8x8, already level 8 on the mid lane. Night Fury
The boys though, but there is a support here. I should be completely fine. They actually might be caught out here. A bit far up, and here comes the Nocturne Nico combo. Good flash out of 741, but he might die anyway. Does go down to Nocturne's damage, and Rebrief in trouble. Q comes out from Nocturne, and they pick up 2 kills with the Nocturne Nico combo, overextending. The side of Gucci did not have their support with them, so they were in a numbers disadvantage there.
Yeah, the WAP is gonna make his way over to the top lane before Josiah does, which does mean that the first 2 kills go over to the side of the Beast. And just looking back at the replay as well, this is just great a call from Night Fury. He says they're out of position, immediate paranoia,
Yeah.
immediate just go, go, go. And the WAP as well as 98 Bite with a flash forward, making their way onto the Swain. It is important to kill 741 here very early on, so Daisy doesn't become really annoying, doesn't become a problem. Night Fury commits his flash for it, and I think just great call outside of coming out of the Beast Team esports squad, saying this is where we pull the trigger, and just immediately goes.
Yeah, it was very clean overall. They probably knew that the bot had recently based, so that they couldn't be at least on the Herald, so they just immediately pull the trigger, get a good punish, and also pick up the Herald. So solid 1k gold lead acquired, and they also have the Herald, which they might want to use it to crack top lane. I wouldn't be completely against it, but I think they would prefer using it bot lane to really accelerate Vadimori into the mid game.
Yeah, I think. Well, I would rather see it go down bot lane because I don't think Mongo's guy is in any sort of a rush, so to speak, to get himself out of this lane. I think he's completely fine playing the 1v1 the WAP though.
It's completely fine though. All the Rebrief is there looking at him with this Sauron eye from Lord of the Rings, but now Dragon is spawning, and I mean the beasts are in no position at all to contest this, so this would just be an easy turnover to Gucci. Kind of courtesy of their base timings. If they manage to stall it, they could look for a fight. Nocturne doesn't have Paranoia yet though, but they do have the WAP, or should I say Nico, with the ult on the flank. Might be looking no flash though. They do smite it. Ult goes out. Renato Wave does hit. Nitro in the middle. He's still quite tanky. Has Stridebreaker, but he might be going down here to the side of Daisy, and he will get caught. And without Nico in the fight and no Paranoia, that was a bit of an ambitious fight, even when the objective is also already down to the side of Gucci.
Yeah, I think for me it's a little bit of a confusing call coming out. I would have liked to see potentially Danny by TP into the top lane. I think you want to look for a player on the other side of the map. It's a little bit confusing because you see so many pings on the map coming through. I think Night Fury was the one with all the pings just saying go, 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 but you really can't walk into the Swain without having the paranoia. Danny 8 is nowhere near the fight. And like you said, those are 2 big tools. And the reason you draft the Nocturne Nico, because it is so strong once you get that paranoia in that they can't really see the Nico ult incoming. So it is going to be the Dragon, couple of kills going over to the side of the Gucci squad. And so far the top lane has come down a little bit, a slight CS lead for Mango Sky though.
It's kind of equalizes it. They still have heralds, so it's still a 1k difference, but the real issue is that there is 2 dragons on the side of Gucci, so they really have to make sure to acquire at least, hopefully the 3rd. They could go for the 4th dragon, but then it gets really tight and they really have to acquire it, so smite steals get more increasingly worse. Cleanse does come out, root does go down. They're kind of going to chase Vadimori here with no cleanse. There is Danny 8 in the river together with Rebrief, although I don't think he's going to be able to walk through him. 4 people down here in the bot lane, being a bit of a scuffle. But in the end, they handled the Herald quite well. I think they only get 1 or 2 plates from it, so nicely done from She defending their bot turret, realizing they were going to drop the Herald.
And I mean, this is what we called. We said there would be a 4-man on the bot lane, and here we go. Lost Moderator gonna be just blonked on the head, an overstep from the Croc in the top lane, and Mongo Sky absolutely popping off in the matchup.
Indeed, he might be the difference maker they need to win this game, because as noted, there's not really a lot of people on Gucci that can really handle him in the side lane. I don't think Swain could do it, and I don't think Renekton being behind will be able to do it as well. So if this keeps up, they might have a bit of an unstoppable force. Here comes Nocturne going in Stridebreaker. There is no flash on Rebrief. Root does hit into Nico, and he is very, very dead. No Swain ult can sustain through that. And here's Dino bot lane. WAP looking a bit... Algren going against the dive. Shield does come out. WAP playing a little flirty with Algren, trying to bait him into going under the tower. But he decides against it.
Yeah, WAP's H3 was a little bit low there, so I would have not been surprised if they kind of tried to push it a little bit harder, but with Vadimori showing up, not going to be able to do so. A great gank in the mid lane, coming out from Nigeria. I think the Pop Blossom was a little bit overkill with how low an HP Reed was, but you know what? I respect it.
It's a kill secured. What can you say?
Yeah.
You're gonna get Pop Blossom back anyway, because they kind of synced with the Nocturne and Nico, so they can kind of use them at the same time, and they're always gonna have them relatively synced up. I guess it's rare that they want to do solo plays without each other anyway.
The yin to the yang, so to speak.
Yeah, the
The apple
Nico.
to the apple tree.
Yeah, Nocturne being the yin and Nico being the yang. The force of good and the force of evil.
Yeah, especially with Night Fury, he's been named being Night Fury, and his Nocturne as being able to turn off the lights very dark. As well, where Nico, he's the shinier of the light. He's the one who brings us all together on this day. Unfortunately, no Lek on the Rift today, but that is okay. He will forever remain in our hearts. Ripple
Lek will
X.
be back in a revenge arc at some point. We know he will be back. At
Lek
some
will
point,
definitely
next
be
Manta Cup or wherever he will show up, we know he'll be
back.
back for sure. But
Def-
we're going to have Dragon in 1 minute 15 seconds. And this is something I would really like to see Beasts try and position for this time and really be on time for. You can already see Gucci being kind of invested into bot side. It looks like they're going to try to push this wave in and then secure vision together with the jungler. Meanwhile, Night Fury is on the Herald, so I would prefer if they probably clean this up as quick as possible and then based, because otherwise it might be really tough for them to try and contest the Dragon. I already see 7 for 1 being annoying and oh, TP's coming in from Danny 8-8 though. Does have Nico ult. Might be looking for the flash pop blossom here. Oh,
I
he's
think
gonna
he's
look for
definitely looking.
oh, rocket melt. If they can kill Ivern, it's quite good. And oh, he is going to go down. Cleanse is not there on Vadamori. He has to flash out. If they
Everybody's
do
flashing
get the
out.
kill onto Ivern, he's down for 20 seconds. He will be not on time for Dragon, but it'll be kind of, if they can stall for about 10 to 15 seconds, they could try to fight for it. And still, I don't think they're in the oh, this is
Mid
mid
lane?
actually. Going out down in mid lane onto Swain with the Nocturnal, and they're going to have a little 1v1 rebrief versus Night Fury. A splash after, and he does get the kill. Does not die to the return of the E. And with that kill, they should be able to secure the
Turret in the
dragon
top lane,
for free,
1v1.
most hopefully. Oh, there is a 1v1 indeed. Mongo's guy actually looking kind of rough in this one. But oh, he feels started! Ah, but Lost Moderator does
Ah,
clutch it out with the E. Hitting the Rage E, shredding the armor. But the bot turret is going to go down, but hopefully they have the time to secure the dragon meanwhile. And Vanamori and... Not... Isn't... Oh, that's a clone. There's no... He's alone. He was playing a little prank on the bot lane.
there's no one around him. He's unfortunately all on his lonesome. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Beast Team Esports here. They are making quick, concise calls. They say, look, we need to contest this dragon. So you see an immediate commit onto the TP, immediate commit, flash out of Danny, flash out of Vanamori, out of the web to make sure they are up for this dragon. Same with Night Fury. Says, hey, look, we need this Swain dead. Bang, paranoia immediately into the mid lane. Flash follow up, no hesitation. Where Rebreathe flashes away, immediate flash after, making sure the Swain dies, which means it is gonna be a dragon over to Beast Team, and this is exactly what I think we need to see coming out of them. A 2000 gold lead as well at the moment.
Yeah, I do agree, and I like that they were kind of committed to contesting the third dragon, because I feel like if they were passive to just give up the third dragon, it would not be the best for them. So I agree. I like that they're kind of like consistent in the sense that they are very clear in what they're going for. They went for 2 heralds into third dragon contest, and they skipped the 2 first dragons, which is a strategy you can use. And as long as you get the third dragon, it's kind of fine, because now they are relatively stable. They can give up 1 dragon and still not hand over soul to the side of Gucci.
Yeah, and as well as being able to secure a lot of these tier 1 outer towers, you can see top and bot both have fallen mid lane, a little bit harder to contest with
Weapons
the
in a bit of a
4-man
position
death
here. Does
squad.
get pulled in. Here comes Syracuse. Does have to wild the growth. Vladimir also gets pulled in, but here's the Nocturne ult, and there is a Jax on the flank. This is like a bit of a fake out. Here comes the counter strike. It does opt against it, but Night Fury opts in for it and is in it, and Wack will be very stuck here. As will Vadamori. They counter engage after the Nocturne. But here comes the Nico. Big ult coming in. There is Renata W though on the side of Algren, but he barely dodges the last part of the Q. He would actually have died there since there were no more kills to get, but he barely dodges the last pop of the Q from the Nico.
Yeah, it was a very, so not a close fight, but this is what I mean. The second I say concise calls, you see hesitation on the side of Beast Team Esports. You see the ultimate
I do
being
think
popped.
Mongo's guy should just go in here for the stun and commit for it. He's gonna get a 4-man stun, and sure, it may be looking a bit suspicious, but I think it's better than half committing like this, and then you just get hard engaged on from the side of the Renata wave and everything.
Yeah, and this is where Renata can be such a dangerous champion
So
to play
close.
against because of the hostile takeover. But Algren unfortunately lives on 1 health. Unfortunately for the side of Beast Team Esports, they do still have the gold lead, do still have the 2 outer towers already down. Both mid tier 1s still haven't fallen quite yet. Mongo Sky with the Divine Thunder finished up. I think this top lane matchup has officially swung towards the Jax. I don't think Los Morderito can contest him in the side lane because Divine Thunder tends
Ooh,
to be a pretty
big
good
pull
item.
from Rebrief. Vadimori is going to be dead here, I think, but the root does come out into Algren, and he should be very dead as well. So they do trade, and there's like a little bit of a shutdown going over to Night Fury. But it is not the one you really want the gold on anymore. It is kind of fine to put some gold on Nocturne, but I feel like now they really want to get more gold focused onto Vadimori.
Yeah, definitely the Aphelios gonna be the big carry in
We
the
have a
late
gang
game.
coming in the
7
top
for
lane here.
1.
Mongo Sky is looking kind of healthy though. That there is an Ivern. It's opting to go onto the Ivern instead, the squishy target. Teleport is coming in from most likely Danny 8-8, and here is Jax dealing damage. W's cooldown about to come up. Pop Blossom does go in onto the Renekton, but he is way too healthy. Kill is going to go down onto 7-for-1. WAP is here, but they probably have to run from here. All of the good She squad is coming. Here's the Renato wave in the background. Does miss. Big Root does come down. Sai is actually dead to Night Fury on the side. And Algrids is teleporting out of base. I don't think he should take that blast cone, but he does decide to do it, and they are not there to punish. But yeah, overall good. Night Fury on the side outside the camera does kill Jesiah, which is probably why the wave came out. I thought Jesiah was counter engaging, but he was actually just dying to the Nocturne. And they start Baron.
This is a good start. 11,000 HP so far. You can see Los Morderito making his way over. No jungler for the
It's
side of
gates though,
Gucci.
so he will be kind of quick out onto the map. I do think they have time to clean this up as soon as they just have to decide to instantly run for it. Maybe they're gonna clean Algren here if Night Fury can fit. Oh, it doesn't have smite! That's why it took so much time, but they're gonna clean both kills. Now they really need to run away, I would say, because they should have a lot of gold and low health bars.
Yeah, a lot of low health bars, no low resources overall, low mana bars as well on the side of Beast Team Esports squad. Furthermore now, gonna clean up the wave in the mid lane as well. You are starting to see the side of Beast Team become very strong in this fight. A great commitment here out of Mongo Sky on 749 ends up killing Daisy very early on. And like you said, Night Fury just sort of takes out the Renata. Jesiah ends up falling out of our picture in the WAP, and Danny out 8x8 both get out of this fight. The root is so good onto them both, and now it is just the Baron Nashor, a great call coming out from their
There's
side.
an action in mid lane. They're looking to siege here with the Baron. If Mongo Sky is just going in, maybe a bit deep, will go low, but is managing to queue out. And here's the entire squad of Gucci. The rest of the beasts is on Dragon right now. So they are kind of fine not fighting this for now, just cleaning up the Dragon. 2 Hextech Souls, or Dragons. Really good Dragon to get stacking. One of the best ones. And if they can get, whoever gets the Soul will most likely win this game, I would say. If anyone can get their hands on it.
I think definitely it does increase the odds by a lot. You can see mid tier 1 being contested.
Here comes the Nocturnal. They think the tower is low. Bot lane should clean up the tower, but nobody's hitting it yet.
Oh.
Big Pop Blossom onto 2 targets. Renato Wave does come out. Vadimori does cleanse it, so not killing his teammates today. And they do clean both kills, although Nico does go down in the process.
And a great cleanse coming out of Adamori to make sure he doesn't take out his entire team. A really, really good hostile takeover coming out of Jesiah there, just to make sure to hit absolutely everybody with that. But the most important target, unfortunately, is just gonna say no, no, no. But again, Night Fury with another great commit here, just immediately presses onto the trigger.
Yeah, they realize the tower is low enough that they can probably clean it up, and WAP or someone else probably cleans it up, but it takes a little bit of time, and the Pop Blossom is just huge. The combo with the Nocturnal, you can't see the Nico running up when you can't see anything, so I've been playing this combo quite well. They seem very drilled in it, similar to their Yasuo combo that they did earlier with Diana. They have a very good synergy overall in how they execute. Like, they can repeat the same process over and over.
Yeah, definitely can. And like you said, the cooldowns once again synced by Danny 8x8 and Night Fury, so can just do the combo over and over again. And this is where it gets tough for Lost Morderito on the side lane, because you can see the second Mongo Sky does end up getting Seekers. He has that extra little bit of armor, has opted in for the Lucidity boots instead of the steel caps we are used to seeing into the AD counterparts. But again, this is where the Jax really pops off in the side lane, and you can already see that.
Yeah, he's going to go in, gets a lot of damage. Renekton does keep him alive, but he has Counter-Strike again, and here is the Nocturnal. He's flying. I'm pretty sure it's on Ivern right now. Or no, he's going to go somewhere else. He's going mid. The pings come out. Algren is kind of trapped under the mid turret, all alone with Nocturne. They can't rotate over because they were all going to the bot side, and they're a bit disjointed. And Jesiah is now going to 1v1 the Jax while the mid is being sieged. There's no way you live this from the Jax.
Mongo Sky has no mana. Ooh, that
And
is
donating over to Vadimori, I like it. Took their time to give it over to the hyperscaler.
And I think it's a great ultimate coming out of Night Fury because I think you said it yourself, Hack. We both expected to go to the bot lane, and he just does the drift around the swoopy. Danny 8x8 though.
Getting a bit trapped, but might be fine unless the knockout comes up from Daisy. There's no follow-up, so he's completely safe. Yeah, and as you mentioned, he did a drift, but he also has done a nice build adaptation in going for Shield's Fang. Now, they don't have that many shields, but it does counter Ivan, where it removes all of the shields, and then it halves all the shields they have if they have deflected already. So, kind of trying to counter the Ivan, which can be quite annoying. But with Shield's Fang, you reduce the potency of his E, which is basically his main feature, you could say.
Yeah, the supportive jungler more so than anything on the side of Gucci, and I think it is a great pickup because, like you said it yourself, Hacks, this Nocturne isn't gonna be crazy DPS 1v9ing any of these fights this late on into the game. It is gonna be about Vademori. So I think you can opt in to go for a build path like this, especially when you are 7-1. You're so fit that you have so much extra gold that you can opt in to go to the a little bit more of a supportive item, so to speak, to prevent some of those shields. And there are a lot of shields on the side of Gucci. You're looking at Los Mordoritos Sterak's, you're looking at the shields coming out of Josiah, the shields coming out of, like you said, 741 mainly. Granted, I don't think the Nocturne is going to be attacking the Renekton too much in any of the fights, but in case he does, the Sterak's not going to be as potent.
There's also the Renata E, to be fair, which I kind of forgot about. So there is a fair amount of shielding. So I like the Serpent's Fang pickup. I feel like Nocturne has these very optional build paths you can go. It looks like he's trying to go into GA, so you can just dive without fear for his own life. And I think Beast's team, the draft they have, are very competent at fighting over a Sonya or a GA revival because they will probably be during a Nocturne, so they can run up and get good spacing. And here we see the side lane terror Nocturne, although Lost Moderator with a solid E does hit the Nocturne and just ease out.
Yeah, I'm not getting Volibear flashbacks this time on around. Mom Ghost Guy not gonna be dead 12 times to the Nocturne in the
He's
side
happy
lane.
he has Nocturne on his team.
This is why they drafted Nocturne. Too much PTSD. He could not handle it.
That
He's
is
a
true, I
priest,
suppose. Yeah, I mean, does make sense to kind of take the Nocturne because Nocturne kind of shuts down side lane pressure where it's much harder to split push, and I feel like Mongo's guy is most potent when he's on the split push. He wins most of his 1v1s and he always asserts good pressure and push, so I think they might draft it just to prevent the enemy from taking it. And they're gonna secure this dragon for free. The Gucci squad, too scared to walk in, and they don't really have a tank that can walk in except for technically Rebrief, but he doesn't have, or he does have stopwatch. But burning your stopwatches for walking in is not gonna feel the greatest. So they opt to leave this dragon and scale a bit to try and get the next one. And Vladimir might be caught out here a bit. Does get speeded out by the WAP, and there's no follow-up close enough for the Rebrief E.
Yeah, Rebreathe is going to pull him in. Gotta get a couple more of those stacks, a little bit more health for the Swain in the mid lane, but so far it has just been the Nico Nocturne combo that they cannot beat, and Mongo Sky, like you said yourself, such a threat in the side lane. And I think Jax really is one of those champions that elevates his playstyle because he likes to, like you said, be in those side lanes. Jax is a champion that loves that 1v1. He loves to be in those side lanes, just pressuring time and time again, especially with the grasp, just getting good do those grass procs time and time again. Unfortunately, took good look to stop the base here, but
Right.
he's gonna let the man go.
Trying to be cheeky, but does miss it. He probably wouldn't have gained too much from stopping it anyway. Possibly that they could have ganked him with the squad being topside from Gucci, but overall, I don't think they would have achieved much. Both of the teams are likely to put their split pushers bot now, and then focus most of the resources around the Barons, if that's the objective up right now.
Yeah, definitely. That is the big worm in the top, and you can see triple Hextech Drake on the side of the beast, which is a lot of ability hits and a lot of extra attack speed as well.
Extremely nice
Rebreathe is
for
in trouble.
Jax, and he is looking for Rebrief. Does force the flash. He did have flash. Surprised he didn't go for the flash. I feel like he probably could have solo killed Rebrief if he popped the flash for the counter strike. With all that ability haste, he could easily catch up, but in the end, didn't commit for it. He's fine and happy just getting the pressure. And now, Renekton, once again, we have flashbacks to the Volibear game. Side laning is illegal against Nocturne, and here comes the squad. He has friends and family, the WAP and Danny 8-8, and this should be an easy cleanup on Lost Moderator, and they're probably going to look to turn onto Baron, although Vadimori is caught in a little bit of a position, but he's quite fine. Does root up Allgrid. Here comes the ult, does miss barely. Gale Force
almost takes out Algren. Very close. And Jax, meanwhile, is just beating up the bot turret because Rebrief wanted to rotate over to the fight, but he's just gonna take this
Rebrief
down.
no
And there's
flash.
not much he can do about it. No flash. And Jax just gonna beat him up. There's no way he's gonna win this. He'll just stand in it. Here comes out the WQE. He is dead to the Jax. There's no one here to stop him. Oh, he does Sonya. He
Oh,
does stop himself. Nobody can stop him but himself. Flashes the thumbs up emote, and he's actually going to try to dip out, which I'm pretty sure he'll be able to. There's no one with damage enough. He can probably take this fight even. And he's going in. I think Ivan is in trouble. Here comes the Nocturne. He's opting for the Renata, realizing that the Ivan is already dead, and Olgren is trying to fight back here. But here comes the big Nico engage. Big spell shield from Olgren. Does get it stopped. Here comes the Renata ulti, and they actually managed to pick up Danny 8 at here most probably. They need to disengage here. Mongo Sky has no HP. Does die, Renekton does pick it up, not the most optimal, but they do get Vadimor's flash, and Algren is on the hunt, trying to get any bounces from his W, and Vadimor should go down, but there comes Nocturne with the clutch Strikebreaker into Wildgrowth and Sonya. I don't know why the Sonya, but he does do it. GA does go down from Algren. Night Fury trying to run away, but I'm not sure what's happening to him. He ran around in circles, looked like does get the Hex Stick, but then Wap is all alone, trying to get sacrificed. Vadimor is just farming in the meantime. There is a Nocturne to try and zone, but here comes Mongo Sky, and Nocturne is in it again! They're going on to Los Murderetta, and Vadimor is on the flank, trying to kill it. He almost gets Algren, does go down to the Nocturne queue, and that was a very disjointed fight, but they managed to win out on the long chase.
And Beast just really played quite well together, I must admit. Just Mongo Sky ends up opting for the base, gets his resources back, gets his health and mana.
Oh, he's going in again.
He's
he
not
just wants
done.
to fight. He's never done. He wants to fight again. He said, I am tired of hitting these damn turrets. And the Wap is just trying to help out with his meager HP. Should almost be dying. There's a TP from Danny 88. The Pop Blossom is coming in immediately. No, here he's waiting for the Sonya into EQ. Rebrief does go down, ult onto Ivern. They want to pick up another kill. They're just playing for fun right now. They could just hit the turrets and end the game, but they want kills, they want blood. But now they do decide to end the game. They're hitting the Nexus, and this will be game 1 of the series in the finals of Black Manta Cup.
Game 1 gonna go over to the side of Beast Team Esports, and I mean, what a game out of the Beasts, right? We saw how influential it is to sort of have your jungler with that quick decision making. And I think overall, this is, in my opinion, the best game and the best we've seen Beast Team Esports throughout, I think, all of Manta Cup, all of what we've seen yesterday, all of what we've seen today. And I think this was a great game overall for, I think, everybody on the side of Beast Team Esports.
I agree, and I do like it. It was quite an even game, and in the end, the clincher that really took that game was the split push from Jax, where no one could really stop him from just beating up turrets, which led to a chain of events, which was not so good for the Good She squad because they were forced to rotate over to the side lane all the time. So mostly the split push, I feel like, that ended this game, and Mongo Sky showing that he wants to be on the split push, and if he is on the split push, he will make things happen.
Yeah, and this begs the question, are we going to see a Jax ban in game 2? I think Nocturne is such a strong champion at the moment. I think you have to take it away. If not, if you aren't going to first pick it, it is going to be Gucci, I believe, with the side selection, considering they did lose the game. So it'll be interesting to see whether they opt in for the blue side to potentially get the Nocturne for themselves. Can I get confirmation? I heard something. Gucci has chosen blue side, which doesn't surprise me whatsoever. So it'll be interesting to see whether Nocturne has indeed, or is going to get banned away by Beast Team, or whether we are going to see something more high prio coming out other than Nocturne out of the Gucci squad, if it
Yeah,
is open.
they could decide to ban it, try to steal Orianna or other high prior picks, but they could also, like you say, decide to pick it and just try to use it to shut down the side lane pressure from Mongo Sky. So I think both of those are kind of fair ways to go about it. I also think the things I mentioned earlier about trying to ban out Vedemuri, as he has shown that he has about all of the hyper carries you could possibly play. I think it's gonna be very hard to ban him out. You could try, but I feel like he will always be able to pick something if he has Aphelios, Seri, Saya, and Jinx in the pocket. That's more than 3 bans, and if you commit all 3 bans, you can still not ban them out. So I, in general, don't think it's worth it. Because if you commit 3 bans, he probably just picks in the first rotation, and if you don't commit 3 bans, he's just gonna pick something anyway. So
Yeah, I think opting in bans somewhere else is the way to go. We are going to go into a little bit of a break to get ourselves and the players ready for our game number 2 of the series. But we're going to be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere for this exciting continuation of the Manta Cup finale. Beast Team Esports take game 1. We're going to be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 of Beast Team Esports versus Gucci Manta Cup Finals. Here, Beast Team Esports ended up taking Game 1. If you did end up missing it, I believe we are on our way to head straight on into draft. So already, the Nocturne hitting the ban table. Gucci do not want to mess with the bat.
I mean, Mongo Sky is equally happy about this. He doesn't like Nocturne. He wants nothing to do with it. He's quite happy. And they do steal the Jinx away instead of banning it. I like this maneuver. Having a hyper carry is always good, and I feel like Good She plays a semi-similar style to Beast Esport. They're not quite as focused on their ADC, but Algren typically, I think, has in this style of play that Taguchi does, where they have a supporting jungler, I think it's good to put him on a type of hyperscaler. And it looks like they're still wanting to pick up the Nico. I mean, Danny 8 did have a very good game on Nico. He looked very comfortable, and I don't think he really need the Nocturne to make it work. And they actually insta-lock the Lulu. They don't even care about the flex potential. They show that they want Lulu Nico. They don't care. The WAP loves Lulu, apparently. A bit of a special pick.
I mean, I think it's a great pickup coming up from the Beast team. The Nico, I think, like you said, is just comfort for them 8x8, but the Lulu immediately takes it away. And it's a safe pick because the side of Beast, Mori, he's gonna be on a hyper carry. That's his thing. That's what the man does. The Aphelioses, the Jinxes, the Zeris. We've seen it on him time and time again. So they are gonna pair up with the hyper carry nonetheless, which means it's a good pickup. Milio on the other side, though, very standard front to back comp so far out of the Gucci.
Quite nice drafting actually from Gucci. I thought they would want to pick up Gwen because Gwen being, I don't know, I feel like a great pickup overall, although they would have 2 AP, but not wanting to get banned out of the Aphelios, they decided to take the ADC, which means they could ban the bad top matchups for Ornn, I think notably Gwen and possibly Fiora. Otherwise, I would not be surprised to see them pick up something like that for the top lane for Mongo Sky. And yeah, Melio picked up as well, as Rain, you might know in the chat, my absolute favorite champion. Melio, very good with hyper carries. I do like the combo of Melio Jinx, giving that extra attack range, already a quite solid lane.
And you do also like the combo of Milio plus Cosmic Insight, from what I've heard.
Yes, exactly. I do like Melio plus Cosmic Insight. It's one of my absolute favorite things in this world. You could say I'm quite good at playing it. I'm an expert at it.
You could
Anyways,
say you have the insight, so to speak.
I don't know if that's correct, but it is what it is.
Anyways,
Will the side of Beasts, if they pick up a top lane, they only have counter pick in jungle, which feels mediocre, but they could do that. And they do pick the Gnar, which feels a bit soft for the side of Mongo Sky. I haven't seen him play Gnar, but Gnar, quite a fine matchup, and it does indicate that he wants to join the team a bit more this game.
yeah, I think this is gonna be an interesting draft coming out of Beast. I would have, I think, rather have seen Mongo Sky go for a split push or something like the Fiora that you brought up. Of course, it is something we've seen on him before, and I think when he does split push, it's a very unique style, not something that is easy to pull off in a competitive setting in a 5v5 environment where everyone is on comms and everyone is sort of at least relatively on the same page. The Gnar are gonna be picked up this time around against the Ornn, and it is gonna be interesting to see Galio as well on the side of the Gucci squad. And here is the Graves, which I was gonna bring up. Normally they pair up with the Galio.
Yeah, I do like that they pick up the Graves. I feel like if you pick Galio, you really need to get damage from somewhere else. You can't rely solely on the Jinx, although Jinx does deal a lot of damage. I would not have liked to see a raw Jinx. This does mean they have like a bit of lack of AP on their comp. I would have been fine with other types of scalers as well. I think Graves is completely fine though. It does mean they have double AD, so it's a bit easier to itemize against, but I don't think it should be a big problem for the side of Gucci.
Yeah, still mid laner, not mid laner, sorry, still the jungler yet to be picked up on the side of the Beast Team
Ooh, the
Esports. It's gonna be the
Vi. I
Vi.
do like the Vi. Two basically ADCs you need to get down, and there is no Tom Kench this time around. You just click the funny Vi button, and then you go.
And I mean, there's great follow-up as well for the cease and desist for the side of the Beast Team Esports. You've got the Gnar, you've got the Nico follow-up as well, Pop Blossom, and it's gonna be pretty easy because Milio Ultimate can cleanse a lot of things, but Milio Ultimate cannot cleanse by cease and desist. It is a point and click, boom, you are mine now, come here. And if you pair that up with an Gnar Ultimate, if you pair that up with a potential Nico engage, you can pretty much blow up one target. The only thing I'm sort of concerned about with is if they blow everything, I think, on Jinx. Graves is such a big champion and such a big threat that if they kill the Jinx, there are still potential for the Graves to carry this team fight. And same thing the other way around. If they blow up everything on Graves, Jinx still has the ways to carry these fights. So it is gonna be really interesting to see the sort of prioritization on the side of Beast Team Esports to see which target they end up selecting, because outside of those two champions, the Jinx and the Graves, Gucci squad don't really have damage.
I think it really depends on how the Graves decides to walk up. Since Graves is much shorter range, I think he will try to walk up together with his tanks. And if they can find a good angle for Danny 88 to find the Pop Blossom, they can try to kill the Graves and the Pop Blossom, and then following that up with Cease and Desist onto the Jinx. And they have a lot of support for both those champions in Wild Growth and different types of things to keep them alive. So I think that would be the optimal, that they try to be first an objective. Gucci will want to walk in. They do have double tank essentially with Galio Ornn, so they will have no issue walking in. But then if they can find a good Pop Blossom while they're walking in onto Graves and blow him up, they will be completely fine.
Yeah, should be, I think, relatively fine for both sides. I feel like both sides kind of got what they wanted. I would argue Gucci more so. This is something more standard we are used to seeing from them, with the solid sort of tank in the top lane, front to back Galio, Ornn, Hyper Carry plus Enchanter in the bot lane, and then the Graves as a strong AD jungler, especially in the early game. I think you can look to invade the Y, and 9 times out of 10, I do think Graves does win that 1v1.
Yeah, Graves is a jungler which you really want to try to eat everything on the map with. So it does come down to how strong 741 or Free Angry Inches will be in actually invading and taking things from the vibe. Because I feel like if he does go even, I think the impact he will have in the game will not be enough to really counteract the value they have in the vibe with the engage and everything else from the comp of Beast Esport. Because he has to be one of the main threats. And that means he has to absorb more of the map than a normal jungler typically does. And preferably, you don't want to soak from your laners. You would rather get the resources from someone else, like crabs or enemy jungle. So we'll have to see how he tries to play this jungle matchup and when he starts getting the ball rolling.
And I think it is an interesting adaptation coming through from the side of Gucci because when I think of three angry inches or 741, like you said, I don't think of Graves. I think of champions more so like the Ivern that sort of does help facilitate for his team more so than play selfishly towards himself, which is what Graves does very, very well. Like you said, he wants to sort of go nom on all the camps, all the crabs, all the kills. He wants to take it all. He's not a sharey man. Joey doesn't share food, and neither does Graves. He's angry that he never got the cigar. But I think it's gonna be
Still no
interesting to
cigar.
see if he can pull it off. Rip, man. Rip.
Graves losing to shopkeeper every time. He never has a cigar.
Losing to
Unlucky.
Riot Devs. It's a bad time for him.
Cigars aside, I think it's quite fine with Graves in the way they have set up the lanes because Ornn and Jinx Melio quite self-sufficient lanes. I don't think there's going to be a lot of pressure coming out here, so they don't really need ganks. At most, what they would need is maybe some hovers in case of any dives, but it's not like any of these lanes are really in a weak position. Possibly the mid lane, but I do think Galio does fine if you can play a solid Galio. I think you can survive most matchups without much trouble, so I think he'll be fine in the Nico matchup as well. So very self-sufficient lanes, which is good.
Yeah, definitely should be. And things like the Graves are really interesting because a champion like a Graves doesn't really offer any utility. So if you fall far behind and you really can't get the boat rolling, you cannot get set the sails and the wind is beneath your feet, there isn't really much you offer for your team if you don't have damage to really kill targets. So it'll be interesting to see whether they can, on the side of Gucci, support the Graves enough to the point where he is going to become that really menacing target, someone that just shoots you in the face, crits you for like 600 with the Storm Razor, and then just runs away and laughs menacingly. And I think if they do get to that point on the side of Gucci, it is going to be quite hard to stop if he does get a couple of early kills. But I think on the other side, Beast team sort of, outside of the Gnar, I would argue got exactly what they wanted out of this draft. They got Vanemori on a hyper carry, paired up with an enchanter, Danny by it on the Nico, and I think the Gnar in the top lane as well is kind of whatever in my opinion. I think I would prefer a split pusher just based on how Mom Sky does end up playing. But I think overall it is a pretty strong comp coming out from both of these teams.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised they didn't opt to go for something like a Fiora or a Gwen or something similar to just really split push most of the game. But no, completely fine. It's a good matchup into Ornn. I don't think any of the two champs really solo kill the other. If Ornn decides to max Q and just plays it out, tries to farm with Q, harass with Q, I think he'll be just fine in the matchup, and so will Gnar. So, the matchup is fine. I think he could have opted for more of a Gwen or a split pusher, but I think picking Gnar, he just wants to play more for the team, and Gnar has very solid engage to follow up on the Vi. So it's a bit of a combo. So you don't leave the Vi alone, because that's a typical thing with Vi, where if you have too little follow up onto a Vi engage, it's just Vi out there being alone and sad. So I think it's kind of nice to have two follow up engages in the form of Nico Gnar. Like I would have preferred for Ghost Guy to pick any form of engager, regardless of the type, that can actually join the team in this type of matchup, because Aphelios does outscale, I would say, mostly anything in a sense.
Yeah, and Aphelios is one of those champions, like you said, very, very good in the scaling department, but you do need to know how to play him. And I think for me, Vademori, we didn't see much out of Vademori, And that is not to say that he didn't play well on the Aphelios. We did see him almost one-shot Algren on the top
Yeah,
side of the map, but I think it's more so the fact that the side of Beast were so damn far ahead that I don't think it mattered much what Vatamori was gonna do. I think they would have run anyway through the jungle and mid. So I think this game gonna be much more about the AD carry, gonna be much more about these two hyperscalers in the bot lane, and 300 inches already with an aggressive start.
and they just trying to invade to get some vision. And as you mentioned, we didn't see too much out of Adamori, but I think we saw just enough that in the time where he wanted, oh, that might be caught in a bit of a position, but I think he should be fine. He just has auto attacks at this point anyway. He's just gonna walk away, feeling pink and purple, as a Lulu does. But yeah, last game when he almost one-shot Algren, I think he really showcased that he does know the mechanics of the champion because the combo looked very slick, which is there's like aphiliosis and then there's more aphiliosis because there's so many layers to the champion. I don't know if he always had the right weapon rotation for the team fights, but at least he displayed that he knows how to combo his guns. And for me, I think that's good enough.
Yeah, I think that's definitely very fair. The Moonlight visual did end up going a little bit wide, which meant Algren lived, but these things sometimes
Skill
tend to
issue.
happen.
It's a skill issue. He'll come back.
It's because Algren had a really small hitbox. That's all it is.
Wow, are you saying Algren is tiny now?
I'm saying Sivir is tiny.
Are you trying to flame Algren here live on cast, saying he's tiny? I think for a fact
No.
that Algren is a big unit, as we discussed
Oh
earlier.
my
But moving on, we can see Graves actually invading already on the blue side. So speaking of invading, Graves wants to be a big unit. He's already working on it. He's taking blue, and unless Vi catches on to this and tries to invade top side, they will have a ward on blue. So he knows he started red side, and he's clearing Raptors now. And the deciding moment will come. Does he go to his blue side and become sad because they know he's on Raptors, or does he go to the red side? No matter what he does, the side of Gucci will know where Night Fury is trying to head, and it does look like he doesn't know that he's being invaded on blue side, and that means he'll only have a wolf camp, which feels kind of bad. And Graves will be able to walk out. He might even sacrifice Crab and just secure his entire blue side, or he'll try to fight the Vi.
Night Fury is
try to
level
fight.
3.
Here he is. He's also level 3. He's a bit low, though. There's going to be a fight. Milio is already here, but so is the WAP coming up. Polymorph does come out. Nice Polymorph onto him. Does have shield. Lot of help here. Danny caught in a troublesome position. Maybe Taunt coming out. Does get the root. Will walk out. And yeah, he's losing his entire blue side. And Grace is just fine. He's going to walk out.
Yeah, it's a big win, I feel like. Coming up for 3 angry inches. Looking at the summoners as well, both mid laners gonna be without a flash. Algren without a ghost. Jesse without a exhaust down towards this bot lane. Can potentially look for a play down here now that the exhaust is down. But like you said, the big winner is gonna be 3 angry inches here on the Graves. And he's gonna be the one who sort of gets to soak
And
up
Night
all
Fury
this
is
CS.
angry. He is probably going to try to look to fight for the crab because he thinks he has the stronger lane in top lane. But they're about to find out. And oh, it does go over to 7-4-1. Night Fury is getting nothing back this game. A sad start on the side of the Vi.
It is not ideal of a start. Graves, we already talked about such a good champion if he does get some gold behind his pockets, and great CSing coming from Ogren under the tower here. Never, as I say that, he does miss a couple, but nonetheless, we digress. We digress.
Cast the curse. Cast the curse.
Yeah, that's my fault actually. That is on me.
I don't. How could you do that to Algren? He just wants to play in the Black Manta Cup and have fun.
True. That one's on me. But we do see as well, Dragon gonna be spawning very soon. Algren will get my condolences after the game. I will send him a happy hug gif to make sure to make up for my indifferences. But
Mongo Sky with
Sky,
the impressionist auto cancelling does hit the Q again. Oh, misses it on Orn. If he does hit that Q, it's quite a good trade. He's still quite fine in this lane. But yeah, Vi does get the second crab at least, but he's gonna be behind quite a bit in the jungle from the successful grazing win. We'll see if there's more of this to come from 741. Hopefully, because otherwise the Graves pick might be a bit of a waste. And we see Mongo Sky is gonna go aggressive. Dodges the Brittle, so there's not much potential for the one here. And here comes the gang from Night Fury. No camps, so I'm gonna farm your laners. But good flash, does get out, and Night Fury decided not to follow it.
yeah, the flash is gonna come out. It's gonna be a trade of flashes in the top lane, which is not ideal. Night Fury is gonna help to shove out the wave to give his top laner some reprieve at least, to give him a good base timer here. But Again, the bot side of Night Fury is gonna spawn pretty soon. Grom has already spawned, which means 300 inches can look for another re-invade. Serrated Drake in his inventory is gonna make him a lot stronger in the 1v1 Night Fury is, and does have the level lead as well, at least for that.
The WAP is being so annoying trying to stop Jinx's base. It's just going up and being super annoying at any price trying to stop the Jinx from blazing.
I respect it.
Yeah, it's quite effective. It does keep Algren in the lane, which means his base will probably be a bit subpar. Vadimor also missing cannon, unfortunate. The hyperscalers never liking cannons.
Yeah, we don't like CS this game.
Let's see if they decide to base. Vadimor hasn't based at all this game. Well, Algren has had one base so far, so they could also just opt to try and keep them in lane because they have a semi-advantageous lane state right now where Algren is a bit shunked, so they could be fine just trying to lane it out and try to get like a good item spike on Vadimori. He probably has Quiver by this point though, I would assume.
Yeah, call on both AD carries does mean that they really, like we said in draft as well, neither of them really looking to fight. Twin Green just sitting in the mid lane for some particular reason. The
That's
one not quite in the bush.
Suspicious ward. I do think Danny 88 knows because he had to get in here somehow. Unless he eat the wall, that's the only way he could have missed Graves entering the bush. And Nightfear is about to see 741. He's trying to juke. Does hit the Q. Here comes the Galliot though. Has to flash out immediately. He's on the hunt, but here comes Vap from the bot lane. And they are a bit ahead of time. But Vap takes a lot of damage. Does go down instantly. Here comes the Pop Blossom though, and Graves should really die here. Does get out somehow. Danny 88 now stuck in a bad fight, is going to go down. Double kill for the Galleon. Rebrief saving the situation in the river.
Yeah, Rebreathe coming out big. Their Galio pick already paying off. You can see the immediate move coming up from him. The second Night Fury does end up engaging an early flash out of the Vi as well. I think a little bit of a confusing. I want to say that's a little bit of tilt just being invaded so early on. I think so far you can't really contest the Graves with the Serrated Dirt. You can see as well the Pop Blossom was really, really good coming out from Danny 8x8, but just not having quite enough damage this early on into the game to one-shot people, and the exhaust out of Josiah was absolutely beautiful onto the Nico to prevent so much damage.
Yeah, the exhaust really clutched there, and I think Danny 88 also not having E or either missing it onto the Graves so he can flash out to safety afterwards, avoiding the rest of the combo. And WAP is once again snuffing Holger's base. Oh, this bot lane hates basing. Everyone has based at least like 2 times at this point, and they're just chilling on here with Col. Both ADCs having no items.
They've been chilling, you know? Been chilling.
They
how
are
much actually,
scaling.
interestingly enough, how much gold does Algren have? That's the big
Both
question.
of them.
How much gold is he sitting with?
He's on. I would say he's on 1. No, it's 2k.
Yeah, there's a lot of gold. That's like
There's a
a
lot.
BF sword and like a BF sword, a longsword, and a dagger. Right there, worth of gold. And Cole, actually, I wonder if Vadimor is gonna stay in lane long enough to complete the call. Wait.
It's not gonna hit Gnar.
Ooh.
Gnar
No,
is
wide.
Mongo Skyf getting Nocturne flashbacks. He's like, damn, is that Nocturne? Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No. It's not
No.
Nocturne. Happy.
There's an
Ooh,
engage
getting
in
the
the top
read,
lane,
Los
though.
Murderetto. Had
He's
the
gonna
read,
get
but
back
he's
up.
gonna get transformed!
Oh!
Stop it, W! Does he have
Does
the
he
Q
win this?
combo? I don't know if he has the boomerang back. He does have the boomerang back. Ah, it does get hit by the brittle. And that's a chunk and a half from the Ornn.
Solo
dwarf.
Bolo in the top lane. This is why I think it would have been better to go with the Fiora. Nar doesn't really win this matchup just because of what a stat checker. Ornn is so much damage coming out from the tank and the bull in the top lane.
Everywhere.
The WAP is just being annoying. That's all.
There's 2 WAPs here. Wait, who's the real one? Oh, that's the real one. Now they found out. The WAP took a lot of damage just to hold that wave, and I'm not sure why.
He's being a gamer. You know,
He's
he's being a
bad.
friendly neighborhood WAP.
I wouldn't say
Which
he's
is what we
friendly.
like to see.
He's definitely an enemy.
Depends on your viewpoint. I think he's a friend of the red team.
That you're
Enemy of the blue team.
You're not wrong. But are you right?
Or you can be wrong without being right, and you can be right without being wrong.
I assume so. Vadimir is holding a bit of a freeze here. Algren did roam up for the fight in mid lane, so Vadimir trying to force a bit of an awkward lane state. I'm not sure who actually wins if they have like a 1v1 all in here as ADCs, but he is probably at least happy just making Algren lose a couple of minions.
Yeah, definitely. I think you could have just popped Ghost if you were Vedamori there. and absolutely blown Ogren out the water. I think
Oh,
red
here's
white
Vi
is
though. He
so
has ult, and now
strong.
they are going to run up on Olgren. Oh, he decides against it actually. I actually think he could have easily gone for it there. Oh well, they decide against it, and once again Olgren is forced to a kind of awkward lane state where he can't really walk up. So still pretty good from the side of bot lane, denying CS from the Jinx. Mongo's
But
guy's angry. Ults the wave.
he just wants it gone. He doesn't
Yeah,
care about Lost Dorito. He just wants the minions.
yeah. You
We have
generally
finally
have
had the
your ult
bot
always
lane.
back. So
Finally, the bot lane has space. You know, there's some items
they
here.
don't have space. There's a Vi here.
Night Fury.
They're just waiting for it.
Oh, Q not gonna go out.
Nah, they know. They
Yeah,
know.
they
We do have
smell
Graves
something
here.
fishy.
Yeah. When you see WAP spacing up past half the lane, you know something suspicious.
Yeah, definitely. Has played pretty aggressive so
And we have the fight in the
far.
top lane. Oh, here comes the ult again. Will he manage to mind game it? He does have flash this time. Broken summoner. He will transform here. Does he have ult? He does not have ult. 45 seconds left, so unlucky that he ulted the wave. Otherwise, maybe he had a solo kill there. But still, getting some pressure in the top lane. Might force a TP out of the ward. And here he is again, but he doesn't know
Oh,
there is a Graves. Insta ults onto Yesaya. That's a bit of a panic move, I think, almost, because 741 is right next to him. And oh, they blocked it. Forced the flash. Good block by 741. Does not get over the wall with the Q from Vi.
yeah, I think it's a little bit confusing move coming out of Night Fury. It is really risky, especially when you have a plant right next to you to just blindly queue into the bush instead of just taking the plant over and having the Q to go out if you do need it. You can say 749 with the Rift Herald in his inventory can look to pop it bot lane right now, but is gonna opt better for it. I think he should still pop it bot lane, but just wants to hold on to it for now for the empowered recall.
Definitely, and yeah, after the fight solves, I mean, they're still kind of fine. Nobody died yet, so they're still kind of happy scaling. But the dragon has the first one gone over to Sariguchi, but now there will be a window where the bot side of Gucci bases, and I'm wondering if the side of beasts are going to try to pick up this dragon waps in fighting Jesiah in a little 1v1. He's very low though, and Night Fury is not on the dragon, so I don't think they're going to pick it up. Here comes Yomu's Ghost Blade. Graves, wanting to deal a lot of damage. Might look for the Q, like, there it is. And here comes the Jinx Rocket straight onto the... Algren, sniper sights on, finds the Jinx ult from base.
Oh my god, the marksmanship coming out of Algren right there with the Super Mega Death Rocket. The WAP is gonna be the one that gets wapinated this time around. The Dragon gotta go over to the side of Gucci, second Drake off the game Mountain, plus Chemtech in their pockets and bonus stats. And Mongo Sky again, not having a good time in the top line.
No. As you mentioned, Ornn is a champion. He built 4 mail first item, so Nara is just dying from outdoing him right now, possibly. And Rebrief is on an adventure here. He hates bot lane, and so does Graves. And God, WAP is in a place right now. He's gonna walk into a Galio out of nowhere. And here comes the combo. Is dead to an auto. Goes down to Rebrief, who's just chilling in blue side jungle. And Vedemori is feeling like he's got some people around him. He's got a party. And here comes the Herald. They're probably gonna look to dive.
WAP.
Ooh, they think it was the WAP, but it was Danny all along, and he's full HP. And Adamori might get the root here. Danny could be looking for the pop loss. It does barely reach the Graves, missing the ult. The Moonlight Vigil not going on to Graves, but big combo. Vadimori cleaning house, getting 2 kills for himself. But now
Big
there's Jesiah
shutdown.
here, so but the WAP is also back, so they might get a bit baited if they try to dive here. Probably is able to clear this with the flamethrower. Oh, they actually managed to get the tower. Excited. Algren might look to reset here onto Vadimori, although good juke on the W. And they should be just fine. Get 2 good kills for Vadimori, so pretty bad situation overall. They lose a bit of kills, they lose the bot tower, and the Jinx does get a lot out of it. But picking 2 kills back up, and I think he also got a shutdown or 2. Not too bad.
Yeah, it's a lot of gold into the pocket of Vadimir. You can see they thought it was the WAP, but it was Danny 8x8 in disguise. As he does end up getting figured out. The pop
He's
here is
really
really,
good.
really good.
It's so
Onto both
clutch,
of them.
it's so tight.
Oh, just the edge, and Vadimir with great determination just insta-flash forward. Wants to get wants to get double shut down, I believe, onto his pockets. Kraken Slayer finished up as well, Cole now completed, and both of these AD carries are quite far ahead.
They're quite far ahead, yes. It looks like Jinx is a bit further ahead, probably courtesy of the third goal. Probably got I think, maybe not all of the plates, but most of them at least. So he does have more gold just due to that. But kill-wise, they're quite similar. Farm-wise, also quite similar. And Mongo Sky still struggling in this top lane against the Ninja Tabi forward male Orn, who's basically untouchable.
Yeah, he's not gonna be
Here
taking
comes
any damage
Allgren.
anytime
Why is
soon.
Allgren
Wait,
here?
Algren?
That is the most random roam. And he is very dead. Allgren getting a kill, which he's very happy about. But why is he top lane?
Why is he here?
I guess it makes sense because bot lane is pushed. But it was wild seeing him top lane. I would have expected them to go mid first. But they do manage to get the top turret off of this. So good rotation from the side of Gucci.
A good rotation from Algren. Clearly he saw things that we didn't, and just ends up getting a kill for it in the top lane. I think they can... they're gonna contest here too, I think. You can see the members
Yeah,
of
they're
Gucci
just
in the top side
fighting.
of the map, and they don't really have a way on the side of Beast Esports to get into this top lane, so it's gonna be tier 2 falling, I think, unless... That's interesting.
Oh, that's just yeah.
Okay.
He's fine. Yeah, the thing is that they are trying to go so hard here is because of Vadamori freezing in the bot lane, but this does mean that the rest of Beast... Oh, here comes the Pop Blossom, does whiff though! And here he is, this damage down to Los Moderator, but Danny kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Here comes the damage, Mongo Sky really low, flash from 741, he does get the kill. Allgren trying to reset onto the web, does dodge the W from Allgren, and he is fine. Night Fury just walking out, saving his support.
Yeah, great play coming out from the side of Gucci. They're really pushing their limits, and knowing that because Vadamori is in the bot lane, no AD carry to be had. And
This DP
I
is
do want to
wild.
see this again, because does Jesse pop back Danny 8x8? Because I could have sworn
Maybe.
there was the kickback here. You can see Danny 8x8, he does approach.
Yes.
Yeah, the ball.
The
just
big football.
denies the engage. Unlucky onto Danny 8x8. And a great play out of Josiah there.
Very good play out of Isaiah there. One of the good features of Milio actually against Nico that you actually have a pushback, although it is a bit more inconsistent than say an Alistar or other types of champions, but still very nice hitting that, denying the Pop Blossom engage. And Vadamor is on an adventure as well. He pushed down deep in bot lane and then he got himself out. Just paying the ghost is quite fine.
The exit price of the ghost, so to speak, to get himself out of the bot lane. He's gonna be, I think, gonna be in a good position for now. 155 CS in his pocket, Kraken Slayer and tier 2 boots completed. The rotation on the guns is not ideal, I think, if you do want to fight at the moment. You generally don't want the white-green for an all-in fight, I think. But Dragon gonna be spawning pretty soon as well, 20 seconds on that. It is gonna be, well, I believe, to be an Ocean Soul for us today, which would be quite nice for the side of Gucci to pick up already on 2 Drakes and could be looking at some point.
Yeah, and having 2 tanks and the Graves, you really like Ocean Soul. You wouldn't mind it at all. But they are in a bit of everywhere right now, the side of Gucci, but so is the side of Beasts wanting to base. And here comes the Herald, and they might just look to walk over to Dragon on the backside of this pressure. And oh, here might come the combo from the Graves, and he is dead to Rocket! Big damage from the side of the Jinx and the Graves. Not respecting the damage, Vadimori does go down. Doesn't have any summoners to counteract that play.
Yeah, the WAP again with an aggressive
Danny 8
stab.
also in a rough position here. Has the rocket belt out. Misses the E though, so Graves can continue chasing. He might be fine here if Night Fury does hit the Q. Trading a bit of damage back. I hope the Herald is dead. They're fighting from mid lane right now, trying to reset onto the WAP, and he is dead. They're just gonna keep pushing mid while this is happening bot side. Nar will be there to cover. Ult does come out onto Graves, but here's the Orn ult. Does flash back to tower. Danny 8 also might needing to flash here. Does survive barely. Millioburn not enough to take him down, and Los Moderator on the side doesn't have ult. I'm not sure what he's doing here. I don't think he's going to get too much done. He might even give a kill over to Vadimori, who's just shown up and has the damage. Does flash the Nar ult. Respectful. And gets himself out. And they're just going to convert the dragon here and be on 3 dragons. Soul point next in 5 minutes, which is really good. They're also up already 7k, so if they can just force next dragon fight, which they on paper should win if the game state stays like this, they're just going to probably roll over the side of Beasts.
Yeah, 24:30 roughly is where we are gonna have the fight for the soul for the side of Gucci. Already on soul point, you can see 3 dragons in their inventory. Currently 7,000 gold of a lead in their pockets. First items finally starting to come through for Mango Sky as well. And hasn't had a great game on the Gnar. I think this is why I would have preferred the Fiora, but nonetheless, the Ornn on the other side, quite a tanky boy with the Thorn Mail and Radiant Virtue plus the Steel Caps, and Radiant Virtue, a great mythic, that's the word I was looking for, on Ornn. just to provide the help and to provide the healing and the assistance for his team and everyone around him when he does press the big orange horn.
Soon we won't have to worry about the mythics, Dessa. Soon it will be next patch and the mythics will be gone. God
Bless,
bless.
bless.
Bless. He will have build variety again. But yes, the Radiant Virtue, very strong pickup, I do agree. He just has to play facilitator essentially for his Jinx and Graves, which are more than sufficiently big right now to just carry the game on their own without much help from other sources except a bit of a frontliner. So I don't know. I feel like there has to be a play from the side of the Vi and the Nico from Beast Esports to really get them back in the game. Because I feel like if they just wait for the dragon fight, they will most probably lose that fight unless they do, I don't know, some enormous flank from the Nico getting like a 5-man pop blossom.
Yeah, I think it's gonna have to be a really good combo. Although even with a 5-man Pot Blossom, I don't know if they are gonna be able to take them because Rebreathe Ultimate should be able to give Algren a little bit of a shield for that magic damage if he's gonna be in trouble and might just be enough. Baron now started up here and they are gonna know this is happening outside Beast Team Esports. Can Night Fury get his way into the pit? He should go for the steal. I say screw it, you don't really have much to lose. He does have Smite as well.
Here he comes. Or he doesn't.
No, he
They're
doesn't.
gonna give it over. Which feels very bad, but they were not in a position to contest. I think it's kind of fine to not go for the steal. The bigger issue is that they were not in a position to really stop the Baron to begin with. The steals are generally just a flip. You could have tried to flip it and it would have stalled the game, but it wouldn't have changed the game state for the next dragon, really. It would just give 1.2k gold over to the team, but losing a kill, you would probably lose other resources anyway. And here comes maybe the combo? No, no combo. They do not opt not to go for it with the Rocket and Grave Salt. Nari is split pushing, but this turret is probably going to fall any second, which means Jinx is going to get to have a bit of fun. So no fighting for the side of Beast Esport.
Yeah, it's gonna be some excitement for Algren. You can see walking up for those auto attacks. Top lane tower gonna be contested for here as well. Tier 3s are starting
Nar
to break
is here, but no
on the
Mega
side of
Nar
Beast Team
yet.
Esports.
There is damage taken by Loss of the Red. Big Moonlight Vigil and
Oh
enormous
my
Blossom as well!
god!
Galio does come in, the Vi is isolated. Nar on the backline trying to kill Algren. Does get the rocket in, Danny it does go down, but Vladimir is alive, but Jinx has 2 resets going off of right now, so hard to fight into. Mongo Sky does get out of there, has Handbreaker it looks like, which is an interesting pickup on a Nar, but it does not help him a lot in this team fight, and he still doesn't have Mega Nar. Can't be useful, and there they engage from Rebrief off the tower, just explodes the Nar, trying to reach Navadamori. There's nothing he can do, there is too much range on the Jinx, and they should be able to end the game here. The only one alive to stop them will be the Vi in 3 seconds, because the WAP is going to be very dead. Here comes the... And the Jinx has a lot of attack speed, and Night Fury flashing into Fountain, accepting the loss. And that's GG, 1-1 over to Gucci.
Algren truly being a mini gun in that last fight, and you can see as well just the strength of the Graves when you get off to a really, really good start. You can just carry that lead on over to the late game. Algren having a pretty good game for himself as well on the jigs, ends up making it over to the late game. And Mamno Sky not having an ideal game, I think, on the Nar. I think I do prefer this man on a split pusher like the Fiora, like the Jax, but I think it is guaranteed that Beast Team Esports are gonna be looking to swap sides again and looking to go over to the blue side because I do feel like they are gonna be much better off if they can get their hands on the Nocturne or potentially both on the Nico and the Nocturne as well.
They could also just go for the Jinx, which would be completely fine for them to first pick, I would think. I don't know. I don't know Algren's shampoo specifically, but Jinx on this patch is easily the strongest hyper right now. So getting that, you will have a good shot. And both these teams play kind of similar styles, so they're contesting the same picks anyway. So getting Jinx would actually be kind of good as well draft wise for the side of Beast if they do pick blue side.
Yeah, I'm expecting for them to pick blue side. You do see, I think Algren's playstyle, like you said, not playstyle, but his champ pool is very, very similar. Prefers the hyper carries, prefers the Sivir, the Varus, the Ashe, the Zeri, like you said. Same thing on the other side, which is why I think it is so interesting to see sort of two different AD carries have the same champ pool, yet I think still have a completely unique style to the way they approach the role of AD carry for these two teams. And I think it's gonna be really interesting to see what they have to offer for the game number 3. But who would you say was your MVP of that game 2 for the side of Gucci?
I think I would give it 7-4-1 because I think the way he set the tone for the early game, like I think most of these hypercarry comps, yes, it is pivotal that your ADC does play it well, but typically a very important thing always will be early game, and I think 7-4-1 winning the early game out the gate like that, and also forcing the engage in the river together with rebrief, put them in such a strong position that it was hard to wrestle the game from them. So I think I'll give it to 7-4-1 for really showing how to use the Graves and abuse the enemy jungler on that pick.
I think that's definitely very fair. 3 Angry Inches or 741 did have a very good game for himself as well on the Graves. We'll see what they end up bringing to the table in game number 3. So we're going to go into a little bit of a pause while we wait for the players and ourselves to get ready for this next game of the Manta Cup finals between Beast Team Esports and Gucci. If you need to go to the toilet, if you need to take some snacks, do that now while we're on break. We're going to be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy.
We are back. There's a short break already. Oh, we're straight into draft. Ooh.
And Jinx is open. All bands have gone out. Nocturne is out the table. Oriana's out the window. Beasts are on blue side, and Jinx is open. Are they going to take it? They are
Yes,
going to take
sir.
it.
An
It's been
exact
sold.
repeat
It's been
of
sold.
Draft 2.
Yes, it's
Jinx
been
has
sold.
been sold to the side of Beast Team Esports. Like we said, they are going to look to swap sides. Going to be on the blue side once more. Hax, the real question is it going to be blue side domination today? Are they going to win again? Or are we potentially going to see a red side upset here out of Gucci?
Isn't that like a really weird statistic that blue side has like 53% win rate for some reason in League of Legends?
It is
I
pretty weird system.
hope we get some red side wins because I do think there are ways to play around the type of strats they're doing. And so Gucci, they steal the Nico. They do think it's a problem. They're going to take it away. They also have the flex, I think, down to bot lane, so you can flex it on mid or support, but they're already showing that they're probably going to put it mid, although they are opting into the Ornn. And let's see, I really would like to see a strong counter to the Ornn. Fiora or Gwen both are really solid here, and I would actually prefer the Gwen if he does pick it, but he does decides to steal the Emilio instead.
Yeah, it is gonna be the Emilio. I'm expecting a Lulu. I was gonna say on the side of the Jinx something Beast have ran before. This is really no surprise. I don't think it's a shocker coming to anybody that they are gonna opt in for the Lulu, strong enchanter paired up alongside the Jinx. Potentially can look for the Iron as well, although I don't think Side of Beast do play it. So it is gonna be interesting to see what they opt into in the jungle instead. But what do you think they're gonna blind here? Do you think it is gonna be the blind mid lane or the jungle? I think they are gonna leave top lane into later on. But what are your sort of thoughts on it?
I wouldn't be against just picking mid lane because you do see the Nico, so you already know the mid lane matchup, so you could just pick a mid laner. And I don't think you necessarily like. I think good she on red free. If you don't pick a top laner now, they're probably gonna pick Ornn, lock it in, ban out the counters. Is my assumption, but I think it's completely fine to pick a mid laner here. And Asir, I actually really like. Really good mid laner to play these types of front to back comps, and it's a solid source of magic damage. And they do lock in the Gnar, not surprising at all to me. I do hope we get something beyond the Gnar this time, more of a stronger split push pick, because I do think that is where Mob Ghost Guy does shine. And I think the way both of these teams play, I think it is good to play split push because they like to rotate as 5 and then you get all the time to do whatever you want on the side lane.
Yeah, I think the side lane pressure is really where he shines. We saw it on the Jax earlier on, absolutely tore up the enemy base. It is going to be the Camille Bank coming through, a very good pick into the Ornn. Is going to get taken away. I think some of the options you have still open, like you said, the two
The
that come
Gwen
to
is
my
still
mind
open.
are the ones you mentioned. It is the Fiora, it is the Gwen. It depends on whether they want AP or AD in the top lane. I think so far with how their draft has gone, you can opt in for either side. you can opt in for a little bit more AP, a little bit more AD in the Fiora or the Gwen, but it'll be interesting to see what Gucci are gonna opt in as R4 here. Still AD carry, still jungle yet to go. I think they are gonna opt in for AD carry here, leave
When
jungle for last,
Ash.
and the Ash is gonna be coming through.
That means they have relatively low damage right now, so I would not be super surprised to see more of a damage jungler coming out of the side of Gucci. Maybe like a, I don't know, maybe like a Lilia or like more of something with damage. Graves could be fine as well. I wouldn't be against it, but I do feel like they might want a bit of damage. And they are hovering the Gwen. I personally prefer the Gwen. I think it is more of a consistent pick than Fiora into Ornn. You basically always win. It's like the what you said about Ornn last game. It's a stat checker. Gwen just wins on 2 items. There's no way to win basically.
Yeah, it's just because, max health true damage, it tends to be quite good when it does come to going up against tanks. It is going to be the Gwen in the top lane this time on around Ornn on the other side. The early game might be a little bit rough. I feel like the first couple of levels should go the way of the Ornn. But like you said, once Gwen does hit those 2 items, should be completely fine in the top lane. Wukong, the monkey with the big stick, gonna be in the jungle for the side of the Beast Team Esports. What are you expecting for the Gucci to pick into the big monkey?
I am not sure actually, but I wouldn't be against a Poppy. I think Poppy would be completely fine. Although there are not a ton of dashes, but there is Asir, Gwen, E, and Wukong, so Poppy would be okay. Sinzao I also like. Sinzao is completely fine. Does counteract the long range damage from both Asir and Jinx. So, and it does shore up the early game for the side of Gucci.
Yeah, a lot of early game damage gonna be coming out from the jungle of Gucci here, alongside a pretty strong bot lane in the Ash Milio. It's gonna be really tough to play, I feel like, for the side of Beast. A lot of range to contend with, especially once the lethal tempo does end up getting procced, which I assume Algren should go. It's what you go 99% of the time. And once that gets procced alongside the Milio W, it's gonna be really, really hard, I feel like, to contest push on the side of Beast Team Esports. So it'll be interesting to see, I think, how the first couple of levels go. And how the first couple of levels go in the bot lane, I think, is gonna tell us a lot about how the bot lane overall is gonna play out.
Yeah, I agree, because generally we've had 2 hyper carries, but this time we do have the Ashe, and Ashe a more proactive entity in the bot lane, so you can put the wave deep on your side, and when you proc the lethal tempo, you just ghost and you run them down through the lane, and generally Ashe wins out against most other combos. You also have the Milio to give you that sweet range, so you can easier stack the lethal tempo. But yeah, maybe a bit more action from the bot lane. Asher also being a tool of engagement with the Sinsa. I would not be surprised to see Sinsa come down relatively often to bot lane this time, contrary to other games we've seen today.
Yeah, definitely so. And Zinza, as a champion, like I said, someone that has a lot of damage in the early game can definitely 1v1 the Wukong in the jungle without a doubt. So I think it'll be interesting to see if Gucci are gonna go for some aggressive invades this time around. We did see 741 3 Green just do it earlier in the game, but that was on the Graves, a champion that loves to invade, whereas Zin is more fine with not invading and not playing that aggressive. But I think there are windows, and if he does find opportunities, can beat out the Wukong if he can find the timing for it.
Yeah, I agree. Like Wukong also has strong, but he would need more of a level 6 to really gank. Whereas in Sinzao, you just hammer down the W, you dash across the screen, and you're kind of happy. But yeah, mid probably going to be the calmer lane once again. I think Nico Asir, it's not going to be much action. Asir not enough damage, and Nico doesn't have the range to really reach him. But top lane, you did mention it should go the way of Ornn, but there are ways you can play around things, and the most important part will be dodging the brittle. Most of Ornn's damage lies in his passive, so you can either, if he Ws, you dash around him to dodge the last part. That will give you like a favorable trade as Gwen, as long as you have a couple of stacks on your queue, even in the early game. And I would say you don't even need more than the 1300 item, which I don't remember the name of, which gives Omnivan.
Leeching Lear?
Leeching Lear, exactly. I think you'll be just fine on that as long as you can play that type of thing out. You just need level 6 basically.
Yeah, that's definitely very fair as well. And like you said, you do need to dodge the brittle, but I feel like so far we haven't really seen Mamnoska, at least in game two, be too good at dodging the brittle. So I think your safer bet is to wait for those 2 items. And once you reach those 2 items and you do end up or start to beat the Ornn, at least in the side lane, how do you feel like overall the side of Beast are gonna want to play for it? Because they have pretty strong team fight in the Jinx Lulu with the Gwen in the side lane and the Azir as well. But how do you feel like if we take the top laners out of the equation And imagine a world where sort of the Ornn is just sitting in the side lane and Gwen is just contesting the Ornn. How do you feel like the 4v4 goes between these two teams?
I don't think they're going to do that, but let's assume they are. The 4v4, if they manage to scale, should go the side of beasts outside of the miraculous solo Ash Arrow slash Pop Blossom. So if you think about the Ornn, I really don't think he will be. I think if anything, it's going to be a 4v5 where Gucci really tries to force an engage onto the squad of beasts if Gwen is in the side lane. And if they miss the engage, they're going to pay the price in form of towers over to the Gwen, or she's going to TP in and clean the fight, or they're going to get a successful engage and instantly win the team fight and maybe pay the price of some towers anyway, but get the objective, let's say Dragon or Baron. But I don't think Ornn, it's almost impossible, I would say, even on even footing, to be like a, how do you say, a tower unit, like a distance between towers from your tower as Ornn, and you will die to a Gwen
Yeah,
if you don't
it's
have any
doubtful.
backup. Yeah, you will die to a Gwen. It's There's just no way for an Ornn who basically relies on building a lot of armor and arm to fight something that has true damage.
Yeah, Gwen tends to be one of those picks where that's exactly why you pick it into a lot of these tanks because of the true damage that Gwen does have in her kit. And it is somewhat of it's a champion that we have seen like ages ago start to become a thing where it's immediately you look in the Ornn, you see the Gwen on the other side. Something we saw in Worlds as well. And it's interesting to see sort of how the Gwen has arisen in the meta as this sort of go-to tank killer in the top lane, something similar to what we see pick against the Malphite in the Sylas, for example. Sylas is a great pick into the Malphite, just able to steal the ultimate. Gwen we see picked into the Malphite quite often as well. And I think just a great draft overall coming from both sides. But who do you think has the better draft here?
I would give it to Beasts in this game. I think they have the easier to execute champions, and I do think they have a winning split per side lane, which I think favors them in the sense that Mongo's guy is a good player on that. You mentioned we didn't dodge the briddles in game 2, but we did see the Jax game 1 where he really dominated on a champion he was comfortable on. And I'm assuming Gwen being not a split pusher per se, but more of a split pushy type champion than Gnar, I think is going to be comfortable on it and make a lot of work in the top lane.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair as well. And of course, the Wukong, something we haven't quite touched on yet against Zinza in the jungle. Normally, we see the Wukong locked in alongside Oriana, which this time around was banned by the side of Gucci, which just is due to the fact that the mid 2v2 is so strong. And we haven't really touched on the mid 2v2 quite yet, or mid jungle 2v2, should I say. It is going to be the Nico Zinza versus the Azir Wukong on the other side. Who do you think generally does win that in the early game? I would imagine it is the side of Gucci, just because of the sheer amount of damage coming out of Zinza and Nico. But what are your sort of thoughts on this mid jungle 2v2?
I think they definitely win it. I think in isolation, I'm pretty sure Sinsa does win against Wukong outside of some miraculous W shenanigan dodges. So Nico also being more strong than Azir in the early game, or at least having more damage and CC. Azir only has a slow basically, and like his funny auto attacks with his soldiers. So definitely, I do think Gucci will win this matchup up until that, like around the first item maybe, and then around the first item, I would say it's semi-even because you have ult from Azir, you have the shuffle, you also have like an item, so Azir kind of activates more in a sense.
Yeah, Zero is one of those champions that like to scale on into the later stages of the game. I do believe we are about ready to head into the game from what I am hearing. So it's gonna be interesting to see whether what we have talked comes into
Nice.
fruition. Game 3
No,
underway here for us out of this best of 5, and already the WAP on the purple pink Lulu aggressive steps into his own jungle.
they're still defaulting, man. I want the spice invade. I want them to go somewhere. I want them to go like all bot bush and just be like, damn, what's up, Jinx? Damn, that would be something. I actually think it would be good. Like, they don't have, okay, they don't really have, and they have Rebrief. Rebrief would flash for the boys. Rebrief would flash for the squad. I know he would. So, actually doing that would kind of be fine. I just wish that they would be, at least, in the best of ones, it's very understandable to default because you don't want to toss your, like, only game because you did, like, a bad invade. I've been there, done that. We have, like, a flex game where, like, oh, yeah, we're going to invade. Oh, yeah, the enemy ADC got a pentakill. It's like, oh, okay, this game is over. Not the way you want to play best of ones. But you could do it in best longer series to shake things up a bit and try to net like an advantage because If the enemy is all like, well, we're gonna handshake and do the normal default, then you can abuse that you know that they're gonna do a default.
Yeah, I think that's fair. So far, we haven't really seen any funny business level, and we did see some funny interactions in chat between the two teams, and I think it is good to see that despite this being sort of a competition, both teams are playing for the Manta title this time around. Still here to have fun, still here to sort of give a friendly and a competitive environment between each other, and it is just good to see them being friendly with each other. You do see both junglers start on the top side of the map, but you know what, Hax? It's some wholesome League of Legends.
It is some wholesome
It's a
League
good
of
sign.
Legends. We're gonna have some relaxing scaling mostly in this game, outside of top lane. We're gonna be taking a relaxing time, chilling in the lanes, at least in mid. We're gonna be scaling, relaxing good old League of Legends. But we'll have to see how most of the top lane does play. And I'm really curious actually to think about beasts generally have this. Oh, and Olga is already aggressive on the Ashe. He's going to run them down for the lane. Vadamore trying to help out his little support. Good trading back. Does manage to get WAP kind of out of there, but this bot lane will be hard for the side of beasts to handle. But what I was mentioning, I wonder how they're going to handle the first Dragon contest, because they've generally been giving it up to the side of Gucci.
Yeah, I think you aren't like I don't think you're really that keen on contesting the first dragon, just because Ash Milio Zinza sounds like a really scary thing to go up against in the
WAP is
early
always
game.
dead.
When you have something like a Jinx solo up, is not the healthiest of people down towards the bot lane. So I would expect the sort of 4v4 around the bot side, the 3v3 to go the way of Gucci. I'm expecting for the Beast team, especially like you said, Hacks already. We've seen them be more than inclined to give up the first dragon. I wouldn't expect anything to really change here, especially with how strong the bot side of Gucci is. And so far, we already seen that WAP forced to recall very early on.
Yeah, as you said, from what we saw, maybe they're not too keen on contesting the first dragon due to the fact that it looks like bot will have prior for Gucci most of the game. And in the jungle, you don't really have a powerhouse like Nocturne. You do have Wukong versus Sinsa, so you don't have like an overpowering jungler that can really flip the dynamic there. I mean, we can already see Night Fury realizing 7-4-1 is bot side. He's like, hell no, I'm going to go top crab. I don't want to even handle all of this.
Yeah, he just wants to stay as far from the Zinza as possible in the early game. He doesn't even want to try and go for it. I think it is really good proactivity to sort of already give up the
Oh my
crab
god,
instead
Wap is
of
just
wait.
taking the damage.
The WAP is level 2.
Oh god, he doesn't have heal or a flash. He's already dead. And Oliver is already chasing them down for they can't even walk up to the first minion wave.
Yeah, it is rough if you're the bot lane of Beast here. This is why Ash Milio is so strong. Because of the extra attack range, you can just sort of go ham, especially into something that's not good in the early game, like the Jinx Lulu. Needs time to scale and get those items on in. And Algren already showing the bot lane dominance.
Indeed, and maybe we will see some mix-ups later on. Maybe Lulu won't be the answer for WAP the entire series. Because Lulu does suffer from this kind of being an everything character. You can kind of do a little bit of everything, but you're not really good at anything in a sense. You're like just doing a lot of things. But it does mean like in lane you don't really have like a clear trading pattern. Like there are trading patterns for Lulu, but you don't have this like, oh, I am Millie, I'm gonna press W and I'm gonna hard trade. It's more like these back and forth trades. And with Ashe, you could get stuck doing a not so back and forth trade.
Yeah, definitely. And the wave quite big on the bot lane right now as well. We've already seen how hard you were talking about how hard the sort of bot lane is willing to commit on the side of Gucci with the cozy campfire coming out of Josiah. And so far that's exactly what we've seen. The second the campfire comes on out, you can just see them go completely ham. Algren just continuously walking up and harassing Vademori down towards the bot lane. And WAP was again on a little bit of a roam, a little bit of a travel throughout his own bot side jungle.
Yeah. I mean, they didn't give up the kill, but Vadimori has stayed alive and been catching basically all the farm. They're essentially even. They're going to lose a bit of now, but as you mentioned, they're not going to contest the first dragon. It's immediately going to go over to the side of Gucci. They have prio in both bot and mid, and they're just going to give this. I think it's completely
Top lane?
fair.
Top lane? There's death?
Los Murdereto buying one of our items and being like, I don't care about none. I'm going to get this kill.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about. Ornn in the early game, a lot of damage coming
That
out.
surprised me, to be fair, but he's also 2 levels up for some reason.
True.
How is it 2 levels up?
I don't know how this happened.
I'm not sure what happened if there was like some jungler interference, but I don't see any reason why Mongo Sky should sacrifice lane outside of jungler interference in the top lane. I don't think Sinsa has been there, so I'm not sure how Lost Madrid is 2 levels up just magically soaking XP from the void or something.
I don't know. Maybe there is a secret Lila in his pocket. You never really know.
There's a Cillian, the old version, giving him XP.
Ah, true. He's got Vanish.
7 for 1 in the
From
bush.
Arena.
Rap's
Wait.
gonna walk in and
Up.
get engaged on. He has no flash, only heal, trying to run away. Does get the polymorph, so third hit doesn't come through. 7 for 1 is kind of stuck in an awkward middle area. His Q does time out, and there's like a quite an okay fight from the side of BC Sports. Good hover from Night Fury to make sure his bot lane doesn't get chased with lane, because this is exactly the type of lane position you want as Ash William. We can really just hunt them down for the lane, and having Sinsa here, it was almost guaranteed that there would be kills if Night Fury wasn't there.
Yeah, Night Fury, I think great proactivity coming out from him. You can see Algren lost quite a chunk of his HP as well, which does sort of mean that he can't walk up as aggressively as he has been before, or as aggressively as he would like to. You can see the Hawkshot coming out as well to try to spot out Night Fury in his own jungle, but Calabi just going onto the Krugs to see if they are up or not. Night Fury gonna head to the top side of the map for this first Herald spawn, which is gonna be happening very, very soon. As we're priority in the top lane for Mongo Sky at the moment, which should give some freedom to Night Fury to walk up into the river, but a great ward out of Los Murderito in the top side means there gonna be no gank potential without the Ornn being very knowledgeable of.
They have stabilized the levels now as well, so I'm pretty sure he only lacked the levels because he fought into like a bad wave state. He probably had a large wave pushing into him, and he thought he could go for a good trade because, well, you're a Gwen and you probably win most trades. Reset on the red, but it does reset back. He's fine. He's saved. But yeah, he probably fell into a big wave and then he had a level disadvantage. And 2 levels, I don't remember the exact, I think it's like 600 gold or something. It's quite a lot of gold.
Yeah, generally it is like, I think 600 gold is the exact figure, but generally around 600 gold. Obviously, this depends, because some champions get more armor than others per level, some champions get more health per level than others, but it does depend. It is around 600 gold worth of stats that one level does give you. You can see the bottom jungle is meeting up in the jungle though, on the top side of the map.
Trying
Herald
to
started up
fight
here.
a bit for the Herald. They do have a support over there, but Wap is also here, so it will be a 4v4, but Mongo Sky is so low. Nosmerireto still has mana for a solid ult combo, and I don't know if they want to contest this. They're at least dancing for it. Does hit the W onto Danny. Oh, he's gonna get comboed by the Pop Blossom. He's instantly dead. The shove does nothing. Night Fury is just in the middle of nowhere, trying to W out. Jinx Rocket coming from that. Look, Mongo Sky trades kills with Lost Madrid. Wap missing the flash over the wall. It's a tragedy. And they do go down. At least there is a trade in top lane, but he's losing a large wave. So I don't think any of this was worth it for the side of BC Sports. And we already have a 2k gold lead even before the Herald does go down.
Yeah, the side of
Oh, the
Blue is
traps,
playing
though.
that very
Ooh, Algren being fancy.
Algren. He's got the feet in the bot lane, but definitely
That's
does
it.
win out the 1v1 against the Jinx. Rebreed though.
He's laughing Rebrief with the BM! Gives
Oh
him the little
my
laugh and walks away.
days.
Feeling confident on the side of Gucci.
This man, he taunts his enemies. But looking back at the
Olive.
replay of the
Can we
last fight,
see
you
how
can
Mongo
see
Sky lives this dive? No, yeah.
Danny 8
Yeah.
I think the shuffle was really late.
He just need to
there.
shuffle now. He's shuffle really early as soon as the Sinsa goes on him, or at least do like a shuffle into Rebrief or something. But now he just dies and it's just basically over. Wap missing the flash here due to the weird ball Josiah sent onto him, like knocking him awkwardly into the wall.
Yeah, it's a million of things, Mongo Sky still struggling a little bit up in his top lane. This is, I think, for me gonna be a little bit rough until he gets to that 2-item spike. But the Wap, he's back.
Wap is back. He's running around, being in the jungle. This is a quite good vision board. Could stay there for a long time, so hopefully this control ward does not get spotted out by the side of Gucci for quite a while. They will see the entrance to the wolves, I think, because it's pretty deep, so quite a nice ward. But yeah, I think they're just hoping to kind of stabilize for now. I mean, the side of beasts do scale much harder, and you've eliminated one of the best souls. It's not gonna be Hextech Soul, which is very nice. Oh, missing the E, and he does get everything onto him. Tried to kite out the brittle. Nicely played from Mongo Sky. Not getting the brittle proc at least.
Yeah, only the knockup gonna be going through this time around. Like you said, Hextech Soul not gonna be in play. I think if the side of Beast Team Esports get lucky enough,
Already here.
it could be a potential Chemtech Soul. Never mind, Chemtech Dragon.
no,
it's not a Chemtech Soul.
Could be Infernal or Mountain or... It's basically 3 good souls left, but there's going to be a fight over this, and they're really hard committing for this dragon right now. But here comes the Pop Blossom. Really good ult out of the side of the Wukong, but Daddy shuffling maybe a bit too early in the Pop Blossom. Night Fury in the middle of nowhere. Vladimir can't really deal any damage, but Night Fury actually going to possibly solo rebrief? No, he does not manage to reach him. He does get out, and now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the dragon does go over to Gucci once again. Oh, the Jinx Rocket barely missing rebrief.
And the soul is gonna be a Cloud Soul. I think this is
actually very good for the side of beasts.
this is I wanna say really, really lucky, considering there are still Infernal and Mountain both left for them to get the Cloud Soul.
I would say all the other souls are better than Cloud, although you can run them over, but what they can do, because Cloud doesn't really offer any combat stats per se outside of move speed, and I think it's really good for Nico specifically. Orin is kind of decent, and Ashe as well, but it's not really the best. Since there's the Jinx trying to go in here.
I'm excited. No mana though.
Could be due to killing the Rift Herald, but I'm not sure. Oh,
Oh.
there we go! Finally swinging the top lane, getting the kill to Bomb Sky. There is hope at the end of the tunnel.
At the end of the Sky Tunnel. So to
Sky
speak.
Tunnel? Yeah. I guess the Sky Tunnel. I'm not sure how a Sky Tunnel would look, to be honest.
It's just a big tunnel in the sky.
Just looking up to the sky.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's a tunnel instead of going vertically.
Wap is trying
goes
to stop
horizontally.
bases again. Wap
going
having
for it.
died, he died at level 2. He's still walking up being like, I'm gonna stop this base now. I
That's just a
respect it.
whack thing.
But I respect it. Would you say the WAP is your new Lek?
No, no one can replace Lek.
No, but like as a substitute right now.
I think if I didn't have Lek in
Can't
my
have
heart,
Lek. If you can't have Lek, what
if
is
I
your
can't
next
have
choice?
Lek,
Would you
it's
rather
gonna,
then you
it's
would have
gonna
the
be the
WAP.
WAP.
It's gonna be the WAP.
It would be the WAP. If
would
Lek
be the-
magically disappeared and got abducted by somebody, it would be the WAP who I would have to replace him with. Although Lek can never be truly replaced.
Great stuff.
Like-
They do get the engage in the mid lane, but they do barely miss on the rebrief. Doesn't have a flash, so if they manage to hit it, he would be dead. But rebrief, once again, laughing straight to the bank, chilling in mid. Has played really well this series overall. And yeah, we have to see, like, I would not be against the side of beasts, almost just giving up all these dragons, because they are not in a position to fight right now. And I would rather they just do a play on the top side, really try to accelerate their Gwen to 2 items, and try to play for that win condition at this point instead. Because going for another fight that you most likely will lose doesn't feel great to me. And also just giving it up without doing anything feels even worse.
Yeah, I think especially with...
Ooh, here's WAP
Hold
again.
on.
Going to take the damage. He's alive. The burn does not go through. He can kill the turret. Allgren going for turret. Jinx Rocket. He's dead. They trade. And
WAP.
Messiah is an ADC now. He's given up on his ADC. He's going to get this. No, he's not going to get this Lulu. But he tried. He
He's
had
not
flash.
gonna get the
He actually
branch.
could have killed her. He had flash. He's just a wuss. He doesn't want 300 gold. He's 007. He had a license to kill. He still didn't go for it.
Hey, but 007, you know? It's calculated play coming out. Trying to save his flash. So
But he
he's
had a
able kill it
license to
instead.
kill. Why didn't he go for it?
True, but he wants it shaken, not stirred.
Oh my god. Shaking up the lane at least. But yeah, quite a trade in the bot lane. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it favors the Jinx a bit because they do scale harder than the Ashe. And there we go with a nice trade from Mumbo Sky. Dodging the Brittle, getting the nice Q. So now we can finally see the lane taking a bit of effect from the side of Mumbo Sky. And 741 is
Wow.
bullying WAP, who's once again out here stopping bases. Most probably, but not this time. He will only stop or get his own base straight back to the fountain.
He might have stopped that enemy base, but he started his own very, very quickly. Ends up into the funeral home right there. The WAP, no summoners,
Funeral
nowhere
home.
for him to really
Are
go.
you saying WAP's career is over already?
He's back from the funeral home. It was a 7-second vacation.
Back from the vacation. Yeah, I mean, he's probably not gonna go on a vacation to the enemy jungle at least for a while. He has generally been going for this very aggressive deep warding, and he's gotten away with it most of the time, but now he's getting a bit punished for it from the side of Gucci.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of times where you can get away with it, but if you are playing against a half-decent team, I think after that they're gonna be like, hey, this guy likes to play really aggressive. I think he's probably gonna do it again. And they are starting to spot it out, they are starting to just punish it a little bit. Reed is level 11, both and Danny 8 both mid laners are gonna be hitting the rank 2 ultimates here as well, which I think is a lot more influential for Rebreathe than it is for Danny 8 at least so far. Danny 8 still just look at the scale in the mid lane, but the top lane might be in a little bit of trouble, but they're just gonna opt in for the Herald instead.
They're just gonna opt in for the Herald. They're kind of trading bot turret for this Herald, which I kind of like from the side of Beast. I don't think Beast should go for any type of fight right now. And trading the bot turret does feel quite nice. They're probably gonna force, TP out of Rebrief. He's going down to the bot side. They can even try to make a play with Wukong being down on the bot side.
Yeah, I would have liked to see them try to make a play onto Rebreathe here, because this TP, in my opinion, is pretty aggressive.
We're
out of
starting
Rebreathe.
drag, and I don't think he has the time for this. All of Gucci's already moving down through mid. Web's
He
gonna
needs
spot
help.
them out, so he knows. He does need help. They know he's there. He needs the W out, and he just has to give up this dragon. A sad day for all junglers around the world.
Yeah, I think I would have...
Rebrief hitting the root. Pop Blossom coming out, or no? No,
Engage
he
in the
decides to
mid
hold it. Engaged? Nah, I think they're taking... Oh, maybe, yeah, they're engaging on TSI, actually. Does get out without flash, just popping the Shurelias. And Night Fury, knocking up Algren, could be going on to him. Pop Blossom onto 3 in the back line. Does decide... Danny lives. Algren going down to Night Fury. Jinx has one reset, kiting out 7 for 1. Danny is back in the fight for no reason, handing over a kill. And they clean 3 members of Beast Squad. It looked kind of okay, but Danny at 8, he wanted more. He felt the energy of the WAP. He was like, I am back in here with my boy. I'm gonna stay with him to the end. And he did stay with him to the end.
He was like, if WAP goes down, I will not see him get WAP'd alone. And he does end up getting taken out as well. You can see in the replay, Night Fury started off the engage with
On
a
Algren is
decent
hilarious.
cyclone. But Rebreathe, that's great mechanism coming out.
The fact that Danny lives there is... And he just walks back in and 7 for 1 is like, oh, look up his caddy.
Ends up flashing forward just to secure the kill as
Yeah.
well. And meanwhile in the top lane, I do believe there is a Rift Maker in the inventory of Mongo Sky. Indeed, first item has come through, and this is the point where sort of you can't contest the Gwen if you are the Ornn anymore. She is gonna start taking over the matchup extremely quickly. And the Radiant Virtue as well finished up. You can see was ready to opt in for the early Negatron Cloak, and then sort of after that, since the matchup does swing so hard, there's really no point opting to any more magic resist, just because it is the Gwen with the true damage. So he, as I say that, he is gonna finish his first item, gonna go for the Abyssal Mask instead.
Yeah, I mean, a Rift Maker also provides more true damage. I think the early cloak, the idea is just that you can negate the damage from the E, which I'm pretty sure doesn't have any true damage. The only true damage available should be from the middle part of the Q scissor. So you negate most of the good early damage from the E. It's quite good because you can reset it, you get half the CD back if you do hit a target. Then 7 for 1 kind of stuck here, does up to ult. It's probably just gonna walk out. Ult does come down. Oh, engage from Night Fury. Maybe we have the shuffle in here. Doesn't quite reach. Does reach now. Shuffles Algrim back. Can we get the reset? Rocket does hit. 7 for 1. Trying to clean up Vadimori, but doesn't have flash. Used it to pick up the early kill and does go over to Danny 88. Great kills going back to the side of BC Sports, and they are kind of back in the game now.
And Danny 8 finally using the shuffle on time, a great one. At that Rebreathe in the mid lane though can potentially look for something, but it's gonna jump back on it. Vandenberg is gonna get excited off of the tower. Baron gonna be up in the cards in about 15 seconds. It's 7 for 1 with a very aggressive position.
Yeah, Night Fury just seeing the angle, goes for the hard engage, and Danny does miss the shuffle, but he does get the walk up and eventually gets the shuffle, which nets them 2 solid kills over to him and the Jinx.
Yeah, it's a very good play coming out from him. Unfortunately, Jessia does not quite get clipped by the shuffle there in the end, but you got the important kill.
This guy's kind of low in mana. Ooh, nice. But he will be dead, I'm pretty sure. He does not have any damage. Ornn is gonna bonk him. He even has Abyssal Mask for a bit of added bonk power. So he's going quite aggressive in this matchup, Los Modereto. Abyssal Mask not the most typical pickup, but I do like it. They do have 2 sources of magic damage. It's not even bad in teamfights. Oh, here comes Ashiko! Does miss Vadimori, barely.
Yeah,
He wouldn't have had Cleanse up, so he would have been dead to a Pop Blossom.
Cleanse is coming back very soon though on Vadimori, so
Rebreathe is hungry. It's looking for it. Can they stop the second charge? Oh, Night Fury is ambitious. He does get it. Nice W out. Very cleanly. denying this. Oh, there's TP behind
TP.
from the Shuffle Lord. Danny ate it. Is he gonna shuffle in? Is he gonna shuffle out? He does decide to shuffle out. They're on the hunt for him. Rebrief is angry. You don't TP in my lane without my consent. Night Fury about to fight with 741. Does
He's still chasing.
Rebrief is still chasing. There's a mid chase. Jinx is going down onto Algren. W does hit. Does he have ult? It is up. Does he ult for it? He does miss. Whack. Trying to get the last damage on. W does hit, getting the reset. The sniper. Night Fury on the backside trying to peel off 741, but he has a machine gun power. Josiah also going to go down most probably. Another snipe does barely miss. And Vadamori just capitalizing on the fact that Gucci overchased in the blue jungle.
The zap out of Valimori ends up zapping Algren right back to his fountain. Says goodbye, good sir. Baron now on the cards. 21 minutes into the game. 12,000 HP left so far. You can see no jungler for the side of Gucci, which does mean it should be a free pickup for Night Fury unless the side two members on Gucci, lost for the Rito and Rebreathe can make a something special happen.
Looking for the Pop Blossom here on Rebrief. Does have flash. Ash Arrow going through. Does miss barely Vadamori. Very chilly. Not even stopping his base.
He knew.
But yeah, they get a very nice play. Yeah, there's the overchase here. They're kind of split up, and so the 2v2, Algren is kind of left alone as WAP just Shurelias him in towards him. And the snipe they get at the end, they WAP trying to squeeze out the last bit of damage, barely gets saved by Yasaya, and this snipe is kind of crucial, allowing for the first reset. They still would have cleaned up 7-for-1, but getting 2 kills is better than 1. And they almost pick up Josiah here, also forcing his flash.
Yeah, and Ash is such a big zoning tool as well. Baron is kind of tough to do when the volleys are raining down on your neck, so a great pickup. And I think that does put Beast right back into the game. 2 items that Vorvad and Mori finished up as well. You can see Kraken, Infinity Edge plus the Berserker Greaves. And this is gonna be the Jinx that's gonna pack a punch.
Exactly, you're gonna start to see the scaling come into effect. They're technically behind 1k gold still, or no, they're actually exactly even. Nice, going in at 7-for-1, does need to ult, Rebrief has to ult in, Vadamori does get hit, does flash out, gets the reset of Rebrief, tries to run away from 7-for-1,
The
right
reset?
to support him, has the E, can't clean up Vadamori, still on the reset, trying to hunt down Josiah. Night Fury will clean Josiah, he is dead, Mongo Sky is trying to go running for some ADCs. Oh, it's the last part, and it does hit the last part of the ult as well. Going in with power, and the Ornn is nowhere to be seen. Not there to help his team. I would have imagined he should have committed his TP there.
Yeah, somehow Mongo Sky is there before the Ornn is. Lost Margarito decides not to move from the top lane, and so far we have seen blue side dominance all around. It is just the power of the first pick coming through. You can see them contesting for the mid lane inhibitor. Should be free pickings, like picking apples from an apple tree for the side of Beast Team Esports. Gonna be a dragon for them to pick up as well, and this is going to mean that there's gonna be no soul in the cards for the Gucci side, and that means the game is at least, or not the game, but the Elder Dragon gonna be delayed for another 5 minutes in the least.
Definitely, and I mean, they do have Baron, they're probably just going to start sieging down the bot lane. But yeah, here, they get the Polymorph and Sloan 7-for-1, kind of caught out, and the good engage onto Rebrief. He is forced to engage here, no matter what. Still, he gets a really good Pop Blossom in the end, but it's just not enough, and the rest of his team just can't follow up fast enough. And Vadamori stays alive due to the peel of the WAP. Wild Growth and E, there's too much to go through.
Yeah, just a lot of shielding and healing coming through from the web right there. Algren gets picked up at the end of the day as well. And in the picture you do see Algren contesting the mid lane wave, and pretty aggressive positioning coming out from him as well. But Danny 8x8 slowly but surely scaling. Interestingly enough, no Nashers in his inventory. Gonna be opting for the Shadow Flame Leaders instead. Not entirely sure or up to date on the new Azir builds, but generally I tend to see Nashers with Azir, so I'm not entirely sure if this is something more common or whether this is just a Danny 8x8 special.
I think Nashers is still a lot more common. I think the idea behind the Shadow Flame is that he gets a lot more burst potential into the shuffle because they know they're gonna win an extended fight anyway, so he just wants to get like good damage onto Algren and Rebrief to allow for a reset for the Jinx. It's my idea at least. I don't know if it's effective, but here we have the entire squad is coming out to Mongo Sky. Can he stall out? He does manage to dodge a W for 7-for-1. So he's gonna have a bit of time. No E left, has it back now. He's gonna have to fight for his life here. Renata style, but they're pushing down the mid, and if he stalls for long enough, oh, he's alive still! They could try to just end it here. They have to base immediately, and they are teleporting, committing
Double
both
TP.
of them. And there's an Ash Arrow coming in as well, sniping Matamori. He doesn't have cleanse. The Pop Blossom combo cleaning up 2 kills.
my
The synergy
days.
between Rebrief and Algren, truly Gucci. They should hire a SWAT squad because they have some snipers in them, both this game and the previous one.
This man is ready for the next world war. Algren going to be drafted into the sniper division. So many great enchanted crystal arrows coming on through, and Mongo Sky buys so much time in the top lane for the rest of the boys, but the double TP ends up coming on through. There's gonna be no TPs for the next 5 minutes for the Gucci squad, but the enchanted crystal arrow gets fired, and who is the target? No one but Vanemori. Boom, right into the forehead of the Jinx, and the Pop Blossom takes out both plus 1,300 you saw into the pocket of Free Breathe. A lot of gold into the Nico.
Extremely clutch decision making there. If they are a little bit slow on the recall or TP or the crystal arrow, they might just lose the game. Jinx burns turrets very quickly, so clutch decision making coming out, and they managed to secure 3 kills overall, which is very nice. They're basically equalizing the gold lead again. Although this does not change the game state that the side of Beasts still have the superior scaling comp, so a nice pickup, and they managed to keep themselves in the game, but the next deciding dragon fight will be very interesting to see, and I still think Beast team does hold the advantage.
Yeah, I do believe so as well. I don't think it changes a whole lot. With all the gold picked up though, Rebreathe did opt in for Azonius and has finally completed his 3rd item, giving him a lot more survivability in this fight, potentially be able to live the shuffle.
Big damage coming out, but they do whiff on the Jinx ult, and Rebreathe stays alive, but this does blow his flash, which limits their engage potential for this next team fight. Flash being very crucial for getting these big Pop Blossoms, and 7 for 1 might be trapped here in the jungle, does miss on D, but Josiah's here, and they're gonna see a Josiah, and they are like, I want Josiah. Are they gonna keep chasing? No, they're just gonna turn on the Baron, which will be spawning momentarily.
Oh, the WAP. He's been left.
Where is
He's
the
been
WAP?
left.
He's left, but he likes the jungle. This is where he lives.
This is his home.
This is his home. Look, he's just contesting 7 for 1 so low. He could die very quickly, but he can't get double because he has a team. Yeah, he has a teammate. Just completely fine. Engage happening in the bot lane. Rebrief trying to catch himself a solo bolo onto Mongo Sky. Baron does go down, and the Mongo Sky is just gonna walk away, be happy, reset the situation, and they're probably gonna go for a 4-1 siege. Top or bot.
This is really dangerous because you can see the dragon starting to come up as well. I don't think Beasts are gonna be in the position to contest this. You can see the 3-man death squad walking to the bot lane at the moment. Mongo Sky still yet to base, does have low resources, does have the TP as well. The ping starting to come on through, but Mongo Sky is going to make his way on. I'll keep your Baron buff in the pockets of Beast Team Esports. So if Gucci commit first too hard, you might be able to crack open top lane with Danny 8x8 being up there. It'll be interesting to see where Mongo Sky does TP to. I think you can opt to TP to the top lane if you want, because I don't think Lost Murderito alone can contest both Mongo Sky and Danny 8x8, but no, so far TP is not actually going to be used anywhere. He's going to walk up to the
Ash
dragon.
Arrow. Ash Arrow does hit. Ooh, it barely missed the knock up out of Lost Murderito, possibly knocking him tiny bit upwards, but Rebrief, he is here. Is he going to press the button? He's pressing the E. Good flash out of Danny 8-8. He should have the shuffle back any second now and just get himself out fair and square. And 7 for 1 can't really afford to chase more here because they're going to siege hard in bot lane, and they still have TP on Danny 8-8. He's probably going to TP when the minions hit this next turret.
Oh, that is a questionable hitbox from Riot. I feel bad for Algren. Right now, I feel like that was right on the. I'm gonna look at that one back after the stream because I need to see
That was
how
extremely
close that
close.
was.
Oh, here comes the engage. They are 4v5 right now. They have to commit the TP immediately from Azure if they're gonna take this fight. Vadimori tried to stay alive, does have Sonya's, but here's the Pop Blossom. Does get Vadimori, he is dead. There is a Gwen in the fight, trying to stay alive, dealing a lot of damage, and Gwen is Gwen. Here comes the last part of the ult. Does he still have it? No, but he's dealing damage. He would clean 7 for 1, a lot of damage, and Danny 8-8 has TP'd in. Here comes a shuffle, but he just goes straight through Ord, because he is unstoppable, by the way. And here is Mongo Sky, though, and he looks to be cleaning the fight, gets stunned by Olgren, but Olgren is under the Tower of the Aesir, and in the end, it's just Mongo Sky against the world.
Like it's always been, baby. Mongo Sky ends up being the lone survivor on the side of Beast TV Sports. This man is now hunting alone despite having no breaker in his inventory, and you can see as well just Vandenborg being kind of left to his own devices, a little bit of discontinuation
This
or
is scary.
disconnection
He's
out of
about to
this
have
team
ult
esports
back, and I don't
squad.
know if they know. Guy has ult back right now, I think, and he is willing to use it. Oh, is he gonna go for the solo play, or is he just gonna be respectful and W himself out? It looks like he's going to play nice, or yes, he's going to play nice for now, but I actually think he
Yeah.
technically could go for it. All sounds down, but he chooses the respectful path, and he still gets both inhibs, so he doesn't really have to force any play.
Yeah, I think generally he just doesn't feel like it's worth it to take the potential flip that it doesn't work out for him, especially after the Hallowed Mist is used. It's gonna be rough, I think, to play that out. You can see though, third item for Algren finished up. Wit's End gonna be here just for all the AP damage on the other side. And you can see as well Knight's Vow onto Los Margarito, just onto the Ash, I believe, to make sure he can live for a little bit longer than he would be without.
Definitely. I think the Knights were a good pickup, trying to keep all of his carries alive. He himself is so tanky, like the only thing he really dies to is Gwen, and yeah, Gwen just shreds most things, but generally the Gwen shouldn't really be hitting the Ornn anyway, at least not in a team fight setting, which we're probably about to see, because I would not be surprised to see Beast just full-on 5-man commit on the top lane here.
Yeah, so far we are seeing only 2 men up here. It is 98 by 8 when Bob goes got both of the solo laners. Rest of the boys over in the mid lane. Night Fury is still only on 2 items. You can see 3 items into the pocket of 741. Top lane though?
Ooh, he's gonna walk into the enemy team here. Night Fury might look to pull the trigger on the engage, decides not to, which I think is kind of wise. They're not really in a collected position, but Nico was in base, although they might not have had that intel. They did see him bot, so if they knew the timer, maybe they could have gone for that engage and kind of pulled off a 4v5. Kind of get some poke down here from Danny88, missing the E, missing the W from the 741, so he's staying safe. He had the turret and his team behind him, so staying relatively safe.
Yeah, he should be fine for now as you're able to set up his own fortifications. Other people playing League of Legends, Danny 8 by playing Fortnite. This time on around playing a bit of Blues Tower defense, setting up his own defenses. You can see Mongoska as well in the top lane, trying to just get that split push going.
Beast Team Esports, they can't really crack the top turret right now because Mongo Sky can't really walk up to out of it. I think he would be better off being in the bot lane, threatening to just eat the Nexus turrets. Alternatively, if the team of Beasts just walk in and tries to contest the base instead of Gucci Gaming. Right now, they're not making strong progress yet, and they don't really have Baron, but now Jinx will be over here trying to hit in the turret, but Drode up on Danny 88, misses the shuffle, has to commit the ult, will stay alive, but he does not have TB. But the inhibitor top does go down, they get what they came for, and they playing it safe. They're probably going to... Oh my god, if he gets the sniped away! Oh my god, he's so chill. He's just continuing to walk in a straight line and just emoting. Moving on, they're just gonna go to Baron anyway, with triple inhib down. It's kind of an auto win unless you have like 2 Anivias wave clearing the waves, because yeah, 2 super minions in each lane with Baron, it's gonna kill your base very, very fast. So they have to contest this Baron, I think, if they want to have a chance at winning the game from the side of Gucci.
Yeah, I think at this point you do have to. It is really, really scary with Lost Murderito. Sorry, not Lost Murderito. Mongo Sky having his own teleport up to his
That's on the
teleport into the
bot lane.
base.
He's moving to mid. Night Fury getting out there, but Gwen is on the flank from mid here. And if they don't respect this, it could get very scary very fast for Allgren. And 741 also stuck there. No W, he's ulting. Here comes Gwen. He's right in the middle of the fight. Ornn does come down. Vadimor going really low. Rebrief getting the combo to him. Shutdown goes down. Mongoska picks up the other ADC, but both ADCs are done. Danny Day TPing to the base. He doesn't care. He's going to end the game.
Danny
Meanwhile,
8 by 8,
Mongoska
he
is
wants
trying
them.
to carry. He kills 3. All of his
Triple
lonesome.
kill.
And that Night Fury is also just running for the base, and all turrets are down. The unstoppable Ornn once again can't be stopped by the wall of Shurima, but this is over. They just need to hit the Nexus. And having only 2 Nexus turrets, it is a tough situation. I still think Gucci made a good play by trying to contest the Baron.
And the blue side dominance indeed does continue. It is going to be another win for the blue side. So far, 100% win rate today. The side of Beast Team Esports are going to take the game, which does put them on match point with it being a best of 5. If they take the next game, it is going to be the Manta Cup in their hands. And Hacks, what are you sort of hoping to see out of this potential game for match point on the side of Gucci? And what do you think they need to sort of improve out of that last game?
I mean, I think the ones who will need to improve in draft specifically will be Beasts, because I am 100% certain that Gucci, they're gonna pick blue, and they're trying to get one of the prior picks. And I think all you have to do is really ban out the Jinx and just accept the fact that yes, the Jinx has to be banned for these teams, and then I think they'll be on a semi-even footing. But beyond that, it is. I don't know. I think it's mostly in draft that they have to pick things up. I feel like both times the enemy side has got a Jinx, they won. So I would like to see a game without a Jinx.
Potentially something else then the Jigs could be coming through. Of course, Nocturne and Nico have sort of been the two power picks that we have seen either banned or picked pretty much every game. The last two games, it has been the Jinx, and so far the Jinx has been working out for the respective teams. So definitely looking forward to seeing what we can bring out of this game number 4 for us. Of course, 3 games already, and potentially if BSTV Sports are gonna be holding on to the Manta Cup as we are gonna go into a little bit of a pause before we get that ongoing. But don't go anywhere, guys. We're gonna be right back, and we are also gonna see what they can bring onto the table for this game number 4. And we're gonna be right back.
Okay.
restore our gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the Lightbringer. I am the Lightbringer.
Welcome back, everybody, to match point for the side of Beast Team Esports versus Gucci Squad 2-1 to them at the moment. And I mean, what a game two we had, God of Hacks. It was early game dominance out of Gucci and a complete flip out of the Beasts.
Dude, I want to see Algerian, my man on the cars. I want to see him play Jin, man. He's a sniper, man. I'm betting you money they win if they pick Jin, man. He's a sniper. He's a devil, man.
There was a lot of snipes last game, that is fair. And, you know, Curtain Call, if you hit all 4 shots, definitely does hurt. And you know what, you go Jin, full AD build. You say, screw everything else, get as much AD as possible. And then you just go with Curtain Call and just one-shot the enemy.
Oh, Jinx is banned, so they take the Syndra. Oh, here comes
Oh
the
my
Yasuo combo!
God.
Insta-lock! Straight out the gate, no hesitation. I love it. All the hyper carries, throw them out the gate. We don't care. It's time for the good old Yasuo.
That is the 3 quickest picks I think we've already seen today. And of course, like you said, Oriana gonna be taking away the priority, gonna be towards Syndra instead on the side of Gucci. And I think this is kind of what Beast Team wanted. They wanted a mobile mid laner, and with the Diana Yasuo gonna be a rough time if they do choose to camp that mid lane. Zaya gonna be locked in as well to sort of counteract the dive coming out of the Diana Yasuo. But I mean, what an insta-lock out of the Beast.
Indeed, and I'm wondering what they're going to pick up for more. I mean, I'm 100% certain the WAC is going to pick Lulu just because he seems to love the champ. And it is good because then they get the Wild Growth combo into the knockup with Yasuo. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the WAC just pick Lulu because he loves Lulu. They might want to pick up an ADC before most of them get picked up. They could. Ooh, Rek'Sai.
Oh.
New champ, new times.
Let's
and
go,
7 for 1
baby.
is back of the aggression. I do like it.
Yes, sir, another unique champ to add and bolster the rosters. It is gonna be interesting what they end up picking. Should be the AD carry picked up. I'm assuming another sort of hyper carry to add to the list. Sivir, once again, a champion we are used to seeing. I am expecting a Luluban coming out of the Gucci squad here just because the WAP, he really likes Lulu.
It would not be surprising at all. I would also not be surprised to see if they actually ban Silas from the side of Beast Team Esports to allow for a Malphite pick blind in the top lane on R4. It would be a bit suspicious. They could wait to R5 technically instead, but I wouldn't be against them also banning it. It would be quite the obvious pickup, I would say. They also have other options. They can take the Ornn, they can take Cho'Gath technically, but I don't think Cho'Gath's the best pick. But there are other picks beyond the Malphite. And Luluban does come out completely on the mark, does it?
Yeah, I mean, WAP so far, he's been showing us what he can do on the Lulu. Very aggressive when he gets his hands on the little Yordle from downtown. You do see the Milio hover at the moment. I do expect it for it to be the Milio ban just because, well, never mind, maybe the Renata ban. Instead,
Yeah, I would have preferred the Milio ban actually, because I'm pretty sure that Windwall does block the Renata wave. So, not the biggest issue in this game, but they do steal the Milio, so maybe that is why.
Yeah, it is gonna be the Milio steal out of the beast instead. And like you said, I do believe Windwall does block Renata ultimate, so I'm not entirely sure about the Renata ban here on side of beast, but they're gonna do it anyway. Nonetheless, Milio gonna be locked in alongside the Sivir. Another Enchanter hyper carry combo for us down in the bot lane this time around, and it'll be interesting to see what they opt in on the side of Gucci. I think something they can potentially look to do is go for the Rakan, which is open and tends to be really good into the Milio, because you cannot Milio ultimate the Rakan knockup, and Zaya Rakan is a very strong lane early on into the game.
Is it just me, or am I, when seeing the Rakan, more surprised that Beast didn't take the Rakan? I'm guessing maybe the WAP doesn't play it, but I feel like the Rakan would be a perfect fit for this comp. You can pair it with the Sivir, it's just fine, and you have the knockup from the W. and you have a good, solid engage tool so that Diana can just follow up and you charm people. You press the Diana ult all on all of them, and they are dead. And here we
Kennen,
have Kennen pick up a new champ once again.
Kennen.
Blind picking Kennen is very interesting. I actually think Malphite's kind of fine into Kennen, although I don't really remember. But if you do go Comet, I think he can survive that matchup with the Doran's ring and two pots. Maybe they're gonna go Malphite.
Yeah,
It is open.
I don't think like it's a necessarily a bad matchup. I'm pretty sure Malphite has so much base damage with the Q and the Arcane Comet combo. Like,
Oh,
wait,
Akshan! Out
wait.
of nowhere, left side battlefield, they don't need tanks. They need more damage, Dessa. We love damage on this cast. We
That
love
came
damage.
straight out of left field.
Everyone has damage, baby. You see, if Yasuo goes and ints, that's all fine, baby. We got Akshan. He's gonna come back. He's getting revived right now, baby. This is
Yes,
how to
sir.
counteract this. Okay, this is how to play around the Yasuo's a solo queue, right? They're gonna go 0-7. That doesn't matter. I'm gonna accelerate them to that 0-14 power spike. I'm gonna rest them with Akshan. They can go and run it down even faster, though.
True, the tech, the tech. How do you get the assault quicker? You just run it on back. You get the 1-for-1. You dive that mid lane level 3 on the Akshan. BD beam, bada boom. You get the 1-for-1. Yasuo, one death already right there. One kill for your Akshan.
On a more
And the
serious
ball
note,
rolls.
this is a very Sky pick, I feel, from the top lane. He does not seem like the guy who plays these conventional, kind of, I'm going to help my team type picks like Malphite. We did see on the Gnar, he didn't feel the most comfortable. So I kind of like that he's just opting to play his own style. He's probably going to just chill on the roam, just run around, and then just draft. Like, right, he's going to do whatever he wants, right? Because he is Sky, he just does whatever he wants. He's probably going to build Hullbreaker on Akshan. I wouldn't even be surprised. It's also probably a decent matchup into Kennen. Kennen usually abuses melee champs, but Akshan being ranged doesn't suffer from that disadvantage.
Yeah, doing his best dude impression in the top lane outside of the beast. Gonna be up against the cannon, and I mean, it's interesting picks coming from both sides here. Akshan is a champion that I don't think I've ever seen in a competitive 5v5 environment outside of, I think, one niche case where there was a Versic esports game where they locked in. I think they lost it as well, but gonna be going up against the cannon, the top side of the map. Rek'Sai in the jungle for the Gucci squad, and it'll be interesting for me to see how this Gucci squad is gonna work because there's a lot of engage here. You're looking at a Rakan, a Rek'Sai, a Kennen, immediate go buttons for pretty much everyone but the AD carry and the mid lane on the side of Gucci, which gives them a lot of agency to take fights whenever they then please.
Yeah, and I'm a bit curious as to why they picked the Rek'Sai. I'm not sure where Rek'Sai fits into the current meta, and there were a lot of other picks open. For example, the Ivern I think would be completely fine to just try to negate the engage. But maybe they want the Ivern because 741 has shown that he is great at accelerating the early game if put on these more aggressive champions. And if you do put the comp of Beast Team Esports behind, they're kind of this comp which has like no choice but to go in. They can't really play tango on objectives. They don't really have any poke. They don't really have any good like soft commitment. They have an Akshan in the top lane. It's gonna be very hard for them to come back if you do set them off in the early game. And I think that is what the Rexa kind of is there for, to really try and hammer down the early game for the side of Gucci.
Yeah, and I think Beasts are a team where if they do get ahead in the early game, they look quite good. But keep on in last game, they didn't get ahead in the early game, and they still managed to turn it back on around. So it's gonna be interesting to see whether they can take the early game this time. But this Diana Yasuo combo is always gonna be interesting. We are seeing that it's gonna be Akshan in the top lane, indeed confirmed. Like we just thought. Thank you very much to the big man in the back, Mr. Producer over there doing the
Through
most
God's
for us
work,
all.
Peppa Cocker, my man, my guy,
Actually,
popping
my
off in
ghost.
chat, popping off in the background. You can't see it, you will never see it, you will never hear it, but he is there and he's popping off all alongside with us, just like Lek. Tessa, wouldn't you agree? He's
Oh,
in here with us.
Lek forever. Honestly, Peppa and Lek get shared number one place in my heart.
Yes. Now, going on from the draft, because I'm pretty sure we're waiting for the spectator delay right now. Who would you say won this draft? So the Akshan, it does feel a bit special, right? Like who would you actually say won this draft? I'm kind of curious on your thoughts, Tessa.
Ooh, I think it is a tough call. It's a tough call because I think there are a lot that could go wrong for both teams this game. If this Yasuo doesn't sort of get ahead, if he doesn't get accelerated, the Diana Yasuo combo isn't gonna matter if Yasuo presses R and they just sort of stand there on the side of Gucci and says, okay, now what? Because he doesn't do any damage. So if he does end up falling behind, it's gonna be rough, I think, for a side of Beast Team Esports to play the mid game and then the early game. Of course, he's gonna scale on into the late game like Yasuo tends to do. But I think on the side of Gucci, there's so many playmaking tools. You've got the Rek'Sai, you've got the Rakan, you've got the Kennen. I always prefer comps where you can sort of pick and choose where you want to fight. I think I would prefer Beast comp in a way where I think they have a higher chance to win this game based on draft. But if I was playing and I was one of the players here, I would rather be playing furthest out of Gucci just for the reason I mentioned earlier, where I would much rather be in the team where we can pick fights, we can dictate the flow of the game, which is a lot easier to do on the side of Gucci. You've got the Rek'Sai engage, you've got the Rakan, you've got the Kennen follow up, so much CC and so much just go 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 zoom buttons on their side. Where on the Beast, you really have the Diana Yasuo, and that's about it. No one else really has any engage. So if I was playing, I would pick Gucci, but I think Beast have a higher chance of winning the game. What do you think?
Definitely. I kind of agree with your analysis. I think for the beast type comp, outside of the Milio, which I'm pretty sure I would have preferred something like a Nautilus or something different. I think they picked it because they're like, well, we have two 80 carries technically, and Milio is good with 80 carries. But I think I would have preferred a Nautilus counter to that to have like more engage, because I feel like the beast comp is kind of forced to play hard engage having Diana Yasuo. Otherwise, they just lack two characters in some sense. So beyond that, I do think Beast Draft is kind of fine. Akshan being this kind of strange pick, but assuming that Sky knows how to play it, I think it's a kind of fine pick. It has this X factor of being able to revive people, which can be quite annoying, especially in the late game, because if you get just one kill back, it's like, oh, well, maybe we didn't win the fight after all. Now four people's alive all of a sudden. And that X factor effect is kind of good for a volatile comp, because someone is 100% going to die from either side of the team in any of these engages. So if you can bring your side back, then you will have the advantage again. But I do agree. I think I prefer Gucci's draft. I think it's more consistent. I definitely think they are easier to execute on the draft. I don't know exactly how the jungle matchup is between Diana and Rek'Sai, but I'm pretty sure Rek'Sai wins most jungle 1v1s. So assuming they play to their comps, I do think Gucci is going to take this game. Although I do hope Beast wins, so we don't have the blue side Manta Cup, the blue cup.
I mean, what color is the Manta Cup logo? Blue. What color is the Manta text in the logo? Blue. Blue side dominance.
So it's,
Coincidence?
so it's all
I
rigged.
think not. It's written in the script.
Hmm.
Linus handed me the script today before we started. Was like, don't tell anyone. But now
Ah,
the secret is out.
I'm a
It is out.
private investigator. I know everything. Yeah, the blue side, it's always going to be a bit, I feel like, easier to draft on blue side, simply that prio picks, you're able to pick them first. There are ways to draft around it, but generally, blue side seems to be a strong and easy side to draft for. And now we're hearing the sounds of the rift, the frogs, the grunt spawning. I can hear the birds singing and the swain crows cawing and telling me that I'm going to eat an eye to the face. We're about to load into the game, ladies and gentlemen, and hopefully we have an invade. Give me a spice invade. Give me not a default. Give me an
Give
invade.
me an
Although nobody has
invade.
invade tools, except for maybe Gucci team. Gucci team, go ahead, invade. God damn it.
Oh, they aren't invading. I'm expecting for the game to be, speaking of invading and playing aggressively, now that you've nicely segued us into that, I do assume that the side of Beast Team Esports are gonna play pretty chill for the most part of the game. You can see some great cover work coming out there from Pep. I'm very, very impressed. This is why he's the GOAT in all of our hearts. But I would expect for the most part for the game to be pretty chill pre-6, just because Beast Team wants to reach that level 6 Diana Yasuo combo.
741 really wanting that out though. I'm not sure he's gonna do anything, but he
It's
really
about
wants it out
inserting
there.
dominance,
It is true. It is about dominance in the jungle. Currently,
sending
it's
a
neutral.
message.
Currently neutral. No dominance asserted yet.
No one inserting their dominance into anybody quite so soon.
No, asserting, not asserting. Inserting
Uh,
dominance it sounds strange. And we're gonna have maybe a scuffle in the bot lane as they're gonna encounter each other in the river, trying to block them off from walking into the lane. Doesn't really matter. Maybe they'll get like a slight bit of prio on the side of Gucci, but it should look completely fine. I don't think the side of Sivir and Milia would be able to get any prio anyways.
yeah, this is gonna be mainly a Zyra Khan dominated lane, as Zyra Khan tends to do. There aren't a lot of bot lanes that can sort of beat them out very early on into the game. Hail of Blades, Kai'Sa plus Nautilus is one of the combos that can sort of square up against it very, very strong in the early few levels. And you can see as well, Algren gonna be opting into the exhaust. There is an ignite on Jesse, which does mean they're gonna be looking to play this quite aggressively, which doesn't surprise me at all. Very
Ooh,
lucky
here
to
comes
say
the
right
level
now.
2 from Sky, and he's already looking to chunk Lost Murder here. Does get a quite nice trade, and also kind of zoning him from the way. I don't think he lost more than maybe maximum 1 minion, so should be completely fine, but trying to abuse his level 2 advantage.
Yeah, I think it's a good level of timer coming out from him. You can see the Q on the
Oh my
Raptors. Very
god.
creative out of Danny 8x8.
Danny really wanting to put the pressure on here. Loves clicking the E button as every Yasuo main. He does not get the push to him though in this case, so I'm not sure he wants to be super pushed up. It could be nice to get the wave more to your side, but right now I don't think there's any real gang potential anyway, so you're just looking to trade a bit with the Syndra in the early game. But yeah, overall, where do we think the action is going to be happening? I don't think Diana has the strongest gang potential
I
in the
think
early
Daxion's
game.
gonna be mid
Oh,
lane.
it's already happening. Rek'Sai is here. Doesn't he?
I think.
No, we are on blue side vision. Doesn't miss the knockup. Has to
Oh,
flash for it. There's the scare of the week, but flash out of Danny 8-8. Missing the knockup on the Yasuo dash forces 7-4-1 to flash. And they get a trade of flashes between the mid laner and the jungler. But I do think that favors the side of 7-4-1, since he can just come back again for another gank at a later time. And, oh, big trade coming down here. Ghost force out of Adamori. Algren is looking to just continue this trade. Good disengage from the WAP. And they're going to be still quite fine here in the bottom.
my boy Danny in the mid lane ends up dodging out on the knockup. Do you see Sky though?
Oh, he's looking to kill 7-4-1 here, possibly. I don't know if he can, though, but maybe he does have E. He's going to try. No flash on the. Oh, the bad E! And he does just E over the wall, and now
He's
Sky
stuck.
is stuck in the enemy jungle. We do have Diana and the Yasuo trying to come over to help, but I'm not sure. Maybe he can flash for the kill onto 7-4-1, but that is about it, I think. Flashes back, gets the Q
Wait.
back, maybe? Oh, here is Yasuo. He's trying to get into it, but I don't know. This engage feels very forced from the side of Beasts. Trying to use the wind wall to kite out Los Medreto, trying to dodge all the autos, trying to go for the kill on 7-4-1. Really hungry, but he does have lethal tempo. He's going to kill in Los Medreto if he's not careful.
Oh
And now
my
there is
God.
minions in the lane. Is he going to dash? Will he get the third Q? He does get it. And Danny 8-8, he has more minions. He gets
full
this
shield.
passive back. He does go down to Los Medreto, getting the stun. And TP comes out of Rebreathe from the top lane, trying to make sure that the kills go the way of Gucci. But damn, we get some action here in the early game.
Oh, Hacks, it is absolute chaos, baby. Up in the first
God.
minutes of the game, you see Danny 8x8 being so close to getting both kills. The shield comes back just in time. I'm not sure if it was calculated or he just got a little bit lucky there, but nonetheless, it was a good play coming out from him, as well as Night Fury picking up Rebreathe at the end of the day, end up expending both of their flashes, which does mean that I'm gonna assume that Rebreathe is gonna have no flash once the level 6 comes through for Night Fury and Danny 8x8, which is a little bit scary.
It is a little bit scary, and also looking at the wave states, I'm pretty sure the side of Gucci had to sacrifice a few minions in lane to make that play happen. And since the play went on for quite a while, they probably missed most of those waves. I'm pretty sure Akshan had Prio, so Kenan, I'm not sure exactly how much of the wave he picked up, but I'm pretty sure he lost quite a few minions just going down to help his jungler at blue. And a similar case for Syndra, since Danny 8-8 has basically been pushing the entire game.
Yeah, definitely some CS and XP. You gotta be best under tower there. Prio so far for the side of Beast Team Esports, you can see the base come on through a longsword and a dagger picked up by Algren right there. Interestingly enough,
Ooh,
it's not gonna
7-4-1
be
is on the
opting-
backside here. Scare of the Week does come out. 7-4-1 is behind Danny 8-8 here. He needs to find more minions to dash to. Does hit level 6 though, so he has quite a big power spike right now, and I'm not sure they can even aggress onto him.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky with Danny 8x8 being level 6 Rebreathe, not having a lot of HP to play around with. Although the dive could be a hand, but he's gonna dash in on out. I think it is interesting to see that the first dragon is gonna go over to the side of Beast before level
this the
6 comes through for
first?
Night Fury.
Is this the first dragon that Beasts have gotten as the first dragon?
I think it might be.
This might be the first dragon. Shoutouts to BC Sport, getting the first dragon of the game. Maybe that's bad for them because they win the other games, but could also be a good sign that they managed to contain the Rek'Sai in this early game.
It's all in the Aksha power pick.
All in the action power.
It's
pick.
all in the Aksha power pick.
The invade did stop the flow of the Rek'Sai quite harshly, so he's definitely doing his part with the action pick. And I mean, it does feel like this type of Sky pick. He just wants to fight in his top lane. Truly like the iconic type of top lane. And 741 is back here in mid. He wants to gank Yasuo. Once again, I'm not surprised. Rebrief does miss. He can dash to the minions. Trying to wind wall. Has a wind wall. Hard for Rebrief to ult right here with wind wall up. And he's dashing and dashing. Maybe he's going for the ult. He is going for the ult. Rebrief does have the ult. So damage out of Yasuo. Q again. Staying alive!
Oh.
Danny did with the triumph, flexing the Mastery 7 emote, and the ult from Akshan. Night Fury cleans Rebrief on the backside, and they are just dominating this early game right now.
And this is
Oh,
why
there's a
you
trade in the bot lane? Wait, a
confident.
trade in the
Wait,
bot
what?
lane?
One
There
for
was a
one.
trade of ADCs in the bot lane using every summoner. Oh, we have a replay of it, maybe?
And I mean, this is why you're so confident
Oh, no, we don't.
on Danny 8x8. This is why he locks in the Yasuo early on, because I mean, this man, he moves. Look at
He
the
moves.
moves, dashing in and out. This is what we're used to seeing from the Yasuo players. Just ends up getting the ultimate onto 741 as well, and the last Q just slow on HP ends
And
up
triumph.
collecting.
Crazy good play from Danny 88.
Crazy play. So well played. And then
Really
Night Fury
crisp.
as well picks up the kill at the back. And truly, I think the perfect outcome for the side of Beast Team Esports in that situation.
Definitely. I mean, Danny, they want to shut him down. Iconic. You have a Yasuo, you're like, we're just gonna gank him, he's gonna keep pushing up. Danny's like, I don't really care if I'm pushed up, I'm just gonna win this 2v1 anyway.
Yeah, it's just because 741 level 5 at the moment. And you can see, with all the ganking he has done, he's gonna be down by about 20 CS compared to the Night Fury, who's just pretty much been farming and farming, and he's gonna reach level 6 as well. It's gonna be the early bomb.
741 is back here again. Oh, he
He's running.
gets this. Does he like that ward? He's once again done this, I think, strange ward outside the bush. It looks like.
I'm starting to think this is actually intentional.
Probably is intentional.
There's no way he missed it 3 times in a row, right?
Yeah, there's no way he misses it consistently. So I'm pretty sure it's an intentional ward. I'm not sure what the purpose of it is, but maybe it gives enough vision to see the edge of the river, like the entrance.
True.
Unless you can
I
sneak
think
past
if you
the
place
ward.
the ward in the bush, I don't think it entirely does. Well,
Well, he does seem to see the edge here, so I think it could be that he just wants to see the edge of the river. Oh, well, never mind. Rexa snuck past it, so maybe
Yeah,
not.
I think
The
there's
Vandenberg is
dark
ulting in bot lane, by the way. I have no idea what started this fight, but here they're going. And Josiah, he does get spell shield W from account. 7-for-1 on the back lane,
Oh.
getting a huge E. Vandenberg, no summoners, is going to get knocked up. We have ult, no spell shield. Great knockback from the WAP to save his ADC there. Showing proficiency on these enchanters, and really knowing how to peel for Vandenberg, keeping him safe.
yeah, the Vademori gonna be safe for now in the bot lane. 741 really trying to get so many ganks off in the early game, but it just is not paying dividends for him at the moment. Danny 8x8 again just going aggressive in towards the mid lane. 741 currently still does have his top side to clear, so there are times he could take, but he's back in the mid lane. Maybe.
What is back again? I mean, it makes sense. He's playing Rek'Sai. He wants to get really proactive. He wants to get kills going. It's just been a few wrenches in the wheel, so to say, from Sky invading him with his blue, and then Danny 88 having the insane outplay in mid lane.
Yeah, I think so far, Danny 8x8, I don't know if it's the best Yasuo we've seen, but I would argue it's the most consistent Yasuo I've seen. I think he consistently just pulls it off very well, and he very rarely we see him go like 0-10, you know, the Yasuos we used to see in the solo queue games. And again, just looking for so many aggressive plays.
Sky of the week does shove him back. Still manages to dodge. Oh, big flash from Night Fury. They want the engage from Raptor. And he is instantly dead, even trying to flash out, but very
Herald?
dead. Here comes the Diana synergy. And yeah, they're gonna Herald mid, and Danny 88 is gonna be very accelerated into this mid game. Still flexing his mastery emote.
Yeah, he's gonna be a rich boy. Should be, I think, 3 plates picked up here. Aren't gonna get the 4th plate here. The last plate is gonna be up for grabs. So TP out of Repriest to get into this lane quite quickly. I'm not entirely sure how necessary that was, with 741 still just being able to catch the wave and only losing about 3 minions. Repriest still isn't gonna catch the XP because they are
The river
chasing Danny
Wax in a bit of an
8x8.
awkward position here. Does have to flash out, but here comes the quickness. Flash out of Yesiah is going to catch him, donating it over to Algren. So he manages to get a kill, and maybe the side of Gucci will stabilize a bit here by getting their hands on a dragon.
Night Fury is there though, and he's trying to fight it. He's full HP against half HP on 7 for 1. He's just waiting for cooldowns right now, I feel like. Missing the Q though, so he can't get the reset. And there are more people from Gucci here right now. They're waiting for the Yasuo rotating over from the mid lane. Good chunk from Rebrief onto Night Fury. He is here. Doesn't have Diana ult though, so he has to get the knockup on his own, and there's a lot of CC going out. Has to flash out, missing the third Q. 7 for 1 dealing damage, and the shutdown unfortunately going over to the side of Rakan, but still managing to secure the dragon here for the side of Gucci. Meanwhile, Sky is trying to farm plates or farm cannons, I'm not sure which. Oh, and flash! But he got stunned by Lost Murder, which gets the outplay, knowing that he would go for it. And he should also flex his mastery emote if he had one. I'm not sure if he does.
Flashing the thumbs up as well at the end as a nice try, boy. Go back to base, I'll take it from here. And Lost Margarito with the outplay in the top lane is gonna get
Wap
the
is here
kill.
again, trying to stop it.
Answering the recall.
Oh my god. Wap has to be the most annoying support in bot to play against. You want a base all the time, you're like, yeah, I'm gonna get like a half greedy base in the middle of lane. Wap's just like, I'm here, boy. He's back again. He might get punished for it here though. Has to ult to get out. Missing the Q on 7 for 1. He's angry. He's gonna flash. You're not stopping any more bases. He's going down and he's gonna take that kill.
Yeah, I feel like the Wap is the kind of man who he gives me Hylissang vibes. You know the clips where Hylissang just walks up to enemies and ignites them, and then just says TT to cancel their base? I'm getting similar vibes.
Yeah, he's like this. He's very persistent on canceling these bases. Sometimes a little bit too much, but it's like in style of his character, right? He loves invading. He loves going aggro, and being up there trying to cancel bases. It fits right in with how he wants to play the good old game of League of Legends. So, I think it makes complete sense. The game after all of these events have kind of stabilized. It's semi-even. There's like a 2k goal difference to the side of Beast Esports. Not game winning by any chance, because you do have a lot of good tools on the side of Gucci. So I think they will be quite fine. And they also have more plates to pick up on the side of every lane, because there's already been basically every plate dropping in mid and in top. So if they manage to get any plates back before they drop, but they are dropping now actually.
And
I
the
can't
Wap
read
is
the timer.
he's been chilling. I'm not
He
entirely
is being
sure.
chilling. Indeed, he's being chilling. They're gonna gauge onto
Entirely sure
Danny.
about the move here.
They're being chilling on Danny, and he's gonna be sad that they're being chilling in the jungle because he's dead. Never mind! He's alive! Wap makes it. He's dead to the ult of 7 for 1 though, but he's gonna get cleaned on the backside of Night Fury, and will Go Sky be able to clean Rebrief? Not quite, doesn't have the damage, can't really reach through Josiah, who peels Rebrief out of there. Still looking to continue this engage. Algren kind of kiting up, has a lot of feathers, trying to hit the E, is gonna ult for the Sky, and there is a Diana Q, just not quite enough damage. Josiah keeping his boys alive, but the turret is going to go down to the side of Sky, who is going to be quite big from this chain of events, getting the first tower of the game, and he might have... Oh God, he gets the Q through the minions! They don't see it! Oh my God!
Oh my god!
Oh my God! I thought it would dodge it for sure, so I didn't even think about it. Oh my God.
What the hell?
It's a disaster! He just
No.
can ignite. The shutdown goes to Rakan again! It's a disaster! Messiah, you're gonna have to build AP right now, because we need a carry in this game.
Oh my god, Sky with a beautiful play. In the mid lane, picks up 2. That is a strike. This man should become a
now Rebrief is
bowling
on the hunt.
champion. The Wap.
Scared of the week.
Wait, where's the Wap coming from?
Once
Why was it in
again.
the enemy jungle?
I don't know, but he's put like the deepest control wars I've ever seen, and one in the lane as well, so he's done what he needs to do, he's out.
He's done the works. Wap is out here doing the most.
The Wax
He's
is
out
just
there.
out here taking a stroll. He should play Bard, man.
True. Bard, with the Wap on the Bard. When do we get to see that? That's
It would be like a
that's what I'm-
forbidden power, man. It would be like unleashing like an elden god or something. It would be
That's why
unlock
he-
his potential.
You know, that's why he doesn't play the Bard. He doesn't want
Wap,
people
if
to
you're
FF
listening to this, try Bard.
Nah, he doesn't want people to FF too early. That's the thing. He would be too good on the Bard. He wants to play League of Legends.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a good, you know. It's just
I
good,
mean,
you know.
but again-
It fits him. I mean, he wants to walk around. He wants to stop bases.
Bard walks around quite fast as well.
Yeah, he zooms. And they're
He does
fighting in
zoom,
here, but Wap is once again out strolling, has to burn his flash. Night Fury is really close by, but yeah, WAP, it smells good. You gotta run, WAP. You can't stay in enemy jungle. You should either be playing like Graves or go to Bard. Maybe you can play Graves support and just invade
Graves
the enemy
support.
jungle. Oh,
Oh.
that would Fury does whiff on the E,
Ooh.
miscalculating the range, or maybe just a fat finger. But now he is ultless, so he will be have to chilling for a while.
And I think
It's
this
quite
is...
unfortunate because it would be a dragon contest here, and he probably is going to be wishing he had that ult right about in 2 seconds.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate with the dragon spawning as well. The timer just not good to be blowing your ult away. You do see Sky though, probably making his way towards this
WAP
bot
is in
lane.
base because he's permanently in enemy jungle, so he has to base because he gets chunked. They're still scared to walk up here, but I feel like the side of
Wait,
Gucci might want to
Sky?
force an engage here. Here's the CC, W, Rakan ult, CC going down onto Danny 88, not quite dead, but here comes the Rakan ult, he is dead. Night Fury trying to salvage the play, but here comes the entire squad of Gucci. He has a squad, you do not. WAP is here though, trying to peel for him. There is Sky on the side, but they can't really enter the fight, and the shutdown goes over this time to Lost Moderate, and he continues to engage, flashing onto Sky and Vadimori. They both have to flash out of that play to save their lives, and staying safe, maybe not WAP, he's still in it, but now he's out, playing some football. And this third dragon will go over to the side of Gucci, unless WAP once again miraculously tries to invade the enemy jungle.
WAP's going for it.
Oh
Going for
god,
it.
I saw the Akshan Q. I got flashbacks. Oh, he's ulting now? I don't think anyone is going to die from this ult. Okay, he's just asserting dominance. He maybe wants to
He's
continue the...
tickling them.
Why are they continuing this play? You're going to die. There's an entire team there. Okay, they're going down because Josiah was fed up and had enough. And now they're both going over to Los Mudereto. He gets 2 kills more. Los Mudereto, he's not here to dance around the enemy jungle. He's here to fight, and he will fight.
Yeah, it's a little bit confusing off moves. You can see as well. Imagine if Night Fury had his ultimate right here, the play, but ends up blowing it in the mid lane. That means no combo for the Beast Team Esports for this fight, and it WAP tries to do what he can, pops the cozy campfire, pops the ball as well, but not going to be enough. Shutdown, Ultimate's brother. It's a great flash forward, but a great flash from Sky at the end of that to get over the wall as well, and unfortunately ends up just walking. He wants to die anyway. He got bored. He wants to go back to base. Ends up going almost being able to pick up his second item. Looks like it is going to be a Blade of the Ruined King, which I think is interesting as well coming out of him. But the WAP, he's again on his way.
WAP is once again in the enemy jungle, and he is dead. And for the people watching, I think someone in chat also mentioned this. Oh, there's another stun coming out of Rebrief. They want to force the fight again. Ghost out of Adamori. He has to peel back. They really want to get this Herald push in, though. Sivir is going to try to clear the wave with Diana. Lost Murderetta, though, I would not be surprised to see him just below the rocket belt here. He's looking for the engage. Danny trying to find the engage onto Rebrief, but there goes the tower. They do get the charge eventually, and they're just going to walk away now, being at a numbers disadvantage. But yeah, someone mentioned in chat, which for the people who may be watching, while it's some of these plays might not look terribly logical, these players have also played for a very long time, so it's quite certain that some mental fatigue is starting to set in. So the plays do grow more chaotic. I mean, it's been 2 days of basically non-stop games, so it's not entirely out of the question that they have a bit of mental fatigue, which leads to slightly more frisky decision making. Let's put it that way.
You know, Hacks, you say physical decision making, I say content. Let's go, baby.
I agree on
Bring
that
it
one. I do agree on that one. It is content. It is content for everyone watching, and it is content for me. And Danny, I don't know what they love hull breakers on this team. Now he has a hull breaker. Why do they all love hull breaker? This item, thankfully, will be removed next patch. I'm very tired of it, to be honest. But God, they love hull breakers. Nobody
The
wants
real
to team
question
fight.
is Beast Team going to disband after Hullbreaker gets removed? They can't build it anymore.
Are they gonna bench everyone because nobody can play anymore? Because nobody can build Hullbreaker? I mean, to be fair, Sky did have his performance on Gwen. He didn't build a Hullbreaker that game. He's kind of safe. He's got the Gwen angle.
True. This is gonna limit their champion pool because they're not gonna pick anyone who can build.
Only
Hullbreaker.
Gwen.
It's gonna be full AP comps.
Only Gwen. Everyone's picking Gwen. Everyone's fighting over the Gwen. They're like, me, let me play it, me. It's
They're
gonna
gonna
be
play
one
one
left
brawl
from
instead.
Beasts. It's gonna be like a Beast column where they're all gonna eat each other, and the only one remaining will be the top Gwen player for the team.
It's gonna be a Gwen 1v1 between them all to decide who gets to play Gwen.
To be fair, the WAP will still stay if he evolves to play the Bard.
True. They can handshake it. Handshake away the bar to WAP, and then it's a 2v2 between Vademori, Danny 8x8,
And they're starting Baron. Holy. But it does make sense. They do spot rebrief down bot, but he does have TP, and they're doing it quite slow right now. There is going to come in. He does pop the Milio ult. They're just gonna burn it down though. It's going to go down. TP coming in right now. They should just finish it. Here comes the Kennen onto the engage. Does have Baron, lower MR, and 741 is in the fight. Desire seizing them up. 2 players going down. Still all 5 alive, but Sky is still alive, and they could get the Reses out here if he manages to pick up any kill on the side of, I think it's Algren holding most of the players, and Rek'Sai. He's hunting for the Reses. Ooh, Los Burrito, he out of the ward, and he gets stunned! Can he out? That's the ult from Syndra, and he's really dead. The Red Ward, MVP of this game, tanking it up for the side of Gucci. Truly a hero of our generation.
The control ward is the GOAT. Wait, the what? Hold on.
Oh.
Hang on.
Rek'Sai's taking damage.
Wait.
Oh,
So
don't do it
what?
again, wow.
He's gonna do it
Oh
again.
my god, okay, it's a TP.
No,
Okay,
he's gonna do it
get
again.
the football into the Yasuo. That would be what I would like to see. But actually, Algren just says, no, I'm gonna pull back my feathers, and they are not here.
Yeah, the combo unfortunately in that last fight just didn't quite go off for the side of Beast the way they would have wanted to. The Diana Yasuo not... They're not
Here
being
comes
really
Danny, he's just
constant
running.
enough. And the WAP, I'm not entirely sure if burning your ultimate on the Baron to make it go quicker is the move necessarily, but I respect it. I respect it.
It would have been pretty good when the Kennen engage came in, but I mean, he wants to heal up so they don't take too much damage from the Baron before the fight happens, but I can understand the ID at least. So there was an ID behind it, but maybe he should have saved it for the Kennen engage. Here comes Rek'Sai. Will he get the steal? He does get the steal. That is 3 dragons for the side of Gucci. They are on soul point. But now the side of Beast Esports does have a Baron power play. They still have Baron on the side of the WAP. So will they be able to do any sort of siege? They're not really the comp to do it though. They do have a Sivir, so they can do it, but they will be 4v4 right now because Akshan is stuck in the bot lane. He does have TP. Maybe he will TP onto this minion to try and force siege. Maybe? Is he gonna TP? Are they just gonna force a fight? They will be 4v4, and the Cannon is on the flank right now. He does have flash. He's gonna go for it right now, and here he comes in with the big engage. Isaiah following up. Sivir is instantly dead. Ult does come out from Mill eventually. Big ult onto Rebrief. Will he go down? Does have the Sonya's. Night Fury is the only one left, and Akshan still not in the fight. WAP just walks back in, does die eventually to the enemy team as well, and Night Fury trying to get out of the situation, feeling quite uncomfortable here with all of these players walking around him. And Sky does pick up the bot turret off of the side of this, but not the most worth it. Los Murderetto keeping his team in the game, instantly going for the flank and gets immediate value.
I mean, the slicing maelstrom is so huge here. The first 2 feathers to started off at just a flash, immediate connect. Jesse helps out his top laner as well, the quickness. Then if with the QSS is going to get himself out, but the ultimate onto Reap is just not good enough. Plus 700 onto Ghost Guy there in the side lane, pick up the tier 2 tower, but it's not gonna be enough. I think not gonna be worth it this time around. You can see the Baron pretty much has run out by now, so for
1 a bit deep, but he does have backup in the form of Isaiah and Rebrief right now, so he should be completely fine. The WAP with his cozy campfire probably not gonna be doing too much damage. And yeah, this game has really swung back because now it's Gucci that has the soul point. You wouldn't know it looking from the game state. You would think it would be Beast, but it is instead Gucci that have the soul point on a, I think it's a Hextech soul, which is very scary to get their hands on. If you have a Saya, those feathers can stretch quite far for a Hextech soul. We'll have to see how they play around this next dragon objective. It's gonna be in 3 minutes.
3 minutes until the dragon does come up. Tier 2 tower is the only outer tower still standing for the side of the Gucci gang. So far, all the other tier 2s, tier 1s have fallen. Only tier 3s in the Nexus tower themselves left. And the top tower, as I aforementioned. But you can see 3 items onto Ghost Guy as well. This man is going to do a lot of damage. And the WAP, once again, in the enemy jungle. I've actually heard secret story. The WAP gets a secret passive when he's in the enemy jungle. He gets 10% more damage, which is why he hangs around here so much.
Yeah, it's hanging around, just like Sky is hanging around in the mid lane, taking it easy. They're kind of chilling this game. They're like standing in awkward places in enemy jungle, trying to see who's going to walk into them. Actually, they're all standing here, right?
Right, they're all
The
standing.
classic Fnatic standing. They're playing tower defense. What did you say they were playing Fortnite earlier? Now they're playing tower
Yeah.
defense.
Vademori is the only one actually moving on the map right now.
Los Murderetto,
no.
they see him. He hits them. He has. Los Murderetto is really on it. He's like, if everyone else is suffering from mental fatigue, Los Murderetto is like on a mental peak right now. He's just on everything, I feel like.
What if, okay, they invested into Los Mordorito, they gave away their last mental to Los Mordorito, and now he's uber mental.
How do you donate mental? What was like the process of donating mental?
You're gonna have to ask Gucci. I don't know.
By the
They're the
way,
ones with the tech.
I would like to start a petition for every time we say Gucci, it always sounds like Gucci. So I want to make a petition to give every Gucci member a Gucci sweater.
How much
Please
do Gucci
sponsor us.
sweaters go for?
I'm pretty sure it goes for way too much money.
Yeah, I
They
mean,
got
so
the
what is,
Spoiler.
he's the org leader, so you can talk to him about it after the stream. But so
I mean,
far we are
I'm
seeing.
not gonna get one, but it was just starting a petition. I'm not
I
gonna get
thought
a
I
sweater.
thought you were the one funding this operation.
How? No, that would be Gucci, aka Gucci.
Oh my God, Gucci,
Gucci, yeah.
go Sky.
And they're
That's
trying
a
to
lot of
collapse
damage.
on mid, and there's only 3 people here from the side of Beast. Stun does hit onto Sky. Will 741 try to get the flash. Good knockback from the WAP, stopping the engage. And they're dealing good damage onto 741. And Lost Moderator is in base. He might be looking for the TP flank. They have a few deep wards he could look at going for. Specifically the one in the left side of mid, if they continue to go into mid here. There might be a TP flank happening after he clears the spot side. But yeah, Dragon is about to come down. And you would like to contest it, but it's not the entire end of the world if you just give this over as Gucci.
Yeah, my eyes are gonna be on night. Wait, hold on. Rebreathe has no
Where's
stopwatch.
Sky? Does
Okay,
stop the good
I
shove back
thought
with
something
the
was about
scared
to
of the
happen.
week.
I thought something was about to happen. But like I
It could have
said,
happened. It could have
I'm
happened.
gonna be looking at Night Fury. This man's got flash. There is no stopwatch on this rebreathe because it was used in the earlier fight. If this man gets a big combo with Danny, they can very much
Lost with
end
the
the
Reds on
game
the flank
with death
again.
timers.
He's on the
But
flank again. He's sweeped
there,
himself all the way in, and they want to stop the steal, but they don't see the real danger. The cannon in the backline. They're gonna hard engage left side. Maybe he won't be able to catch up to this engage. They're gonna engage backwards. They're catching back into the cannon. It's a huge ult, cleaning the entire backline. Danny missing the flash over the wall. Night Fury onto Augur, but Danny's gonna get cleaned up. This might even be game right here if they just go mid and siege.
oh
Oh,
my
they're going
God,
Baron.
what a
They're going for the safe.
play!
No, they're going mid. They're gonna go mid and hip into Baron. Probably
What a
mid and hip
play
into
out of
Baron.
Los Mordorito there. Ends
They
up
do stop
collecting
the soul
every
at the
money.
very least. The saving grace is that they stop the soul. But
They do stop the soul.
Gucci
I
is
don't know if
very
they can
back in
stop
the
their own
game.
nexus though.
Maybe not. Yeah, they should actually be able to end 20 seconds. Yeah, they are able to end if they go for the call. They did go for the end. That's actually game from the side of Gucci, and that was a banger and a half. And the
That
7
was
for 1
nice.
is just going to die. Here comes the
Wow.
whack, kill him, flash on him. Yes, that's the play
Go
I want
get
to
him.
see from
Go get him.
Emilio. Flash on
Go get
him,
him.
cosmic insight,
Aw.
close enough though. But in the end, they do win it out.
It is gonna be Gucci taking game number 4, which means, Hacks, we are going to the ever so mentioned game 5, which means queue up the scrapes. It is
Yes,
gonna be
silver
game
scrape.
5. Very much so looking forward to it. And Hacks, coming in today, did you really expect a game 5 here, or what kind of series were you expecting? Because
I
I
mean,
don't think I expected a game 5.
I did predict 3-2 to Beast, and they're gonna get blue side now. So I mean, it's basically sealed in stone now.
True blue side dominance once
Blue
again.
side dominance.
And
Blue side is so broken.
I think that's what Beast expected. They were like, we're gonna be red side. We're gonna lose anyway, so we might as well try something. You know, get funky with it. Big dog show.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of strange things this game overall. There was some special decision making in certain fights. There was a lot of things. There was the Hullbreaker on Yasuo, which I don't know. They just love Hullbreaker, I guess. I'm not sure. I love the split pushing Yasuo, and they already have an Akshan that's probably almost never going to group unless it's there to clean up the fight. So, and the 1-3-1, I think, is kind of suspicious in the current meta. We did have just Los Moderato popping off that game. I'm curious to see what he's going to pick for game 5. I feel like all the top laners just picking new champs every game. So,
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to take a look at as well. And for Beast, unfortunately, gonna be buying the Hull Breaker. It is gonna be 0-1 to the shopkeeper, at least so far. We're gonna go into a little bit of a pause while we wait for Game 5 to kick ourselves off for the last game of the day. Game 5 for the Manta Cup between Beast Esports and Gucci Gang. So we're gonna be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to Manta Cup Finals Game 5 on our hands between Beast Team Esports and Gucci. And of course, in
Oh, sorry.
my apologies, my apologies.
All good,
In
Weston. We got you covered.
in Game 4, we saw the Akshan, we saw the Rek'Sai, we saw two more unique champions, we saw the Kennen come out, and Hacks, I don't want to even start to predict draft after seeing what I saw in Game 4, because I don't know what they're going to pull out of their pockets, and I'm a little
Ah,
bit scared.
I have a prediction.
Okay, hot
Sky,
Hacks takes. Let's
Sky
go.
is gonna pick Singed.
Do you think he's going to pick Singed?
No, but I hope so.
You know, okay, I'll make a deal with you.
Make a deal. Is
If
it a
he
deal with the
if,
devil?
if he picks Singed, I will give you one silver to blue.
Silver to blue.
Yes, one
That's a
silver
lot
to
for a
blue.
gangplank, man. We usually don't get more than 2.
Exactly. The serpents. I got you. You get one.
But hold the bloom. If
Outside
it
of the
picks Singed.
Singed. Outside of the Singed. What do you
Mhm.
sort of expect for this game 5? Do you think it is going to be finally Beast picking something standard? Or do you think it is going to be more experimentation on
Let's
this side?
ignore top lane. Let's ignore top lane. They
Okay.
did pick their standard Yasuo draft. They're picking blue side now. I don't think they're gonna do the same experimentation. They did it because on red side you can lock in Yasuo Diana at the same time. And you kind of hit it with this instant, like, okay, now we have the combo boom. They're on blue side right now, so they can pick up the prio pick. So they're probably gonna do something else. I wouldn't be surprised if some bands leave either Nico, Nocturne, or maybe like a mid laner like Orianna or Syndra open, which is probably gonna be their first pick. I do think Jinx is gonna be banned 100%. So I don't think they're gonna be able to first pick it. That's
Yeah.
what I expect. I wouldn't be surprised to see like a Nico or a Nocturne as a blind first pick. I
Yeah,
think Nocturne's
I'm
the more solid one, although they'll probably stick with
definitely.
Nico.
I think Doctrine is going to be their go to pick if it is open. I think it's so strong, and I think it's something we've seen before as well. And Hacks, if I'm not completely mistaken, has it been 100% win rate for Blue Side today?
I think, at least in the finals, it's been. I am not brave enough to talk about the quarterfinal or the semifinals because I didn't see the other side. But
Yeah. For the finals, at least.
do you know, Mr. Producer? Is it confirmed that for both semis it was always blue side? No. Okay, we don't have confirmation. He will check.
He
We
will
might
check.
back
We are waiting
tomorrow.
on confirmation.
So Nocturne will be banned. Unfortunate. The Tom
Nocturne.
Kench ban is. Oh, they're gonna look for Vi. I think if they're banning Tom Kench, they're looking for Vi here. I think.
Yeah, I think it is a good read as well coming out from you. It could be the Vi. Jinx gonna get taken away as well as the Nocturne. And realistically, I think Gucci do have some space for experimentation just because they are sort of not expected to win this game with being on the red side of things. But
I wouldn't
Oriana gonna be open
against,
for Danny 8x8.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against like a. I don't think it's experimentation per se, but I wouldn't be against seeing. Yeah, either the Victor is also fine from Rebrief, but also the Lissandra, I wouldn't be entirely against for the side of Rebrief. I think he's very solid on this Lissandra, and the plays he makes that are proactive, I think they're typically really good, and he tends to win early game for his team, which I feel like last game, although it didn't really go all the way, and I think both of these teams they want to pick as comfort as possible, but seeing as the mental fatigue is setting in a bit.
Yeah, I don't think you can get more comfortable than Beast mid laner, Danny 8x8 on Oriana. Okay, we've gotten confirmation. Apparently, there's only been one game where Blue side has lost during the finals and semifinals. So Beast team are definitely, I would argue, have the better chance to take this game with the blue side absolutely dominating. And this is why Linus went with the blue color of the Manta Cup logo.
If you count the win rate, it's probably somewhere at 90%. But yes, although we should not distrust in our fellow compatriots from the Gucci squad, maybe they have gotten their Gucci sweaters delivered. But they also have a solid draft going. I mean, Saya picking it up is really solid. We talked about it earlier in other streams, but I do think Saya is one of the most solid, like, hyper carries outside of Jinx right now. Taking it away, I think, is a big win. They decided to go for the Wukong and the Lulu, the WAC Classic.
Yeah, this is 90% win rate on blue side thus far. We are getting the information. Again, this is why Peppa is the GOAT, because he will go to lengths that other people will not go to. It is gonna be the Zyra Khan on the side of Gucci once more. It is gonna be pretty standard from the side of Beast, at least standard in the way where this is something we've seen before. No unique champions outside of the Victor for this game. Gucci, of course, with them having the Victor. On the side of Beast, Oriana, Wukong plus the Lulu, and classic combo out of the mid and jungle. Oriana, Wukong, great delivery on the ball, and big threat in the mid lane after those level 6s start to come in.
Definitely, and they do like Sai Rakan. I think Jesiah is also a great Rakan player, and they also already picked a jungler, so the only way to really throw a wrench here would be either picking the infamous Lissandra counter pick, which I think is Mickey X who pioneered in Worlds, and the other one would be Poppy as support. And I'm not against any of them. I think they're completely fine, but they've already picked Lulu, so they can't really do it. Beyond that, it's just like a top laner Poppy they can really, yeah, throw a wrench for Rakan. So he's quite safe here picking it. And yeah, it's just really strong. Sai Rakan, very good lane. They also got to be able to ban out the hyper carries from the side of Adamori, so I'm curious to see what he's going to play. Perhaps it will be the Seri this game.
Yeah, Aphelios, Sivir, and Jinx all gonna be taken away. Zeri, like you said, is still going to be open. Aphelios not this time around. You do see though, on the side of Gucci, still jungler left to be locked in. Wukong already revealed on the other side, so I'm very much expecting for them to leave a top for the counter pick. Jungle gonna be picked up here, like you said. Vi is still open if they do want to take it. Belveth is banned away by them. Actually, Ivern gonna be open as well, I do believe, but
Rel
Rel gonna
jungle.
be locked in.
I like the Rel lock-in. I think it's just a solid pick. Has the CC, has the engage. Very solid tank. Easy for a count to follow up on, as the W is actually quite slow, so you have like the time to kind of walk up and E onto the Rel. It's like a bit easier, I feel like, on Rels for Rakans to follow up. Jarvins are like too fast in a sense, whereas Rel is like this kind of slow into fast, so you have a lot of time to catch up as a Rakan and follow up the engage, which is typically what you want to do. But let's see what they're gonna lock in here for Vademori. He is looking at the Varus. I do think I prefer the Seri, but Varus still a very solid pick overall, and they do give them a bit of poke potential. And they are currently only short range on the side of Gucci.
Yeah, Varus a very strong AD carry in the meta at the moment as well. A great pick into the Xayah. You can kind of outrange her if you can space correctly. Rel as well on the side of Gucci is gonna provide that Xayah that's great support and that great CC, so she can really just lay out the carpet of feathers before pulling them back and doing a lot of damage. But the
Here it is.
Jax.
The infamous Jax is back. And we did see him work this pick really well against Lost Murderette earlier in the Renekton matchup. So let's see what he's going to pick. And Poppy is actually a counter pick to Jax. And it is open right now. And it's kind of decent against Wukong. So Poppy could be an angle. I'm not sure what other counter picks to Jax really exist right now. I could try to skill the matchup with something like, I don't know, maybe a Fiora. But he's just going to opt for the Kennen again. And this could be rough for Kennen in the later stages of the game at least. But early game, he's probably going to do pretty fine unless he does a mistake in the top lane.
Yeah, and Kennen, something we saw last game as well. Lost Margarito absolutely popped off on it. This man just went ham, found so many good flanks with the sweeper as well, especially in that bot side river. Really got his team the game. And it's not surprising they end up opting for it again. He seemed very comfortable on it. Granted, like you said, Hax, the matchup this time around not going to be as good for the Kennen as it was last game. Range versus range this time gonna be against the Jax, and Jax is one of those champions where he is very punishing if you make a mistake. If you let him jump on your head and counter strike, you are gonna take a lot of damage, and a few too many of those might lead into your demise. So Los Murderito really gonna have to step up here in this matchup to make sure that the Jack does not get ahead of the game.
Yeah, I think he should. It's just like it's volatile in a sense, but generally Kennen dominates the early game. And it's just later on when Jax is like enough MR to really be able to jump on and have like things like Mercury, so you can't be like perma-stunned. Then it's really hard because you can kind of chase down the Kennen, and if he doesn't have the burst potential to one-tap Jax, then he will eventually just win with his sustained damage compared to Kennen. They also don't have. They kind of have some. Victor can kind of match Jax, although it kind of depends on how the gold is looking. And typically, I would say top laners get more gold, at least in the games we've seen now. It does depend on how the kills go for the teams, because if Rebrief does manage to pick up a lot of kills, he could be able to match the Jax for quite a long time. So the side lane might not be too bad this game. So it's a bit better than I think it was the first game we saw where they won off the split push with Jax against Renekton in this series. So yeah, we'll have to see. It's kind of a even draft. I do think I prefer Gucci's draft a little bit once again.
Yeah, this time around, no Swain for the Jacks to go up against like there was in the last game. Really, no one in the previous game where he did go Jacks really could face against him in the side lane. I suppose you can say the same thing this time on around as well, but I feel like there's a lot more wave clear on the side of Gucci where you can just sort of send the Victor and have him perma clear waves up against the Jacks. Victor really can't get jumped on by Jacks just because of the magnetic field you can put down. And if you have the phase rush, you can then just run away. It'll be interesting to see whether he opts in for the phase rush or the first strike. I've personally seen both, and I think phase rush tends to be more common, but you can definitely get away with first strike, especially with how good and how common it tends to be nowadays. But like you said, I think our matchup sort of to look out for is gonna be the top lane and the bot lane. I doubt there's gonna be much action in the mid lane, at least before level 6, but potentially with some jungle attention, that might also change.
Yeah, I think bottom mid are gonna have instant attention, especially when Varus hits level 6. They have Rakan, also level 6, gonna be active. The Rel engage, the Wukong engage, mid's also gonna have quite a bit of action, especially from the Orianna side. We have seen Danny 8-8 on the Orianna in previous games, and he's quite adept at hitting the ults to engage a fight. And if he does manage to do that, and Night Fury is there along with him, that's probably going to be an easy kill onto the Victor. He doesn't have a lot of immediate tools to get people off of him. The Gravity Field does take its time. And yeah, bot lane, when Varus gets ult, he basically has his own engage, and Rakan has quickness. So yeah, I do think there will be a lot of action. I think top will be, unless Los Moderato manages to cement a very solid advantage, maybe getting a kill in the early game, should be semi uneventful, where I think the Jax just kind of wants to farm it out until he hits, I'm not sure, maybe 1 to 2 items.
Yeah, I doubt the Jax is going to play too aggressively in the early game, but I am expecting, or what I would like to see from the side of the Beast is sort of a gank timing in the mid lane, which we've seen before, where up against these sort of mages like the Syndra, mages like Victor, who are very sort of lack on the side of mobility. I think you want to look for a gank around like level 4, level 5. Then when the 6s do come in, there's no sort of flash in the mid lane. You burn the flash early on, and then you re-gank and just get the kill without Victor having flash should be an easy gank to pull off if they do manage to sort of get in flashless early on into the game. But as well, with there being a sort of, like you said, the split push threat, if this Jax does get out of hand, I don't see a lot of tools for the side of Gucci in the side lane to really go up against him. And especially like you said, once he gets enough ability haste to have enough Qs where Kennen can't really run away from him, and enough sort of MR with the Mercs where he can't really be CC'd, it's gonna be really, really tough to face off against him in the side lane. We've seen what Sky can do in the side lane before when he was on the Jackson, absolutely carried the game.
Yeah, and it's kind of convenient because he can start building early MR, perhaps a Wit's End at some point, where he can build the MR against Kennen, and if they decide to swap over the Victor, then he has MR built in against him as well. So it will not be easy for them to match him. Like he has a convenient way to kind of build his items where he can match both Victor and Kennen most probably and pressure in the side. And if they do rotate over the Saya, I think that's just a win in the Axis book because then you probably have to rotate over someone to also help her out of it. So having two people in your lane, you have essentially won the split push minigame where you've pulled two people to your side, which means your team should be winning the 4v3 on the other side of the map. But yeah, I'll be interested to see, and I'm really curious to see how the bot lane matchup goes. To be honest, we did see the side of Gucci dominate last time with Syra Khan, but Varus is kind of a stronger laner, and if he does go for the leaf, not the leaf, what is it called, Rain of Blades,
Halo
Halo
Blades?
Blades, Halo Blades.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm losing my mind. It's too late. Halo Blades, he does have very strong early game trading where he gets like free passes really quickly and then just pops them. So we'll have to see. I think the early game could be a bit more intensive this time, or more even, so to say. They won't just surrender it this time from the side of Beast.
Yeah, I'm still expecting, like you said, for there to be quite the kerfuffle for the early game power. Whereas nowadays, we tend to see more of the lethal tempo sort of on hit Ginsu's,
Mm.
not Nashers, but Ginsu's sort of wits and I'm missing an item here. Kraken Slayer was the one I was thinking of. Sort of Kraken Slayer Ginsu's go along that route. and then just have the lethal tempo as well in your back pocket to give you so much more combat power. Into the comp of Gucci, I think you would be able to get away with the lethality just because the Rel is really going to be the only tanky person on their team alongside Josiah. But I think the Zaya, Victor, and the Kennen are all going to be relatively squishy. So I think if you wanted to go for Hail of Blades and the sort of lethality build, I don't think it is entirely illegal out of you. Just something a bit more uncommon and something we nowadays aren't really used to seeing as much.
Yeah, I think it could be completely fine. They have three sources of damage in the team. Like Wukong does deal a fair bit of damage. They also have Oriana, which also does deal good damage. So they could go for it. And it would give them like a kind of poke, which is like the only team that has poke, which will force the side of Gucci to kind of force the engage earlier because you don't want to get poked down and then engage because then you just get a worse engage basically. So it could be interesting to see the lethality build. There is also the angle of him trying to just be tanky. I don't think it's gonna be this game where you could build a Radiant Virtue. But then I would think I would rather see the on-hit Guinso build you mentioned with Lethal Tempo. But yeah, we're
Yeah.
going to see. I think he has a lot of options. And I mean, we have been here for a while, so he's probably pondering himself he's already done the choice. We're probably just waiting for Spectre to delay. But I am curious to see what choice he did do on the Varus. He is probably the only champ in this game that has like a lot of variation in the runes. Perhaps the Jax is going to pick Lethal Tempo as well, with like instead of grass, but that's about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it will be interesting to see. Now at game 5, we're probably not gonna see a Spice Invade. So I'm unfortunately never gonna see a Spice Invade. If they do a Spice Invade, shout out to whoever's gonna Spice Invade. I
Shout
will
out to
take,
whoever spam pings the enemy red buff and says, yeah, let's go.
yeah.
Is go
I
time. You
will,
know, we both know, okay, if there's a spicy invade, if someone pings the red buff, you know it's gonna be the WAP. You just know.
it's probably, but he doesn't need his team to invade. He's just gonna invade on his own.
He's gonna ping on his way, he's gonna run in on his own. If the team follows, they follow. If they don't,
Yeah,
it's
he's just
whatever.
gonna go in, man. It's just, well, he probably won't go in level 1, but at some point, he's probably gonna be in the enemy jungle.
I mean, it's WAP, he's always gonna be in the enemy jungle. Somehow, they say all roads lead to Rome, but for WAP, all roads lead to an enemy jungle.
Yeah, all roads lead to deep wards in enemy jungle. He
Yeah,
truly does love
definitely.
his deep woods. I mean, they do give them a lot of interesting visions, so that is something. And yeah, we're gonna see the default
The new camera
rebrief
angle.
chilling in mid. We got a new camera angle.
Oh,
Looks
look at
kind of nice. The lined up enemies looking at each other. The mid lane face off.
Pog producer moment.
Indeed. Shout
Very
out
Pog.
to Peppercocker once again for producing this for us and helping us out. God knows I could never manage to speak and produce at the same time. I tried it once. I am pretty sure I expended every ounce of energy in my brain and I still couldn't really talk at the same time.
I think that's definitely fair. I can't produce at the same time. So it's I'm very glad to have him in the back pocket, but I am expecting you mentioned the Radiant Virtue earlier for Vademari. I would personally be up against it. I don't
Yeah.
think with you having the Lulu in your pocket, it is entirely necessary for you. And I think there's gonna be Jesse with a lot of health. I'm expecting a Radiant Virtue out of the Rakan. So it's gonna be Jesse with a lot of health. It's gonna be a 749 gonna be very tanky in the front line as well. I think you need the Ginsus to sort of cut this down. But Algren already looking to step up very aggressively, just like he did in game 1.
Yeah, having the donation of buff over to Rakan is very nice. You get like a lot of early pressure, and Feathers just push so fast compared to any other champ in the early game. It's very hard to steal level 1 from a Saya. It's just so much damage with the Feathers, so generally they just get the push just because they are the champ. It's kind of like a Caitlyn in that sense, where you have way more wave clear than most other champs at level 1 do. We're gonna see, actually, Wukong is gonna path up to top lane, trying to help out his Jax in this kind of negative matchup, which I do enjoy, because I don't think there's a ton of gang potential yet from the side of the bot lane. They don't have their CC yet on the Varus. Meanwhile, the Rel will be pathing down to bot lane, because he does have the Rakan. And they're probably gonna have an advantageous bot lane. They might even look for a dive if they get enough good trading onto the WAP. Already taking half HP.
The WAP is always gonna be half HP. WAP does not like being above 50% HP. That is why WAP never buys Bloodthirster. Because he would never get the passive.
You would
Because he's
never
always
take that
50%
blue
HP.
rune, absolute focus, where you have to be 70% of your HP.
No, he's never above 70%. I was thinking
Never.
of the rune, but I'm like, I'm not gonna remember the name. So I opted in for the Bloodthirster comment instead.
And Bloodthirster makes sense. I mean, it's also the same ID. I think isn't it like exactly the same passive except it's AD or
I think
percent
it's. I'm
damage.
pretty sure it's 70%. That's the health threshold.
Yeah, but it's like the same idea. I think Bloodthirster gives you AD, right? And then the
Yeah.
other one just gives you percentage damage. But it's the same type of functionality and yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Same thing. You know, Riot
Similar.
with their 200 years of development experience can't really, come up with new ideas. But the WAP already clearing wards very early on, and he hasn't even gotten to the enemy jungle yet, and already he's removing vision.
Or do you think he really wants to go to enemy jungle right now? Dude, I would. I wouldn't want to play the see with WAP if he just left me immediately lane or ran to the enemy jungle. What would that even be? But he would be one heck of a boardman, man. I'm telling you, he would be one hell of a boardman.
Maybe
So
in
far,
the next
not much
Manta Cup,
happening.
he's gonna play Bard.
The Bard Cup.
Oh my god, the WAP Cup.
The WAP Cup. The WAP. We would have to have WAP face up against the GOAT Bard Flay today. Oh man. We have a
Imagine a
gank
show
in the top lane,
match.
by the way. Rel is spacing, having taken crab, but we are about to have a walk in here from Los Madrid into the Wukong. He's just gonna run away. He will be completely fine, but Night Fury making sure he knows his place, he doesn't abuse his Jax, and he's being a bit angry with him. It's quite good. The chunk does give the Jax like a bit of a better lane state where he might be able to pressure a bit. Oh, he's going in actually. He went over the mini wave and Night Fury is still here, but they are completely fine. But the wave state is a bit awkward for the cannon. If he bases here, he's going to lose a couple of minions actually. Trying to stay around. Rel is coming over, and if they take this 2v2, could be bad. He's going to spot out the Rel. Run, my boy. You're gonna run. It's a Rel. He's going in. He's helping his cannon. Man, jungle presence.
This is where it goes, guys. Just unlucky. Can't play. Jungle guy. GG.
Jungle, yeah. Yes, not like he had a jungler in the lane like the entire time. 7-4-1 walking in the wave. Very good rotation at a 7-4-1. If he didn't do that rotation, Los Murderette would probably drop quite a few minions, and it's not like he had a lot of other things to do anyway, except out of going to clear his Krug. So, time well invested, I would say.
Yeah, the wave was good to get that pushed in so it doesn't freeze, and camps on the top side anyway for 7-4-1, so he wanted to be top side of the map regardless. The WAP though.
WAP does hit the W, but Algrid a little bit out of range, can't really follow up. If he had the time to follow up the snare there, that would actually be a kill, I think, onto the Lulu.
Yeah, I think if he had the mana as well for it, could have potentially looked. No cooldowns, unfortunately, like you said, a little bit too far. The wave is going to be pushed in here, which means Vedamori going to be not getting to base quite yet. Feathers are going to be pulled back, I assume, to clear the rest of the wave. But so far, like you said, having a bit of a calmer game for us. 100 gold lead for Beast at the moment. You can see Lost Chapter onto Rebreathe ended up basing. I don't think Danny 8x8 has based quite yet, but does have a TP of his own to get back into lane very quick.
Yeah, and I mean, Rebrief has already committed his TP, that's how he managed to get back to the lane state, and I assume then 8 will do a similar thing now, and then the Dragon will go over. It makes a lot of sense. The bot lane of the Beasts are way too chunk to be able to contest this, so there's no way they're going to try to contest this with the way the bot lane situation is looking right now. This Dragon just has to go over to the side of Gucci. I think it's a good call out outside of Beasts to just give this up.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not outside of Beast territory to give up first Dragon of the game. This is something we've seen time and time again. They're much more comfortable playing the game later on than this early on into the game. I think Rebreathe actually stole one of the chickens there, which is, well played out of the victor and a little bit more gold into the scaling mid lane.
Yeah, it's quite nice. Does get a bit of a chunk from Danny88, taking his time to give him a good old QW. And if he gets a bit more of these Q pokes, he could look to ultimate and force his flash, which will set up a nice gank from Night Fury at level 6. But we have a pause in the game.
Little bit of technical difficulties.
Yes, as usual. Wouldn't be a best of 5 without silver scrapes, because that's typically where we had a lot of technical issues.
True. Wouldn't be League of Legends without technical.
But we're going back, and he already popped the ult. Danny88, I could hear it. I could smell it. He popped that Oriana ult, and Rebrief still has his flash. He's probably completely safe. I don't think Danny has any CDs left, but hey, he's gonna put pressure on. He might even go for the auto Q.
Yeah. The League.
He has W is actually 1 second off. Okay, he actually has skill potential here. He has W 1 second off.
We are being
How did he
frozen
chunk
in
him
time.
that hard without QW?
Oh.
Great from Danny88, asserting
that's the time.
dominance. And
He had the
Rebrief
time
not
to
respecting it. He had the flash, but he opted against using it.
The WAP. He's here.
What? He's there to tax! What do you mean? He's just taking my XP now! He's taking my plate, man! He actually killed the plate!
He's
It's
here.
open plate! No!
The
Please,
what?
pan over to mid. Is the plate dead? Oh
Wait.
my god. Wait,
Oh.
replay. No, okay, let's go. See?
Classic what moment.
Classic
Three,
weapon.
3 health.
He
If
better
it
go
hits
on
first,
hit. He
three
better
less
go
damage.
on, dude. He better go on hit Lulu right now.
On hit Lulu.
Yeah, on hit Lulu.
You know what? I support it. You
Yeah,
know,
that's like
if there was a Lulu player who would go on hit, it would be the one.
I think it was like a top or mid thing at some point. I don't remember. It was hella annoying.
It was a top thing, I think.
Yeah,
Like,
I think it
way
was.
back.
I mean, it makes more sense. I don't think on hit makes any sense mid. Although we've seen stranger things mid, because mid has seen like everything.
True. Recently, the virus.
Yeah, and I mean, back in the day, you saw the Lee Sin, you saw the. Yeah, cyber. Mid was strange, and still is a strange place. But yeah, we're back to normal. We just got the little exciting first blood out of Danny 88, picking up his little solo bolo. Now we're gonna see Gucci doing the standard old rodeo. They get the top lane pushed in, they have prior on both lanes, looking solid on the macro, and they're gonna convert the Herald, looking smooth right now.
Yeah, it is gonna be the Herald picked up here for the side of Gucci. It'll be interesting to see where this one is going to go. I think you have
Adamori has to ult exhaust out of Algrim, forces the flash out of Adamori. And Night Fury is on his way down here to see if Algrim decides to flash onto Vadamori. He is here. Oh, there is a flash! Vadamori with great spacing manages to live the all-in for Algrim.
Oh my god, the closeness on that play. I think Algren ran out of mana as well, so he couldn't pull the feathers back, and it is really unlucky out of the Gucci bot laner. You can see with that a little bit of a CS lead over to Vladimir as well. Might actually, with him picking up the kill, have his first item already in base. Just gonna opt in for the tier 2 boost. I don't think he had enough gold, but a great play. And with him having the hail lethal tempo of Vladimir as well as the recurve bow and pickaxe, it is gonna mean that this is gonna be an on-hit Ginsu's Varus, which, like I said, I much prefer this game.
Yeah, he technically still has time. He could go Blade, I'm pretty sure that builds into Blade, although I'm not 100%. Does Pickaxe build into Blade? I'm too tired. I do think it does, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Okay. If Pickaxe does build into Blade, he can still pivot into Radiant as his second item, but because I'm pretty sure he's building Blade first item. But beyond that, yes, I do think he should go Winces. I don't think there's a real reason to go Radiant unless you're like, I don't know, you're really going to tank Los Murderitos Kendall or something like that.
Yeah, generally when you go on hit virus, you don't tend to rush the Ginsus. It is two options that people tend to go for. It is, like you said, the Blade, which does build out of recurve, both Vampire Scepter and Pickaxe, which just shows I've been playing this game for way too long, but nonetheless. And there is the other option of Kraken Slayer, which you see sometimes as well, and then you go into the Ginsu second. I think it's going to be, like you said, the Blade of the Ruined King coming in based on the components he's got in his inventory now. But I think still interesting to see that he does prefer the Blade of the Ruined King. I personally also prefer it, just because Siphon, which is the passive where you steal the enemy movement speed, really does help you kite in the early game, dodge out on some key abilities.
Yeah, and it's just like a really solid first item, I would say. Like, if you can build it as a first item, it's just really solid. On champs, like, for example, Yasuo, it's kind of awkward because it doesn't have crit. But on champs like Varus, where you're going for an on-hit build anyway, it just makes a lot of sense to build Blade first. It's always been a very solid first item. 7 for 1 is looking for the gank curl to Danny did, but the wave is in a very good position for him, and he's just gonna clear, he's gonna put the ward. But here comes the engage, because he is walking into vision. Gravity field does come down. Oh, the pullback does get it. Ult does come out. That is running, but there comes the Airy picking up the kill. And he did walk into vision, didn't opt to Q the bush beforehand, so he does get taken out. Punished for his lack of vision in mid lane.
Yeah, it is gonna be Danny 8x8 Sins who do get punished. Dragon gonna go over to the side of Gucci. He was very close to getting the face rush and just running out and living there. But this time around it's gonna go down. No TP on him either, which means the wave is gonna go raid the WAP. Again, looking for aggressive position, but not going to steal the Dragon on the Lulu this time around. And does mean a plate picked up by Vanamori as the Hex Gates are going to activate another Hex Tech Soul for us today.
Hextech Soul, very good for the side of Gucci. They already have 2 dragons, and if they can get a Hextech Soul, they will be very happy. Very good on Victor and Saya, and basically makes it impossible to run from their squad. So, yeah, one of the best souls, or the best soul, I would say, in general, for the game right now.
I think definitely so. Hacks, normally I try to predict Dragon based on like the early Dragons that go to which team. But at this point, I'm so used to Beast team giving up the first two Dragons that I still think Soul is on the cards for both teams.
Soul
All
is still on
depending.
the cards. It's just a beneficial situation for Gucci. I don't think they're necessarily going to get Soul just because they have two dragons, but it does put them in a more they can get Soul faster. Whereas in Beast's situation, they will probably have scaled to a point where it might be possible they haven't ended the game, but they would have had to have scaled to a point far in the future to be able to get Soul. So it's less of an option for them, whereas it's a more immediate kind of 22-minute, 25-minute type win condition for Gucci. Where for Beast it would be around at the earliest. What would it be? 35 minutes maybe?
I think so. Yeah, around there. It's just a classic Beast maneuver, giving up the early objectives. This time around, not gonna be responded to
Ooh,
by the
Vap is
Herald.
gonna hold the wave. The
He's
D-Goat.
gonna hold the wave.
Gonna give all of
No,
his HP. This is actually pretty decent. It will force the bottom to lose a few minutes, although he will have to base once more due to holding the wave because he's gonna lose like half his HP.
I don't think that's entirely bad considering the position that Venomer is gonna be when catching this wave. He should be entirely safe out of
Ooh, engage from
play.
Moon Go Sky. He does flash out from Lost Medrito. He tries to respect the QW coming out of Jackson. If he has the triple hit passive, which I'm pretty sure he gets every second out when he ults, he would have it, and then I'm pretty sure Kennen would die. And unfortunately, he can't get his Demolish proc here, but he might try to push another wave. Although Lost Medrito does have TP, so it would be a bit greedy. I would commit TP if I was on his side. He might opt to keep it, just taking the Hextech Gate.
Yeah, so far that is what we're seeing. The Hextech Gate is gonna be activated. Gonna miss out on a couple of minions in the top lane due to it, but
Ooh, Night Fury going in, but he has W to get out. Although here's the re-engage from 741. Not a lot of damage coming out, but Rebirth is almost here. And Danny is looking for the typical massive Orianna ult as always. Here it comes,
oh
ulting
my
Jesiah, knocked
god.
up into the air. 741 dropping kind of low, but Night Fury is also going to go down to the Storm from Rebrief. So they're trading even support for a jungler, which is quite beneficial for Gucci, I think, because 741 is back to a decent amount of HP. And I would say he's a stronger character right now than Night Fury. Or, sorry, Jesiah.
Yeah, the Chaos Storm is gonna be enough to get the kill back. Gonna be a 1-for-1 at the end
There's
of the
Jax.
day.
He's just stuck in the
But,
middle of the river. He wants to fight, but here is Cannon. Has to pop the counter strike. Will stun up the Rel, dropping quite a bit of damage. He has Q, could Q back, and he decides to do it just to get out of there. And they are still contesting for this Herald. And meanwhile in bot lane, there's a bit of fighting here. Siphon does come out from the blade, as you mentioned. Does deal a fair good bit of damage, and there is possibility that Vladimir will go for a solo kill here. Here comes Jesiah, Night Fury trying to go in. They want to stall out this Herald play. They're doing a pretty decent job at it so far, and Gucci is losing minions in mid lane right now. Still looking for this contest here. Mongo Sky is still out here, staying for this contest.
I think you have to give it up at this
They
point.
finally
Map
dropped
finished
it,
his
yeah.
recall, and he's just I think the moment Map finishes his recall, I think you gotta just call it. I don't think you can really afford to walk in. But I think Vatamori, the big winner in the bot lane, though, like you said, the board gonna do so much damage alongside the tier 2 boots, gonna pick himself up a wave as well. So a 30 CS, about the 25 CS lead in the bot lane for the AD carry of Beast Team Esports, a gold lead of 300 on their side as well. But with the Herald not being popped quite yet, I would imagine that gold lead isn't gonna stay for much longer than the 8x8 still with the kill lead in the mid lane. Only kills that his team. Never mind, I say that Vatamori's got
Here
one as
comes
well.
Here comes Sky trying to go in. Doesn't manage to get the counter strike down to Los Medreto, so he will opt to disengage for now and wait for his cooldowns before going again.
Yeah, it's
Yes, quite a solid lane though from the side of Sky. He doesn't have a mythic right now, he's looking for it, but there's a level 11 on Los Medreto. I do think he could actually opt to ult him here. I do think he would actually manage to kill him. Flash out from Sky. But he does get the ult from Kennen, which weakens the teamfight potential for the Dragon. And meanwhile, Gucci are really sitting mid, but they're going to engage onto Rebrief. Very good Varys, so that's a lot of damage coming out. And as we see, actually, he is going to go for the Radiant Virtue build. He has the Aegis on his backpack.
yeah, very good chains of corruption there coming out from Vatamori. Is gonna catch out the enemy mid laner Rebreathe. No TP as well, which means once he respawns, he cannot get himself quickly back into this fight. 741 has the Herald in his inventory, keeping him right, so they can try to crack the tier 2 in the mid lane if they want to opt in for it. But at least for now, it's not going to pop it. Yeah, you can see, like you said, Ages of Legion in the inventory of Vademori means that it's going to be the Radiant Virtue coming on in. And again, I'm not entirely sure how I feel about that.
I'm kind of okay with it because I know that no matter what is this pinging, they're just pinging on 741. WAP is just wanting to go ham here, but they the reason why I'm not sure why it works, but the thing is that even if you build Radiant on Varus, basically the thing is that you still deal a lot of damage while being really tanky, so it's harder to really burn you down. Which makes a lot of sense because you're like an immobile ADC, so you can't really dodge every situation. And having Radiant basically gives you like a second bailout card essentially.
Yeah, the Radiant tends to be nowadays a very good item as well. I just, in my opinion, I would prefer the Games Zeus, but it does just come down to preference. I think this game, you do have to cut down the realm, would help in that. Algren gonna lose a big chunk of his HP in the mid lane. You can see no lifesteal for him yet either, so he can't really get this health back. Top Crab is going to be the way, unless he does want to just take the plant and get himself on out. It's gonna opt in for the Crab, as wants a little bit of a gold insurgence into himself, but so far the game has come down a little bit. You can see mid tier 1 is the only sort of tower that has fallen for now for the side of the beast, whilst every other tower on the enemy team is still standing. And outside of the bot tower are actually quite healthy as well.
We have a Rome squad out here on top. There. We have a good old the WAP going at it again. Maybe he's taking he's fiddling with the hex take. Although it has been spotted by 741 that the WAP is on an adventure once again. But yeah, it has come down quite a bit, and I think this is fine in a way for both sides. I don't think they've hit their spikes. Although Radiant has been picked up now by Varus, so he's at a high point right now, I would say, in power. But Jack's not really there yet. Not two items. I feel like at two items, most of these champs will be active at a similar time, outside of maybe the Saya, who doesn't mind scaling to, yeah, even five items.
Yeah, there is as well, like you said, the scaling started to come through. TPs on both mid laners, which means even though they are both in the bot lane, both of them can
Ooh,
just join
okay.
the fight very quickly if necessary. Night Fury, they're gonna be found in the jungle. All gonna walk up pretty aggressively as well, but the WAP, of course, when there's an enemy jungle to be had, there's a WAP there to be found.
Truly. Vermore is just farming on. He has the most farm in the game right now, so still chilling at his beloved 10 CS per minute. And here comes the Herald, probably about to time out, so they just sent it down to bot lane. Danny might want to just clear the wave, and he's going to do exactly that. Clearing it out, and Night Fear's down here to support in the case of... Oh my god, he W'd. He has used his W. This means he could be in trouble. He would have to E onto a rebrief. Oh, he's spinning out the backside, so he's staying safe. We'll go back in because he wants to spin some more. Does stop Yesiah's, I think, W or E. And they managed to hold off the Herald. But Night Fury once again back in, but he does have W back, so he just disengages.
This man is crazy with it. He has, you know what I think it is? I think it's because the WAP was near him. WAP was in his head saying like, let's go, let's go, let's go. You know, the enemy jungle is this way. He's in the minds of the rest of the B squad, but the more in the mid lane still gonna be looking to get some more CS. I think they can look to potentially contest this mid tier 1 because they know that there aren't a lot of resources left on the side of Gucci squad after they play in the bot lane, but for now they're gonna opt out, gonna think better of it. Radiant Virtue, like you said, finished off on Vademori, 2 items for him as well, an extra recurve bow and a dagger. This man is gonna be attacking, I think, quite fast.
Truly, and we will see the dragon come up in about 1 minute 20 seconds. Jack's already on the split push, forcing Lost Midrita to kind of respect the side lane. Otherwise, I'm sure he would love to go looking for a flank before this dragon, but if Yesiah manages to get some deep wards in, he's probably going to find it anyway off the TP flank. So we'll have to see how this next team fight turns out. I would not be surprised to see Gucci just sweep them off the back of a huge cannon, but it could also be Danny88 just hitting the fabulous Freeman Orioles as he's been hitting all day on the Oriana.
Yeah, I don't think you can really count out either of these teams quite yet. I think there are so big engage tools on both sides. Like you said, you got the Slicing Maelstrom off of Kennen. You've as well got the Shockwave on Danny 8x8, who we've already seen today has hit some key shockwaves on the Oriana, as well as the Magnet Storm coming out of Rel. There are a lot of sort of big AoE tools on both sides. And I think at the end of the day, it is going to come down to execution, whether people hit their abilities. But I would argue it is easier for the side of Gucci to sort of play out these team fights than it is for Beast. Beasts require, I think, a lot more execution and to just like land their skill shots.
Definitely is. I mean, they do have the rel, so that is, I would say, one of the best, most solid ways of engaging. But right now, beasts have a better positioning for the dragon. Although Danny 88 has opted to go for the bot turret right now, which means they are in a disadvantage, and they might try to engage onto the WAP. Nightfear is alone in the pit. He
Top
might
lane?
have to W out here. Top lane, we get a trade of
1v1.
some sort, but they're going right in that Nightfear. Has to flash out. Here comes the Shockwave. There's an ult out of Olgren dodging it, but Rebreach does take a lot of damage. Here comes the poke from Varus off the side. Nightfury can't really re-engage though, so this dragon has to go over to the side of Gucci, and they probably just want to disengage for now. Zooming out of there is the WAP. And yeah, on top side, Lost Moderator manages to clutch out the kill against Jack, so he is going down, and yeah, WAP has to flash there. Keep on chasing, flash from 741, but Nightfury on the back, trying to kill Rebrief and forcing the flash, and Vadimor is just going hard right now, and he's a bit too tanky for them to kill, and he's just gonna be cleaning house right here. Does clean the kill onto Rel, and he keeps going. Here he comes. Does
my
have any
God.
spell, he's flashing in, and he's too tanky. The Radiant Virtue, he's just too huge. Nobody there to stop him after all the abilities have been used.
Mori, he's too damn big for the enemy team. Like you said, Radiant Virtue gonna give him so much more tankiness. Baron now on the cards, 23 minutes into the game, you can see Los Murderito, no ultimate on him. Hex the gate gonna be used to get him to go on. And Nightfury's gonna feel very low on HP here. This is scary.
No ult on Cannon yet though, but if they manage to stall for the Cannon ult, he's going to instantly destroy the wall. But here is Sky on the side, he's trying to get the kill onto Rebrief. Does he have the Q cooldown? Here's Los Murderito, no ult, chains come out, big shockwave from the Danny 88. They managed to stay alive, WAP does go down. Sky is trying to zone the enemy team, he's trying to zone Rebrief out. There's 1k left and they manage to get it before 741, just in time before he can manage to go for the Smite Steal. Crab secured, Vadimor is sniping everyone left, right, center.
Yeah, Vadimori with the chains of corruption. This man just hasn't been missing so far in this game. You can see the Wits End, I believe. Third item for Vadimori with the Hearthstone Axe and Weaker both needs inventory, as well as the No Magic Mantle, suggests me that is the way he is leaning towards, which, like you said earlier yourself, Hacks, isn't really a surprise coming out with the double AP threats out of the mid lane and the top lane of the Gucci squad, and with him being the Wits End and the Radiant Virtue, he's gonna be extremely hard to kill.
Yeah, and as you saw in that team fight, this is the strength of the build in that typically Varus has to play kind of safe or have peel to back him up, otherwise he just gets bursted. But with Radiant Virtue, you kind of flip the script in the sense that, well, I'm a tank now, so I can do whatever I want basically. I just ghost and I run at people. He even flashed aggressively towards the enemy team and they still didn't have enough damage to kill him. It does weigh on the fact a bit that they haven't had used their CDs, but still, without Radiant, I still don't think that play would have been possible. So yeah, Radiant is paying off, at least so far in the game. So we'll have to see if the tankiness of Rel becomes a problem further on.
Yeah, it is so far paying off Vadimori. Working his best to prove me wrong, and hey, if he does win the game, I'll admit I was wrong. Oh my god, I'm completely blanking on the name of the item. Radiant Virtue, thank you. I'll admit I was wrong. Radiant Virtue was the better item. I'm big enough of a man to admit that
I
I
mean,
made
it's
mistake.
mostly a preference thing, so I don't think it's better or worse. It's mostly regarding how you want to play the game, and I think the only thing that really speaks for Radiant is the fact that he won't be able to dodge the cannon engage at all times, and then Radiant basically gives him like a, well, I have some more time to stay alive now.
Yeah, I
So,
think that's very true
yeah.
as well. I mean, we've seen Lost Moderator, right? This man is a flanky machine, especially at the later stages of the game. But Hacks, I'm a little bit concerned for this Jax, or for the side of Gucci on this Jax, because this is where he's gonna start to become kind of an issue once he finishes his second item and starts to get some MR.
Well, currently Cannon is ahead, so I don't think it's too much of a problem yet. It will definitely grow to be one, but currently the Cannon is managing to hold him off of the towers, which is really all you want. Although Sky is doing the work in the sense that what beasts don't want is to get flanked by a Cannon, because we saw how that ended the last game. And if Sky manages to keep the pressure up, he will kind of contain the Cannon. He's kind of happy containing the Cannon right now, being 2 levels down and the Cannon being ahead. So if you can just keep up the push, he will be kind of happy just keeping the Cannon in top lane, because the Cannon won't have as much proactivity. It's mostly off of the place of the Jax that the Cannon can capitalize.
Yeah, and I think as well it's more of a thing where they also know on the side of Beast where if we don't see this cannon for a while and they go, hey, where's the cannon? It means he's probably somewhere behind you just because he's been in that top lane for so long, and generally is the response they are sending up against the Jax, which I think is a lot of information to work off of as well. and we've seen how much Los Murderito likes to flank. I'm a little bit surprised on the side of Gucci that they haven't tried to sort of encroach the vision on a little bit
7-4-1
more.
a bit alone here, but Rebirth does come out of the Hex deck. They're contesting for the Dragon that will be up in 20 seconds right now in Beasts Esports. Once again, they have a very solid position, but I hope they try to stay together a bit more. And Cannon is already here. He's left the top lane, and they need to recognize already that there could be a TP flank. They might just be coming in here. Wap's trying to run for it. Night Fury does get stunned up, dodging the rel. Murderito is waiting in the wings. Here comes the engage. There comes the TP. Lost Murderito flashing over the wall. He's going to go in. Vadimori, though, completely safe on the backline. And here's Jax getting a big stun. Vadimori just dealing the damage. Night Fury will go down to the backline, though, but Vadimori is just cleaning house. Big shockwaves. And they stay alive through all that damage, cleaning that fight instantly. Oh, and here comes it's Sky's actually looking for more. He's going to go for 7-for-1. He, as you say, should be very dead.
Yeah,
And this might be
are they gonna end the game?
No, they don't have a wave.
Ah, the wave. It's so good. Mid lane wave though is pushing for the side of Gucci. There are
We should
some...
make sure to get Dragon though.
Nah, we don't need the dragon.
We need a Dragon.
Nah,
It's
we
soul
don't.
point. We really need a
don't
Dragon. It's soul point. I don't even know why they're here for the bottom here. They're not even gonna get it.
Inhib tower over dragon.
No, we need Dragon, bro. We need Dragon. We need to get out of
Nah,
here.
we don't need the dragon. Trust.
do need it.
Trust. This sidestep was really good.
The sidestep was really good.
That
But
was
here
really
also
good.
re-engaging, we get a good shockwave, instantly killing Rebrief. And then Murderito was, I don't know how he got knocked back. I'm not even sure what knocked him back, but he somehow didn't really manage to get into it. And Danny it just lives for all of it, courtesy of the Lulu Wildgrowth and the E. Yeah, I was probably knocked up by Wildgrowth.
In life,
And I'm hearing
bro.
action in the background. They are contesting the Dragon. Big shockwave misses the Q though. No synergy between the Varus and the Orianna. Web going low. A lot of feathers from Algren. Here comes the Kennen. Instantly burned down. And Nightfear is actually still alive. But does get cleaned by Algren on the backline. Web is slow, but Vadimori full HP, staying alive. Sky goes on the backline, cleans Algren with a lot of damage. Flashing over his
my
Vadimori. Wanted to go for Yesaya. And if he cleans these kills, he could honestly just run a bot lane. And there might be a snipe. Does get the snipe. And they're hunting down Rebrief. Rebrief trying to turn onto Danny. It did big damage coming out of Danny though. And he's probably going, unless Danny, is he gonna, okay, it's not, he doesn't even have flash. I don't even know he's going there. He can't even flash the wall. He wants to flash the wall, but he doesn't have it. And they're gonna walk up there. Whack!
The whack.
Enemy whack! Detected in the base. He's taking in him. He's the only one with the reasonable play. Rebrief's over the back.
You know, the whack does not need his team.
The WAP
He
does
does
what
not
no one
need
else
anyone.
could. The WAP does what no one else could. Trying to take in him.
He's the lone wolf on the squad. But yeah, Vladimir is a very tanky boy. He's very hard to be killed. And as I say that, he just becomes so much more tankier by not only being tanky, but granting himself a second life, buying and picking up the Guardian Angel, which means he will get resurrected if he somehow does end up going down. But I don't see a world where they ever kill Vadimori with through the wild growth, through these Lulu shields,
As Guardians too.
through the Radiant Virtue, Guardian Angel, so much defensive tools.
The funny fact is also that his Guardian Angel is technically healing his teams. It's like a support tank carry. It's very strange, this build, and it probably shouldn't exist, but hey, it does. It's good. It's here, and he's using it to the fullest potential. So, shout outs to Vadimori for recognizing the potential. But yeah, now we have a Baron contest, and there's more favorable position from Gucci right now, but Sky is on the flank, but there's also Lost Murderito, although it doesn't have a flank angle, it does have the ult, no flash, but ult and rocket belt could be more than enough to get him in. Meanwhile, there's no hips down, so nothing's really pushing anywhere. They're just gonna stand here and dance for quite a long time, I imagine.
Yeah, probably. Although, don't worry, the Radiant Virtue problem won't be a problem soon. New season, new items, no mythics, you know. Soon, we will be ridden of this plagued world. But so far, Baron still going to be full HP. You can see Rebreathe in the bot lane.
Sky's kind of
in the top
deep
lane.
here.
I'm a little bit
They
surprised.
get
Sky
the
didn't
blast
in the bot
going.
lane,
They're gonna
but-
rotate onto Sky here. Does Q onto the... He's trying to take the fight here. Quite surprising, and he's gonna go down very easily due to that. I'm not sure, maybe he didn't have a ward, so he's decided to go in, try to get the damage he could. Vadimori trading the mid lane turret for the death of his dear top laner, but now we have a window of time where there is a man advantage from the side of Gucci, and Knight's Fury trying to get some poke in. Vadimori trying to fight a bit with Rebrief. He's taking negative damage from the Victor. Here comes the ult! engage from Night Fury, but he does have the Sonya stalling for time. Should be able to stay alive, but there's no one really out here to fight them yet, and they're still getting good damage down. Meanwhile, the whack caught in the enemy jungle might go down to Los Murderetta, but here comes the
Oh my
engage,
God,
the
Danny.
big shockwave from Danny, and here comes Los Murderetta. Ult is active. Danny 88 is going to go down this time. No whack to save him. 1000 gold shutdown going over.
Vladimir lives.
Vadimori does go into GA. WAP is still around, trying to peel for his ADC. Does have the E. Will stay alive. Night Sphere also full HP. And after this event, we still have a 3-4-2. Quite good outcome considering the fact that BC Esports were in a 4v5. Oh, missing the
Yeah.
W. We are getting tired.
It's okay, it's okay. Looking at the replay as well, going a little bit back, I'm a little bit surprised that Vladimir didn't try to snipe Rebreathe off the Zonias there, but the GA really does end up paying off a
shockwave.
great shockwave out of 28 by 8. Once again, this man on the Oriana just cannot be stopped from making the game-changing plays. Vladimir ends up popping the GA as well at the back end of the fight. Danny 8 by 8 unfortunately does end up falling, and these death timers are getting quite low. You can see double kill for Night Fury there on the replay as well. End up opting in. I believe they did end up securing the Baron buff. Yes, indeed they did. As we go back to live, you can see these Team Esports are the ones holding the Baron buff. 2 items on Ghost Sky at the moment as well. But with this hat almost finished up by Los Margarito, it is going to be a big spike for the Kenneth.
Definitely, and I mean, as you mentioned, the Soul could go over to Beasts, and they're getting quite close. They should secure this dragon, and then it's Soul point for both teams, which will be very crucial, and probably will mark an end to the game no matter what happens. Beyond that, I think that fight in the end was really close, although Los Murderetta getting the great cannon ult. It tended to be close due to the fact that Allgren didn't manage to ult the shockwave from Oriana, so he went down having all of his tools up essentially. And if he decided to, or had the reaction time to use any of his tools, the fight probably would look very different. The Night Sphere is just looking for an engage again. Can't you just settle down, man? We have a dragon to take. Oh, and Los. Oh, here we go. Now the Jax has become a problem.
Yeah, Wits End almost finished up for him as well with getting the magic resist 3 Hextech Drakes onto the side.
Why are they
of
so
Beast.
low up here? Vedmore is on the dragon, man. They're gonna know and they're gonna hard engage if they wanted to right now.
They don't want to.
No,
They're
but
scared
they
of the
could
weapon.
have. No, but they
But
could
they're
have.
scared of the weapon. The
The
weapon's so
wap-
scary.
I'm not scared of the WAP. They lost their cannon because they had to back up.
They're so scared of the weapon. You see
Oh,
him.
I'm
you're
scared of the
him.
WAP. I don't know what goes through that man's mind at times.
Everyone's scared of the weapon.
The
Even his
WAP
own
is the-
team. I
WAP
fear
is like-
no man, but this man, this thing, scares me.
It does scare me.
It's a picture of the weapon.
Inhibitor will go down to the Baron push. They're looking to secure bot lane, but they are only 4 people right now. Sky does have TP. It's 10 seconds on Los Murderetto. There is a ward in the blue side jungle just by the Hextech gate. I'm pretty sure Los Murderetto's going to click on the teleport button as soon as he spawns, either there or red side jungle. Maybe red side jungle now. They're going to walk right into him if you press the TP button. He might not do it. He's not going to do it. He's not doing it yet. Is he going to do it?
He's not
Maybe.
gonna do it.
Someone pinged it. Sky is pretty close right now though, but
Next the gate though.
they stop wave
Oh
again.
my god.
It's not. Oh, Murderetto taking the Hextech gate. Here comes the ult. He's going to ult. He's rooted up though. Can't really get in there. Vadimori. Algor is free hitting Vadimori for negative damage somehow. Meanwhile, on the backside, Danny does go down to the team of Gucci. Flash
Oh,
out.
the
Algor
feathers.
is down and Vadimori is now unkillable officially. There's no one left with damage. Rebrief doesn't have any mana. He's just gonna run around. Rebrief flashes away. The last remaining bastion of hope for Gucci. And Beast Esports, after a long and grueling series and a 35-minute game, should be able to close it out, given a miracle from Rebrief to save this game.
Mori is gonna be the winner. Danny 8 by 8, 9-3-10. Varus ends up securing 7-0-12. A perfect game to end the day and to come out of Vademori. And not only do they beat Gucci in Game 5, this means Beast Team Esports are your official winners of the Manta Cup iteration version 3, I believe. And it is version 4 of the Manta Cup. And I mean, Hacks, what a day we had.
This was a great finals as well. I mean, yeah, and both of these days, I must say, they have been really fun. Shout out to our tournament organizers. I think I only know Linus right now off the top of my head. There's probably more that I am forgetting or I don't know what they're doing behind the scenes. But shout outs to all the tournament organizers of Mana Cup. It has been really fun these 2 days. I've loved every second of it, although I'm really tired right now, I must admit. But man, these finals have been a blast. You can't ask for more than a best of 5, going 5 games all the way, and the end game having 3 dragons on each side. It's really the pivotal end, I think, to a series.
Yeah, the scrapes are always silver, and it's always nice when they do end up playing. But like you said, it is gonna be Beast Team Esports with the Manta Cup win for the fourth iteration. And again, like you said, big thanks to everyone. Of course, big thanks to all the teams who participated, to everyone who did
True.
end up playing. And what do you say was your favorite game of the finals? To you, what was the most sort of interesting, exciting, and for those people who maybe missed it, what would you say is the game to sort of go back on the VOD and is worth watching?
I mean, I kind of have to give you game four. I mean, game. Okay, depends on what you're trying to do for the type of VOD watching, but I think game four was for me the most entertaining of the games. Game five also really close, but I would say the two last games. But if I had to pick one, I would definitely say game four. I think it had the most wild back and forth action so far in this series.
I think that's definitely fair. I honestly think all the games we had today are entertaining in their own rights. And I definitely think, like you said, this game five was, I mean, it was an absolute banger. Back and forth fights. Danny 8x8's Oriana Vadimor's Varus ends up sort of just being too much for the Gucci squad to handle. Beast Team Esports, again, congratulations to the guys. Unfortunately, Gucci ends up collecting second place this time on around. The silver medal, not entirely bad to get, but it's not going to be as golden as the golden arches the Beast team ends up walking through. Like I said, was saying earlier, again, big thanks to all the teams that participated. Big thank you, like you said, Hacks, to the organizers, Big Man Linus doing the most in the background. Big thanks to Peppa as well for doing the most in the background. The producer, always in our hearts, always giving us the cool new camera angles, always bringing something new to the table. And Hacks, thank you to you as well for joining me for these 2 days. It was a lot of League of Legends, but do you regret at all being here, or do you think it was a good time?
I think it was a great time. And before we end, it is 11 o'clock, so I'm assuming there's no one who wants to come for an interview. I'm not sure if anyone has said anything about it, but it is quite late. I think it's fine if we wrap up. If anyone wants an interview, I don't know if we can arrange it. Producer man, do you know any details in the background? I mean, I could be fine holding an interview if someone really wants to from the winning team, I would say. But I have, if people don't want that, I think that's fully understandable as well. But yeah, beyond that, I've had a great 2 days. I think this tournament's been a blast. I think it's been yeah, absolutely amazing. I think most everything has gone really well because if you think about it, it's 2 days, it's action-packed games. It's like so many games. So I've been surprised everything has gone like relatively smooth, I would say, overall. Like we haven't had like we had some technical issues, but they've been kind of minor. And we've all had most of the games like on schedule.
Yeah, and I think for at least most of the technical difficulties, I don't really think most of it was for us to blame. Of course, we did have some sort of connection issues, but that's just gonna happen when you have online tournaments and when you have sort of just everyone from like different parts of the world. It's always gonna happen where you're gonna have some connection issues, people disconnecting, Riot client bugging. But like you said, overall, it was a really smooth experience. I know at least for me, I really, really enjoyed being here. And again, thank you to Linus for inviting me, letting me be on the desk, on the cast with you. And of course, like you said, we are gonna wrap ourselves up here for today and for this weekend. Of course, congratulations to Beast Team Esports again for being the big winners. I wish everyone the rest of your good nights, depending on where you're watching this from, potentially good morning if your time zone is really far
Oh
away.
man.
And again, if you did miss the games, go back on the VOD, watch all 5 games. It was
Watch game
really,
four.
really
Watch game four.
entertaining.
Watch game four, bro. Watch game
Watch
four
game.
from the draft, bro. Watch game four from the draft.
True. I can say there was an auction today. So
Oh, you're
if
not
that
supposed to
doesn't,
tell him. You're not supposed to tell
but we
him.
need to incentivize. We need to incentivize. We need to give them something.
Yeah, but we got like they had big fat candles or something. I don't know. Something
God,
else. We gotta save the
training.
action as a surprise, man.
WAP was there. That should be
WAP
enough.
was that? I'm pretty sure WAP was in every game though. WAP was an enemy jungle. Confirmed. Every game of the series. Dude, WAP is like I gotta find out like an acronym for WAP where it's like he's like a weaponized android stopping bases or something. Like I have no idea.
Maybe that's what it means. Weaponized android.
Yeah. Angry jungle man.
But no, it was a good time. It was a good time. See, even the WAP supports, he did WAP them.
He did
At
WAP
the end
them.
of the day, they
Nobody
were WAP.
nobody will be able to refute it. He did, in fact, WAP everybody.
This is Manta Cup the prologue, the WAPening,
No.
because it was the WAP.
Laughing.
But yeah, we are gonna, before we digress ourselves too far, I think close of the stream here. Again,
Yeah.
thank you to everyone who did end up watching. Have a good day, good night, depending on where you're watching this
Good
from.
night, everybody.
Go
Thanks so
watch
much for
them back.
watching. Watch
Watch
back
game
the
four.
vaults and
Watch game
have
four.
a super good week. Bye
See
bye.
you.